So let's start having discuss today. So we will discuss roles in the action that specifically follow goals. This and activities. So let's dive into that. We often search as thing to today twice or twice. Or I met the same person. I worked alone, same work. I had the same job. Many same things, but let us investigate carefully. Was it really the same? Or did something look different happen? But yesterday, it has completely disappeared. Like we said, but in existence, right now, right now, right at this moment. That's what really exists. Not even to talk, but from this moment. So let's just complete the light of yesterday's songs. The sensation of yesterday. Something comes. Nothing has changed. Yet still something misplaced. This is who whispers that what you answered is simple every time. It's just here and disappear right at this moment. So nothing remains. Everything is already gone. But still this very same place. This solution. We don't anything. But also creating some pain the thought itself is the sense of contact. Body itself has changed. So how can it be the same experience? Yet, the strong feeling. It's the same. We strongly think this is the same, same Lord, and same goddess, same mother, God. It whispers that you remember. It is just a thought that appears in the second, not because of this world, but because it connects what is strange and guilty unfamiliar, and the familiarity becomes mistaken for this learning. Let's say we walk past immediately the mountains, the same as I yesterday, so last week, so many weeks. But what actually measurement, vision occurred, something, everything was invention, even the body is the photo, movement, condition for the anticipation, right at this moment, the recognition, interpretation, this recognition, other connections, becoming this is true. And when we say that information isn't it the same, it is the same, that's the flow system. The illusion has the point that is so that it's sweet. This is how we believe in world exists. Same time, like right now, it's a new vision, new song, new thought. So, so what you read is not what you read is that interpret that that we gave it is just so it's not coming from it's a so so it's not the connections and everything is completely different for the previous if the interpretation choose the thought is similar to the thought and leaving the thought in leaving the mind not thoughts. So what repeated was the thought, not the same thought, but something similar to the first. Some moved as instinct that still suicidal, substantial is human, right? That's how saying is. But condition is fresh, yet still something similar to previous. Anyway, that's why this is the same thing. But look at this completely still in strongly believes the same. No matter how we say it, we still strongly believe it is the same truth. Because to that point, to that strongly believe it's that's we never believe it directly. It's something in the future. The thing, and if it says this is the same thing that when it ago, we strongly believe that that's this is the same, not just simple feeling, be strong and deny the so I'm everything is a interpretation that is similar in interpretation is not reality, it's not, it is something different, it is something we construct. It's not, it's like a story that can be told as we go. So interpretation creates a symmetry content. So since we believe in it, this is the same. The stronger we believe first and tucked in this connection, the stronger the illusion, illusion and continuously transformation. So to base in this, but when it comes to direct experience, it's a complete visual. Vision is completely, and sound is complete. When the body, everything is completely through through this exercise because the thought can be whatever you want it to be. It's, it is precise, the previous text. So what repeated was negated through the conditions, success and content. Those factors are content, which we but repeated was a similar goal of realistic, not even the same getting, but something similar that getting things constructed. Yet this reconstruction integrates the story itself. Likewise, we believe this is the previous itself, true itself is look how this loans perception is production of reality. It's a it's in some agency can experience it. This tree is completely different. But strong feeling is the same that that means recover. It is so strong feeling is the or is the same emotion is strong is not so that and the most parts of some attention um of the existence as a truth. That's why I just simply answer that what we see as a object is strong is object is the same itself past but in English even though itself we have so used to this object to the point it feels exact. We can be in terms of the ability even though it's not we have used to that it happens automatically. So we have to jump out of it. So again, and I thought and we feel like this is the same. It is not conditions that got to do these with that not something towards neither, not even same but a single because same can you know its own good totally content becomes different. They appear invisible from it vanished never on the but something similar to that end up that's what it's all ends. Yet we still can as the same to clear it right now in front of us. We can see everything every condition is different. It every feeling that constant that thought that is similar that previous time. But even previous time. Look how we are in this Is mind's reduction is no concept, is no perspective. And also mind owns continuity and left matter. But if you live in the right at this moment, each moment is different. I would take this moment. Mind wants control. But if each and every moment is different from each other, it can't continue. That's why it makes this self period like the same thing again, which makes it easy to believe for imagine looking at the sky before dawn, there's sun just to confirm a movement, then a moment, then a thought that comes out from your mind, and it begins to say, that's what we call moment, but this is not storage. Something similar to the storage and very important. It always this looks like a study. But there are no known something seen. My mind is working, thinking so much, important, and doing another. The person to come over by understanding is not the top, but then but this is not a different person from another. Mind is right in this independent from is another, not the another. It depends on person to person. So, like I said, if you is me, it's the same thing, even though the thing is the same thing, because of everyone. Family cycles and all the new mind mindset. It is that creates this instruction. It creates the identity. Yes, it creates the identity. But it creates the identity. It's still unclean. It's taken its time. They have reached. They have known. Yesterday, yesterday's first time. English exercise. Sense of comfort. All so what is different? How can we say this is the same song from yesterday? Because that says that we are wrong because of that time. But the condition is we face nature is just the same. Even the context, but how can we say this is something so so that is actually not the same, but is that is a familiar feeling that our students not the thought itself, the brain is students something. But something so that and so people is really need to implement to and feelings. This is not the first time that we are done things our child. So now we don't have to look as it means it means we don't have to that point things is confidence but this is the feeling of coming against the things we don't take it to we take it as itself or unbelievable, not something that that's really strong before. There is this self fear. I'm here. I'm doing what I think. Yes, it's stronger. It's so powerful. It's really strong feeling. When I was a student, and I'm still right now. Strong feeling this sense of self, even though the sense that growth itself is relation alive. thought that appears reconstructs right now. But one thing is these thoughts in the way belongs to no matter what the thought is. And the other thing is this thought is similar to the previous thought and it's powerful. So it makes it easier to feel like this is the same continuous self. That's why we strongly feel the sense of self, living, thriving, continuous, solid. It's not with what we are thinking now, it has strongly present as a feeling. That perception has gotten stronger to the point that feels like this is the truth itself. It appears natural. This is me. This is me living, doing, looking at everything. And it doesn't repeat once. It repeats each and every time, often enough that creates the appearance of someone, an entity who has remained unchanged. If you take the previous tree example, we see it after a while. So the tree has completely changed, and so it's easy for us to understand this mechanism, this truth behind this. This is not the same thing because each and every sense of contact is different. But for self, it doesn't happen after a while. It happens often. That thought appears often. So those small changes, we can't notice them. That's why we feel like self is continuous, solid, real, but it is just as that reaction which happens often. That's the, but each and every time the conditions are different. Body is different, thought is different, everything is different. Yet amidst all those differences, still we believe the self is the same self, solid self, continuous self. But each and every time, just like every other thought, self is also a thought that appear and disappear. So look at this thought, not even existing, not even something real, something that got created, just like building blocks. Some sense of fragments was used to create this thought, yet we believe it as something real, something strongly existing. And not only that, It's not limited to the moment that it gets created. When something seen above creates repeatedly, we strongly believe this is the same thing appearing again and again, not just appearing and disappearing. We strongly believe it is continuing, non-stop. It feels like a solid thing now. Look how we are trapped in this thought, in this illusion. Look how this illusion feels getting created. Thought itself is not real, yet for us, we never feel thought as something simple, a mental formation or mental concept, or as an interpretation. It is something real, but yet we strongly believe it is a strong thing of an entity, and it doesn't enter when similar thoughts appear again and again. We think this is the same thought, same entity, same thing appearing again and again. And that doesn't do it. We think this thought exists out there, out in the world. All these conditions create this illusion of reality, fake reality. It's hard to step out from that perception because it has gotten so strong, strongly bonded that feel unable to jump out of it. But you can experience it right now, right at this moment. Observe what's in front of you. Is the condition so same as the previous one? Nothing is said. Still, we strongly believe this is the same thing. Not the condition, not even the thought is the same thing. Yet, we are unable to accept and believe this is not a solid, continuous thing. No, even the self. Still, we strongly believe we are living in a continuous solid world. Still, we strongly believe there is a self who is doing everything, who's continuous, who's solid. We feel a fake solidness here, but there is no solid anything. But still, we feel this solidness. It's a feel that power of this thought creates this illusion of solidness. It's just a feeling. That's all, not the reality, because there's no solid self here. We can't assign it to anywhere. There's nothing inside. Everything changes. But yet we feel a solid self is here. That's the illusion of this thought. It's because it creates this illusion. This power of this thought creates this strong, existent, solid feeling in the thought. When defeated and fully, it creates this appearance of things equal, whereas remain unchanged. So, each and every thought is different. It is not even the same, and the conditions always change. Since the content is always different and changing, it means we are still living in a controlled world. And because of this blind being, we suffer. We suffer from our own minds, creation. Because if we living in this moment, we can notice since the content, everything is changing. Even the thoughts are not real. They are also changing. They are also not continuous. Not a single thought gets repeated before. Because each thought appear or disappear, vanish. It can never come back. So if a thought appears and that we feel it's the same thing, it's an illusion. It is not the same. It is something similar to that. So if the conditions are changing and not solid, even the thoughts are not clear, not solid, not same, but to be still free, this world does something real. Well, that's why we suffer. We are suffering because we think strongly believe something solid exists when everything is always changing, appearing insecure. Each and every time everything changes, whether it's our sense of contact or whether it's the mind, the thoughts, anything changes. When we try to find solid things and stuck on them and is changing life, that's that's the birth of suffering. Because we are suffering from something that is not even existing. Even. Suppose one painful memory, one painful feeling, comfort against the feels. If it appears on never return, even suffer them, but in that suffering, we finish with a thought of things of suffering from. So the people of many that it never return, it never appears again. But no, it's time back to the people, and the thought is not even the same. It's again, it's around when the people not the same appearance, but when the different paths. Yet We have this illusion in the store moving that this is the same time. It is there, similar, dissimilar. Things are identical. So nothing is totally the same time. So if it is the appear number time, we think it is the same thought appearing from not 100 times. It is another 100 times appearing. Then we know this is not like evil. This is not evil. But if we take it as the same event appearing again and again, it comes up from each suffer. Because we don't receive the same exact moment appearing again and again. And we believe in the suffering from it. But if we say the truth, this is not even happening. It's something similar to the even that same thought appearing. Even though it feels like it's the power that gives us the meaning of this event. Try to go in and accept that it's something you could find anything. There's nothing in that. Just about that something that is about no duty myself. The problem is not the suffering into us. That's why even though it's not the same event, we still suffer because of this. This problem suffering to us. Something to us. Feels us, feels like good ones. Something's not for them. It is something similar. But you remember, nothing in the event has one point, and the point of the point is done. If that isn't a moment. So what happened is the mind becomes something like created. And that was the time. And again, something like that is created that that's created. And what doesn't come to be quite many things we cannot aware of one. Look, because exactly more. It's really not really serious problem. That's the reason of suffering. But the suffering is the moment you realize it is not even at the moment. This is something similar to but in the moment itself, just a problem that makes you afraid that it's needed. This problem is the one that brings this solution of this way. So when you say to yourself, do a different extent, here's the problem you know participate. Whatever you feel, say, similar, things formative this relation of this meaning at this time. Because things are everything, everything changes. The feelings, the sensitive, the feeling, the feeling, and the definition really love feeling. And the following even first, and then strong love of the feeling, which feels like things and but it is a blind feeling. is constant from my.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Varan Vahanse, our noble friend and teacher, Theruvan Saranai Aran Vahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Thiruvan Saranai. So, we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 105. The thought, this is the last breath, is his or her final thought. And this is exactly how it happens. His or her mind reaches all abodes. And once they are reached, it descends from the infinite base of neither perception nor non-perception to the infinite base of nothingness, then to the infinite base of consciousness, and finally to the infinite base of space. After that, he reaches the jhanas with applied and sustained thoughts, where he can focus on last thought, this is my last breath, and then passes away. This is the process of leaving the physical body. Now, Aran Mahanse has revealed this to you. You need to qualify to reach this level through inner spiritual transformation. It's just like without the required and necessary qualifications, you cannot get a particular job or enter a country you desire. You must qualify. In the same way, there is a spiritual procedure to be followed. So, this is referring to the last moments of life of an arahant, and it's how what kind of stages the mind goes through, very specific stages, moving through different planes of consciousness. I mean, they're not really consciousness, but that's a way of saying it. When we say consciousness, it seems like this projected mind, but there's no projected mind here. It may sound kind of abstract, but think of it as the mind systematically detaching from the physical and the mental world, kind of. The last thought is simply the final focus before the body passes away. So it kind of goes through different stages from descends from the infinite base of neither perception, no non-perception, or asanyatala, to nothingness. So this is kind of a technical thing, and it descends from the jhanas, and with the appearance of the thought that this is going to be my last breath, and again it ascends to the stage of neither perception nor non-perception, and then the last breath is taken in the emptiness. So that is the end of that particular discussion that you've been doing these days, and the next discussion is called titled Night Zoom Discussion on Sunday, September 24th, 2023. Teruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse. And that's the participant. Aran Wahanse says, I have been listening to your discourses continuously and feel that they are truly magnificent. You show how to proceed without falling into traps. Even in advance, you point out where we could go wrong. You describe what can happen along the path. The notion of a self can be recognized. Excuse me for a moment. The notion of a self can be recognized very clearly through your guidance. Isn't it true that it's only because of the notion of a self that selflessness becomes invisible? When the notion of an individual self does not exist, selflessness continuously manifests. Am I right? Aran Mahanse answers, you're correct. This can be observed only through a transcending conscious mind, one that goes beyond sensory awareness, called aviññānika manasa, or an angle without the mind consciousness, and not through ordinary conscious mind, saviññānika manasa. So that is the angle with the self, which is when objects presented by the senses appear real and the idea of a self persists. Buddha spoke of this many times, the union of sensual activities, or sambodhaya, creates this view. Everything is completely covered by the notion of an individual self. It's not easy to be caught in the notion of a self and still perceive selflessness. Things such as clouds, objects, shapes, colors, and sounds are only illusions created by the mind from sensory input. What we feel through the senses cannot be found anywhere. Isn't it true? So this conversation between the participant and Aryan Mahanse, and the participant says that appreciates the sermons or discourses delivered by Aryan Mahanse because they clearly point out in this path where we could go wrong. Even in the higher, even in the advanced steps, Aryan Mahanse points out where the pitfalls can come across. And it's very easy to identify this notion of the self through the guidance of Aryan Mahanse. And when the self angle or the notion of the self is diminished, then the selflessness is or the non-self angle becomes evident. And this can be observed through transcending the conscious mind, because the mind is kind of assembled with the mental charge into the moment due to the inputs from the senses. And that includes the angle of the self. But as one recognizes this mental charge, that internal burning that comes into existence moment to moment, this this notion of self begins to dissolve, or in other words, the internal burning begins to dissolve. In that dissolution or disappearance, the non-self angle appears. It's it's not a different kind of an angle as such, but the absence of this notion of a self itself is non-self. So that the discussion is about that. Buddha spoke of if our senses were different from what we are accustomed to, we might even go mad if we suddenly had other senses. It would be overwhelming. We are so used to our five senses and their activities that we cannot handle anything else. Have you heard the story of the uncivilized man who killed a goat? After this action, he went to a lake to drink water to quench his thirst. He could not drink because he saw only blood in the lake, the entire lake appearing as blood. Wherever he went, water appeared as blood. Finally, he came across an arahant. Even when the arahant gave him water, he still saw it as blood. When he mentioned this, the arahant poured water directly into his mouth with his own hands, and only then was the man able to quench his thirst. He was unable to drink from his own hands alone. This teaches us that if sensory activities change, everything else in perception changes as well. So, whatever the mind can perceive, or the thoughts, the ideas, concepts, clouds, objects, shapes, colors, they're all illusions created in the moment. We can't say this phone was here a while ago. That's believing in the illusion. When someone sees the truth, he or she realizes that as you see the phone right now, or the computer or Apple or whatever you see in this moment, it comes into existence in this moment as a combination or an emergence of inputs from the five senses. So the thought, a computer exists here, comes into existence, or the apple, or whatever the object. Whatever the object that we can think of, it's a mental object that is created from manifestations of vibrations, or light, sound, smell, taste, touch. When we examine any mental object, we can see that there's a component of light there, or colors. There's a component of sound there, or a label, or a name. There's a component of smell there. If we zoom in on that mental object, you can almost smell it, almost touch it, almost taste it. So when Aran Mahansi says five different kinds of waves or vibrations come together for the sixth one to be created in the moment, it's the same thing as that mental object having all the aspects of these sensory inputs. So there's nothing that exists without these, in other words, perceptions from these five senses. And when that object, whatever the object that becomes the focus object in this moment, comes into existence, the mind that's based on the ignorance obviously assumes that it's experienced by a person due to the ignorance. I see this. I see. I am the person to whom this object appears. I am the person to whom this sound comes. I'm the person to whom who can smell this, who can taste this, who can touch this, who can think this. So that notion of self is kind of embedded, but how it's created is due to fast vibrations. This full three-dimensional nature of things that we observe, they automatically appear as a mental object with that three-dimensional nature. So the label is already there. So we assume this apple exists. And due to this fast vibrations, it continues to, the image continues to come into existence through this continuous vibrations, the fast vibrations. And the notion that this particular object exists itself gets extended and become the notion that I exist. I exist. I can see it. I am the one who experienced this. And this you can experience within you. The more space there is in the mind, as you listen to this Dhamma, as you get on to the practice, the practical approach, as you practice it daily in every moment, there are thoughts that you indulge in, the so-called you indulge in. If you are able to see the truth in that as you indulge in it, if it occurs to you that this is a thought is created in the moment, it never existed before, it is not going to exist after this moment, it just appears in this moment as a result of manifestations of vibrations, or whatever the way that is, that you are convinced that it comes into existence. It could be that it's an emergence of colors, smells, sounds, taste, and touch. If this truth is contemplated of enough many times, then this idea that this object exists out there and with respect to it I exist begins to diminish slowly but surely. And that with time there won't be any reaction to these objects when you see them, even though we use objects such as the table, chair, apple, whatever. Where your Paramasthana lies, or the unique meditation instruction that is tailored to you, where that lies is where your most defilements are, where your thickest defilements are in your life. If your biggest problem right now is the fact that your mother is sick and she's bedridden, then that brings more suffering in this point in time. And so equivalent to chair, your focus object would be the mother. To understand that mother is a mental construct, not not to refrain from not taking care of your mother, whatever the duties that you have, or whatever the responsibilities you have. This doesn't. This is not an easy way out of your responsibilities. You still have to take care of your responsibilities, but the suffering is unnecessary, because suffering is, for an example, while you're tending to your mother who is bedridden, you suffer, you get upset. She used to be a very strong woman, now she's bedridden. I can't bear to look at her. That kind of thought gives suffering, gives sorrow, sadness. Those thoughts doesn't serve any practical purpose. If you have to take care of her, if you have to change her diapers or whatever it is, that needs to be done. That doesn't need you worrying or getting upset. This internal burning is not a requirement to tend to your sick mother. Whatever the case, it's just an incident. We are part of the nature. Animals get sick. Trees fall due to wind and die. Animals die. People die. This is part and parcel of nature. What is additional is the suffering. That's common to human beings. That is more in the human realm, due to humans having this mind which is sophisticated, which is able to create thoughts and think about things. So that's the only way to not have that suffering, because a seeker of truth, that is one of the motives for someone to seek the truth, because they're tired of the suffering. They want a way out of the suffering, or they want to know the truth. So either way, the suffering is unnecessary. What needs to be done needs to be done. It will happen. It's not you doing anything. You're not taking care of the mother. The way the system works is, it just happens through the vessel called you. Whether you suffer or not, what needs to happen will happen. The rest of the suffering, or this suffering, the mother, when you were born, you didn't know who your mother was, because you couldn't talk. This mind was not developed enough to recognize a mother. Somebody had to tell, your mother had to introduce the idea of the mother, the label the mother to you. As you started talking, as you begin to talk as a child at the age of 1.5 or 2, 1 or 1.5 or 2, whatever that age may be, the image of the mother is shown to you, would appear before you, and the mother will ask you to call her the mother, Amma. This sound will be given to you through the ear, and that whatever the sound that comes through the ear is a vibration, and that you're made to, or rather the system was made to mimic that vibration through by vibrating the vocal cords. So with many attempts, after many attempts, a kid will utter the word mother, father, and all these objects. That is how this combining of that image to the sound is how the mental object of the mother came into existence in the child's mind. So every object that you can think of came into existence like that by being introduced to it with the sound, and whoever introduced you to these labels would point at the relevant picture, image, and not just predominantly the image and the sound, but the smell, taste, touch of these things will be introduced. And so the mental object has all these elements. So if you're upset about the mother being sick in this moment, if we kind of contemplate how the mother, the mental object of the mother came into existence, that is how, as a combination of sound and form. And if every time there's some sort of pain when you tend to this, your mother, if you can see that there's no mother out there, that the label that's given before to that image, that mental object appears in the moment, and we look out at the so-called mother thinking we're looking at the mother. If not for that label, if it was a person who speaks another language, this label won't appear in that person's awareness in the mind. So that is, if we can contemplate this enough many times, still you will tend to the mother, but whatever the mental suffering will be slowly diminished. In other words, the mother will not become a really existing thing for you. Because when that mental image, mental object comes into life, comes into existence in the moment, with respect to it, the notion of the self also established, created. So when this truth is seen, the mental object, the fact that the mother exists out there, as per the mind, diminished, and the notion of the self diminishes, you still can tend to all your responsibilities without any suffering, without any pain, with tranquility, with blissfulness, with bliss. So that is, if that is where your karmasthana is, that area of life needs the contemplation of the truth when, as and when things happen. But it's not limited to that. Whatever, there are many thoughts that we go through a day, many incidents. So every incident, every thought gives an opportunity for the truth to be explored in the moment. So this thickness of these objects that feels like they're real, they're out there, they're giving me pain. I'm drawing pain from these objects, these incidents, these people. Excuse me. That slowly diminishes. And with that, the notion of the self slowly diminishes. That notion of the self, due to ignorance, due to not knowing this truth, which is that these objects, we were thinking all our life that these objects exist. They're out there, and I'm here. Which is not the case. As we see this weight of these thoughts, initially the weight of, if you get angry all the time, if you're a sad person, if you're a jealous person, whatever your unique situation may be, these kind of big emotions slowly dissolve for good, not temporary. They're, as in wherever you start this journey with, whatever the state of mind you start this journey with, journey of realizing the truth, journey of opening yourself to the truth. That state of mind transforms or converts and becomes nirvana at the end. We can't say there's a beginning and an end, but for the communication purposes, we have to use language. So, compared to concentration meditation, this is not a temporary state that mind gets to, but it is a permanent state. That's why we call it supramundane meditative absorptions or lokottara samadhi. They are permanent, they are not momentary or temporary because it's an internal transformation. As these big sorrows, angers, jealousy, whatever those things begin to disappear and diminish, there's a lot of space. Even as you become nirvana in the arahathood stage, there will be thoughts. Thoughts will always be there. But these unnecessary thoughts, like when your mother is sick, thinking about that and being upset, thinking about how you used to grow up with the mother and all those all those unnecessary thoughts, because these thoughts really believe that the mother exists. Mother existed, you had past, you had memories. So that belief of this illusion is embedded in these thoughts. But once the light is shed, once they're exposed to the truth, these thoughts cannot come into existence, because there will always be thoughts, but the thoughts that assume the existence of a world and a so-called self, they will not be there. Because now, under the non-ignorance, these kind of thoughts cannot form, because it does not believe in an existing so-called world or so-called self anymore. How can they form? They cannot. But in Arahathood, if you have to plan something, if you have to organize something, if you have to talk to something, if you have to deliver a sermon, whatever case may be, you will still be utilizing thoughts that do not assume the existence of the illusion. They don't have that deceit. They are not thoughts that are deceived by an illusion, because now by that time the illusion is fully realized. And there's so much of space, there's so much of freedom. Around there could be all kinds of noises, all kinds of chaos, but there's no reaction to it, not by choice or not by no choice. It's just the way it is, because this 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 state doesn't assume the existence of the so-called world and the so-called self. The world doesn't become real, what would it think about? If the apple is not real to this state of, we can't even say state of mind, just a state, then would it continue to think about an apple? So there's always this internal solitude, this silence, this, Aaron Hansen says, you'll be amongst, in the middle of a crowd, in the middle of a fire, just like a cube of ice. Because this internal silence, that's, nobody can take it away. That's a permanent state. The initial state of mind with which this person started the journey now is slowly transforming into the silence, the emptiness, this internal solitude, this tranquility, nirvana, slowly becoming the nirvana. Gradually. And with that, the notion of the self is slowly dissolving. A person starts the journey, but this person doesn't even get to end the journey. By the end of the journey, there's no person. Person is transformed into nothingness, the emptiness. When we say nothingness or the emptiness, it doesn't necessarily mean the simpler surface level meaning that it's famously connotated with. It's, you have to take it in the meaning that we mean it to be. Because when we talk about Dharma, Dharma is being misrepresented, misinterpreted in many places, in many cultures, in many religions, under many gurus, teachers. So, and under the guidance of Aryan Hanse, by the account of many meditators, many practitioners, we've confirmed same landmarks that's been confirmed in the Tripitaka of Pali Canon. And after going through many schools of thoughts, even in Sri Lanka, trying to realize Nirvana, it's self-evident. We have validated this Dharma within us. So, if one wants to realize this Dharma, it needs to be taken in its full context. You cannot bring the meaning of emptiness from some other school of thought and apply it in this teaching and expect to realize nirvana, because even though it's pronounced and spelled the same way, the meaning is, it's meant in different context. Here, if you want to realize this, by giving yourself a chance to understand what is talked about here under Buddothpado discourses, you have to take it in that context, not to be confused. So, That is a request that we have to make for you, because that way you can really get the benefits of spending time here trying to understand this. And there have been many discussions lately through other Zoom uh, sessions about these other schools of thoughts and how concentration meditation cannot take you to nirvana. If you have a very scattered mind, true enough, it can help you to have a concentrated mind so that you can see this Dharma. But concentration alone cannot take you to nirvana. This is clearly said in the Tripitaka of Pali Canon. Buddha had clearly said that self-identifying view, Sakkaya Ditthi, the doubt, Vicikicca, self-indulging thoughts and patterns, Silabbata Paramasa, these are the first three fetters of the 10 fetters. They cannot be broken by meditation. They cannot be broken only by listening to the wisdom of truth, Satya Jnana, or by listening to Dhamma. Self-identifying view, Sakkaya Ditthi. For one to see that this self-identifying view is an illusion, you cannot meditate your way out of it. You cannot meditate your way into it. Rather, by listening to the true Dhamma, by understanding how this self-identifying view was created in the first place. What is this view? It is a thought. It is a bunch of thoughts. It is one initial thought turning into generations and generations of thoughts, trains of thoughts. In every thought, that assuming that there is a self and a so-called external world and a self. So this notion of the self is a thought. Even trains of thoughts, we only have this moment, this thought in the moment, this thought in this moment. How did this thought come into existence? What is a thought? How does in a thought simultaneously a world is created and a self is created? That is the beauty of this Dhamma. You have to listen to this, intellectually understand this, try to inquire within you. If that is the case, if that is the truth, not listen to it and accept it because Buddha said so, because Aryan Mahansa says so, but by listening to the noble friend, in our case Aryan Mahansa, and try to understand this wisdom of truth intellectually and try to inquire within you. Is this the truth? Is this Dhamma is the truth? Is it, do we only have this thought in the moment? If so, how so? How is this thought created? with the emergence of sounds, color, smells, tastes, and touches. How that thought assumes that there's something out there, and with respect to time here, is that true? How is it so? By inquiring within you, you can see how that can be true, how that is true. As you continue to see this truth, it becomes convincing. It is convincing. Yeah, that is true. That is the case. It becomes your own truth. It started as the Buddha's truth, or Arahant's truth, started off as that, and now it becomes your own truth. You begin to see it. This is how my mind works too. So the notion of the self, perception of the self slowly diminishes, which carries this burning, which carries this stress all throughout the day, moment to moment. I have to do this, I have to do that, I'm having trouble with my job, or I have financial difficulties, or my parents are sick, or my child is not doing well, or whatever your situation is, that thought brings fear, brings anger, brings jealousy, brings the internal burning, this mental charge, this restless feeling, that difficult feeling, that frustrating feeling. If you can open up to that, if you can recognize this feeling within you, how it feels when it feels, what kind of burning it is, this vibration, if you can recognize that, if you can awaken to that, with the contemplation of truth, when this thought assumes that my child is sick and I am upset, if it is made up of sound, smells, tastes, touch, where's a child in that thought? Where's the disease in that thought? Where's the self in that thought? Just like if as raw materials to a concrete factory, cement, water, stones, sand is given, and on the other end, it produces concrete objects in different shapes and forms, like posts, concrete elephants, concrete horses, frogs, ducks. Thoughts are the same way from this end to the factory. The images, the sound, smells, taste, touches are given, and on the other side, the thoughts come out. And every thought is created the same way. There's no reason for one thought to be superior to another, or one thought to bring more burning than another. What kind of burning another thought would bring? So when a thought says, my child is sick, I'm upset, it's all images, smells, sounds, taste, touch, made up of the same materials. There's no truth to it. It's the illusion that comes into existence that assumes the notion of a self in this moment. I see Dr. Ravi had joined. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Theruvan Saranai, Harshi. Theruvan Saranai, and also Theruvan Saranai, everyone. Yes, I was listening to your explanation. Yes, as you said, everything is a thought. Everything is thought. So thoughts. So the problem is, how can we convince certain people that they are thinking? All of these are thoughts. So it may differ from one person to another. The strategy that we have to take to convince certain people may be different from person to person. According to the age even, that we can have certain uh, we have to take certain strategies. I mean, if he or she is a very younger person, like 7-year-old, school going, just started school, so for that kid, we have to tell in certain way. But person who has grown up, maybe in a middle age, we have to tell him or her in certain way that he can he can understand. So so someone who is very technically savvy and very logically thinking person, so we have to tell him in a different way. So likewise, the challenge that we have to take up is how we should convince the audience, the listeners, that we are living in thoughts. So we believe everything we see, everything we hear, everything we think, all of these are thoughts. So if you take a small child, I think they do not have bigger concepts like atoms, vibrations, and um, and all the things are not there in small minds. So what they usually deal with is his immediate his or her immediate relatives like father, mother, brother, sister, and maybe the teacher and a few friends at school. So for most of the time, the small kids nowadays they are very mm, keen on playing. They are very uh, interested in playing video games and so on. So from those things, we should be able to explain them. This world is made up of thoughts. In order to do so, we have to tell them, look around you. All these things are just images that are captured with your eye. So even you think about your computer, even you see whenever you see your the mobile phone that you play your games, think that you are the one who is thinking this is the mobile phone. So you are the one who is thinking that I'm playing this particular game in that phone. So likewise, so you are the one who recognizes your own mom. So your mom is not the mother of your friend. So he has another mother, and his mom is different from your mom. But all the things are there in your mind, isn't it? Likewise, we have to slowly convince them these everything has been made, the world that has been made, within his mind is made up of the building blocks of thoughts. So collectively we call this is your world. Likewise, we can take an example from Buddha era. So what Buddha said to the Rahula. Rahula was very young and he was about 7 years old. So what Buddha told Rahula is the world you see in the water puddle, water stream, is the world that you see, is the, excuse me, sorry for the interruption. Uh, yes, so in that way we can explain. Uh, Harsha, can you hear me?
Yes,
There
Dr.
was,
Ravi. Yes,
yeah,
there was Saranam.
yeah, there was, yeah. So in that way we can explain the kids everything is in your mind, so they will understand it because this is the younger age is the age that collect all the information. Then every time if he has that kind of uh, the prior knowledge, so whenever he collects new knowledge, he tries to figure it out it as thought. So then of course what will happen, the things do not become real for him or her, because as soon as he sees a new thing, a new knowledge or new person or new relationship or new uh, item or toy or whatsoever, so he takes it as a thought. So then of course he knows all are my mind creations. So likewise, once he recognizes himself as a mm, person, it it is also automatically taken as a thought. So that is the most important thing. So he recognizes himself as a thought. So anybody doesn't have to come and tell, you are also a thought. So he, from internally, he doesn't assign kind of value to himself as well, because he, for sure, he knows at that stage he himself is a thought. So that is the point. That is the point. That is the point. So that we tell in Buddhism, where place where the Sakkaya Ditthi fades away. He knows he himself is a thought. So it is very nice. At that stage, he will get away from that wrong vision. So it is so possible. It is doable. So that's why Aryan Vahasa keeps on telling. So it is very easy to convey this message for small children, because they don't have so much relationships, so much interactions and so many every time they tend to take everything as a light, everything very lightly. So in that case, he himself will also take as very lightly. So it so from internally he does not assign a value to himself as well. So that is the point where the I-ness, the self identity, starts to get fade away. So uh, that is the point where we call the state of stream entry or the sotarpanna gets established within him. So it is a kind of initial internal transformation. So there, after that, there is no room for him to collect more defilements within him or her. So, uh, so it is the most easiest way to convince a child that there is no doer here. So, as Ashi said, what we have to convince them, the world that you are dealing with is a thought. So that message we have to give to a child. But when convincing a grown-up person is little bit harder, because when he become when someone become um, middle age to the middle age, so his commitments, his desires, and his what are those things, the greed, the anger, all the things are there. So they already at those stages, the people already taken those thoughts as real. So they have been established, they have established within him. So even though we call the world that you are dealing with, everything that you are thinking is a thought or seeing is a thought, they won't take it up straight away. So they have to contemplate, they have to think logically, and they have to argue with that to take it up, to take it up. So it will take some time. So we have to be very skillful to convince them, saying how these thoughts get built up. So to that we need some certain theory behind it. So what what is what is the root cause for the thought? So how this vision takes place, how this uh, uh, hearing takes place, and how this mind gets created. So to convince them, we have to know, we might have to explain them the entire cause and effect dhamma. So that is also possible. That is also possible. So if someone understands the world that he deals with or interact with is entirely a thought, I myself is also a part of that imaginary world. So from that from that point onwards, he may he may recognize himself as a illusion in that uh, same mirage. So then that is the entry point of him or her. As Harshi clearly said, when Sakkaditthi, Silapada Paramasa, or the ego that is the point where the initial ego starts to fade. So it is very evident, self-evident. So he or himself, he himself can feel that his state of defilements or the state of I-ness getting dissolved gradually. So what he has to do is, whatever the thought comes, initially he has to figure it out it as a part of that same illusion. So it is not real. So once he tends to feel it, that these are not real, everything he or she deals with is a thought. So then, of course, he he to himself as well, because he definitely knows that he is a thought. He definitely get to know that he has no birth or a death either. So at that point, he will step into the first step of this path. So when uh, if you try to convince an adult, grown up, so it is sometimes it is the most difficult. We face certain difficulties because he or she has certain mm, hardened uh, feelings and hardened thoughts, that well established thoughts, that is those are very difficult to take out, because we have to convince him or her in certain ways, to convince him or her that he or she is living in a illusionary world. So so these are the strategies that we have to take when we explain these Dhamma to certain people. We have to address according to his age, his knowledge, level of knowledge, and his. We have to talk to them, and we should identify what a type of person he is before we explain this Dhamma. So it is very so that's why this Dhamma is not cannot be understood equally by everyone. So the understanding would differ one person to another according to the state that he or she is in. So so we have to be very tactful, very skillful to this when conveying this message to the world. So we have to address all these three layers in this kind of public forum. We have to address all these three layers. And also, if you happen to talk one certain person, it is very easy. What we have to do is we have to identify what a type of a person he is. Then we can communicate, we can convey this message accordingly. So that will be very easy, but even though you tell this is everything that you think is everything that you feel, everything you touch, everything you see is a thought, people might not take it. But what we can encourage them to think further. Just think what I'm selling. Let's just think what I'm telling. So then you will realize from by yourself that you are living in a thought. Likewise, this message is very profound and very powerful, but it is the the absorption of this message may differ from one person to another according to the level of the understanding. So, so that is the challenge that we have, I think, conveying this message. Yes, Harshi, I can see Aranvasi is also here. Thus, Thiruvan Saranai Aranvasi. Yes, Harshi, do you have any comment on that? Thiruvan Saranai?
Yeah, Thiruvansalan, Dr. Ravi, Thiruvansalan answer. Yeah, um, yeah, very true what you were explaining based on different backgrounds, different understandings. The message needs to be kind of tailored so that it's
Mm.
communicated better.
Yeah.
If we listen to these youth sermons that are delivered to the youth, surprising. It's very surprising how much they understand because, like you correctly
Yes,
pointed out, right?
absolutely. I also felt
Yeah,
that same thing. Yeah.
I
The
was
way they
astonishing.
grab that message, they grasp that message is very different from us, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
very wise because our minds are clouded with layers and layers and layers of thoughts.
exactly.
They are just beginning to get clouded. So they
Yeah.
probably have, like, compared to us, they probably have a couple of layers and they are able to see where the self is, how the ego is created. And,
Mm.
I was listening to this small, kind of an excerpt from a sermon between Ara and Mahansi and one of those children. And I think it was a girl. She was telling that you don't have to compete with school. Now it is a relief because before that you have to be better than everyone, even if it
Mm.
feels like you're not doing good. Like, how long would it take for us to
Because
understand all
yes,
this?
that's it. That's it. Yes, that's it. It's very nice how they get this message. The way that they it is the speed that they're taking up is very. I don't know. I don't know. It's very hard us to think in that way. Because, as you clearly said, their mind are very pure, very closer to the level of purity. So it's that's why it is again. What do you call that? I can't remember. It doesn't come into my mind. The purity of the mind
The
is
radiant mind.
radiant mind, and also yeah, even though it is not the exact radiant mind, but it is a little bit closer to the radiant mind. So just wipe out some dust from it. That is very sufficient to grab this message, isn't it? The purity of
Yeah.
the mind. Uh,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
very, makes us also happy to see that, like,
Mhm.
we have heard that seven, like you correctly explained,
Yeah.
How Rahul Athero recognized the message out of this metaphor and all
Yeah.
that, a 7-year-old. But this is in action now. This Zoom hasn't, I don't think it has been in existence for more than 2 months. It has to be
Yeah.
about less than
Sometimes,
2 months.
sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I thought, why didn't I take up this message in that way, in that
With that
that
simplicity, right?
that simplicity. So how simple they are. Yes.
Yeah, so even sometimes you would come across one of those ammas from faraway rural areas, like
Mm.
really, really getting it, really,
Yeah.
uh, in line with it. And as they talk, you can see, like you pointed out, us being, you know, uh, being engaged in tertiary education and all that, that means like more and more and more labels, more and more layers of thoughts, and it's kind of like doing a cesarean surgery where you have to come across layers to get to the head of the baby. Like really
Yeah.
dig into that pearl, like that for us to. But the beauty of the sermons delivered by Aaron Hans is this. Um, Aaron Hans knows how to, uh, deliver it appropriately, which
Mm.
tone to use to talk to which person, what kind of depth. whether you talk about the vibrations or whether you just say, there's nothing in here, this is a thinking word or whatever. In that simplicity, you can get the message across. And of course, we are trying in our own capacities.
Yes.
We learn from that how Aryan Mahanse finds, tailors that message based on different people coming from different backgrounds. We also
Mm.
learn by kind of listening to that. How did
Yeah.
Aryan Mahanse get it there? Like, maybe we
Uh,
are kind of approaching it a little too analytically, but like there's a lot to learn from Aryan Mahanse.
mm.
And sometimes there are many messages in the same message. So uh, it's really beautiful actually, this dharma. And the more we realize it's like wine, the more we see the beauty of it, more we
Yeah.
realize, and
Yeah.
more tranquility, right, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah. And also, when you become thorough with this understanding, so you become so simple. That is the most, is that the no heavy things, no heavy headed people will be there if you understand this Dhamma uh, in full, because you become more lighter and lighter. The, because thoughts do not tend to retain within you. It Thoughts are not capable of giving you burden anymore. So you become so light, you become so pure. So that is, so that's why we will be able to communicate with anybody according to their needs. So their point of view. So that's why Aryan says, when you become thorough with, when the internal transformation occur, you become like water. So water takes whatever the shape it pours into. So even it's a jar, even it's a cup, even it's a mug, or even it's a big basin or something, it takes its own shape. Likewise, the person who become internally transformed became internally transformed. So it he or she, it is very easy for him to adapt, because he does not have any um, what you call strangulated kind of, or hardened thoughts. He every time take them as very lightly. So it's becoming the purity. The purity comes within him or her. So going back to the radiant mind, as we discussed. So you become a child, but you don't
Yeah.
do childish things. That is the difference. So you might not climb the trees in unnecessary way, or you might not jump over the puddles. So you behave as a grown up person, but your mind is become very pure. So th- that is the thing, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is the beauty, with the lightness of a feather in the mind, but you will still behave like the adult you are.
Yeah,
And
so many examples was given by Lord Buddha, says Akasena Sakuntana. So likewise, so if bird flies through the air, no traces are made, no traces are formed. So likewise, it's very, it's it is very pure. Yeah.
yeah, very beautiful. And there's no acting anymore. You don't have to maintain this heavy
Mm.
self, heavy structure, and this
Yeah.
educated person, or I have this kind of experience, I'm a senior, whatever. That all that is
Same.
dropped. It doesn't really matter whether you want to call me a janitor or whatever. Even that doesn't matter. So that
Yeah.
is a very, yeah, very beautiful. And I mean, there's only one word we can say, beautiful, and couple of words, but like experience cannot be conveyed. We can use
Exactly. So how think how much we struggle to we put down our title doctor or engineer. So
Yes.
it comes every time it comes. So so when I go to the bank, if they don't allow me to do something or ask me, please wait it at the queue. So my internal this illness comes. Yeah, I'm a
Yeah.
doctor, so I should have kind of privilege in that rather
Yeah.
than the ordinary people. So it comes. So it's very. So I'm struggling right now. Even I'm struggling to get away from that. It's very difficult.
Yeah, yeah, it is. And the only way to get out of that is also every time to contemplate. Every time you feel that, contemplate, and it just moves. It just disappears so fast, faster
Mm,
than we think. Sometimes
yeah.
we kind of stress about the fact that, oh, I still have the ego intact, or in this situation I could clearly experience that. We kind of spend time on that, lamenting on what happened rather than contemplating the truth. But had we contemplated the truth, we don't have to lament on that. It would have already disappeared. The next time you go to the bank, you would notice, oh, it's much less now.
Yes. Yes.
So
Exactly. You are correct.
yeah, that is the only way out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, no words to say. Uh, Dr. Ravi, I think we have a newcomer also, one Miss Jayamali. If you like to share something or add something to any questions, you're more than welcome to join us. Um, yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think we have come to the end of the
Yes.
session. If you have any
Yeah.
comments or
No.
questions.
No. 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 We can conclude. Yeah.
Okay. If we maybe have your permission, Aryan Hansa, to conclude. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. Okay, let's conclude for today. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. තෙරුවන්
Yeah.
සරණයි
Thank you
Dr.
very much.
Ravi,
Very much.
Mali, Indoanti, and
Very
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. Let's all pay homage to ආරයන් වහන්සේට අපි තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Let's meet
much.
again tomorrow. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. Um, sorry for being late to start this today's Dhamma English Zoom discussion because uh, uh, the morning practical Zoom session was kept on dragging for more than 2 and 45 minutes. So 2 hours and 45 minutes. So that's why we got a little bit late to start this session. Anyway, we were able to listen to another kind of profound sermon done by our noble friend Buddothpado Aranvansida. So that was great, but it has been conducted in Sinhala language. So, anyways, this is the time to start our English Zoom discussion. So, as usual, at the very outset, I would like to offer my deepest respect and pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aranvase. And I'm telling Teruvan Sannai to all of you who are gathered here. So, it is always a great kind of privilege and honor to gather here with such sincere and earnest seekers of the truth. So this happens in every day at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time. So it is kind of a great opportunity for all of us who honestly seek this truth. So it is the opportunity that we can come together, discuss and reflect on profound teachings of Lord Buddha and get kind of understanding through these discussions. So it is a great opportunity for all of us. So fortunately, we have a living example of profound teachings nowadays. He is none other than Buddothpado Aranvanse. He himself experiences what the truth is. So he just wants us to see the truth. So being a human is a very rare opportunity. So you can see if you explore this animal kingdom, so there are a lot of animals. The ants, see the number of ants in your own house. So it is more than the number of people in the world. So how many fish are there in the sea, in the rivers? See, that is the samsaric cycle. So being that, from that we can realize that being a human is a rare opportunity. Out of that, listening to this kind of a truth, is utmost rare. That's why Lord Buddha said, this set of people are like the soil that has been taken to the tip of the nail. So as you can see, how many sand or soil, how much soil is there in our entire earth. So if you take a very little tiny bit of it to the tip of the nail, so that can be compared with the number of people who listen this truth out of the entire mankind. So entire human beings in this world. So it is a very rare opportunity. So as the listeners, we are there. So we have found the truth. but this effort is to realize the truth. So other than these kind of discussions, if you are a little bit interested in reading, so you have a lot of texts available about this true Dhamma that has been written by under the guidance of Buddothpado. They are in our official website. That official website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So if you visit there, there are books which have been written in Sinhala, English, and Tamil languages. So they are free to download. Please feel free to visit that site and read them attentively. And if you have any kind of questions, you can bring them up here so we can openly discuss. And if there are more doubts, so we can produce those questions to RNVAS and we can directly get them solved. So we have that opportunity. So same kind of opportunity was there when the Buddha was alive. But for about 2500 years, we didn't have such kind of a opportunity. Now the opportunity has again arrived. So please try to make use of it. So I invite everybody all over the world to join with us. Let's discuss this truth. Then we will together come to certain realization. So that won't lose anything. Being a human is merely for this understanding. The purpose of being a human is to get this understanding. Otherwise, being a human is very similar to another kind of animal. So you have thinking capacity, you have logical thinking abilities. So please take them out and try to look at this Dhamma in very logical and very intelligent way. So definitely you will grab this. So this is the open invitation for all of you. So if you are a little bit keen about the modern day experiments and scientific innovations, so scientific research, so there's another website called www.wisdomofasia.com website. So you can also visit that website. So it will explain how this profound truth tallies with the modern day scientific findings as well. So if you are that kind of a person, you can visit that site and have a look, and it will explain everything for you. So that's why this truth does not belong to a certain era. That's why we say it is a universal truth. That is the absolute truth, ultimate truth. So being a human has that right to know the truth. So from there, I'd like to, so yesterday also we discussed about the things related to the awareness and the things related to this Pratipada. And as Aranvas is told, this teaching has two parts. First is gaining the knowledge about this Dhamma. Then second half is the direct experience. So why this there why there are two parts? Without knowing the truth, without knowing the philosophy, what do you practice? There's nothing to practice. That is the point. So we can see most of the monks, especially in Sri Lanka and India, most of the people try to practice, make this into a practice. So, but they don't know what should be practiced. So they think if they keep on sitting in one place, calm, peacefully, and they look, if they concentrate on one single thought, like a nostril that touches that uh, keeping the concentration towards the inhalation and exhalation, they they think that will push them towards this understanding. They are expecting something to happen, some miracle to happen, and they start doing this kind of meditation, these kind of meditations, but they don't know what will happen. Actually, the things would happen because what they do is they just focused on one single thought in the sense, maybe the feeling of the air that touches the upper lip or the outer side of the nostril. So then they focus on that particular feeling. Then what happens? Only that feeling becomes prominent. Then what will happen? The other feelings that he receives will be suppressed. Then at one point he or she might feel, wow, how kind of what kind of relief I have now. I have only one single feel. So at certain point that feeling also disappears. So it's like something that your brain become numb or something. So it's like something that happen after giving anesthetics injections when doctors do operations. It's like a state, something that you get after having some narcotic. But did Lord Buddha say such kind of a liberation? No, that is very wrong. Without knowing what to do, what to achieve, how much you do your concentration meditation, that won't help you for your true liberation. That should be understood. As an example, if you want to go to place where you want, you should know where you should go. At least the address and the right direction, correct directions. Otherwise, you will lose your way. So that's why Lord Buddha said you have to have a thorough understanding about the philosophy of this Dhamma, of this. This is the very first part. So if you know what you should do, that will make you to that will help you to get the particular experience. That experience is totally different from the experience that you gain from the concentration meditation and so on, because you are fully aware in this moment. You are fully aware, you are fully awakened, you know what's happening. You can live your day-to-day life as usual. You can, your children will be there, your wife, husband, so you can treat them as usual. You can engage with your friends as normal. You won't lose anything. You can use your car, you can build houses, you can carry out your mm, uh, profession as usual. So uh, you can earn money, so you can spend them accordingly. Everything happen, everything can be done. It is not another kind of a concentration, part of the concentration meditation, that you give up everything and go to the jungle and keep on meditating and meditating and meditating. That is kind of a blind faith. This is not the thing that Buddha wanted to highlight into the world. Buddha teaching is very different from that. What they are practice saying, Buddha taught this, this is very wrong. That is very wrong. That has not been taught by Lord Buddha. Concentration meditation is not the way of getting the achieving this true liberation. So as we said, we have to have a clear vision where we should go, the address and the way, how you, the path, how you attain to that, how do you uh, go to that destination, how you should go to that destination. So all the things you have to be, you have to know very well. So that's why Lord Buddha says there are two paths. First, the knowledge. Second is the experience. So for the knowledge, we have to know what is really happening here. What is the truth? In an outline, we have to know that we are living in such an illusion. I, me, mind concept is also within that illusion. So if I say it directly, for someone who is listening today or very recently, start listening very recently, he or she might not get it. That's why he or she needs a thorough investigation. The Buddha message is there. Buddha message is there is no person here, no doer here, no soul here. But we have been dealing with this kind of a soul, this kind of a soul or person since our birth. We feel that I am living. We feel my mother is there, my brother, sisters, my friends are there. And the chair in front of me, we feel as real. The bed in front of me, I feel as real. So at the same way, the image, the reflection that I am seeing through the own reflection that I am seeing through the mirror, I feel that is me. How Lord Buddha say, this is not real. This is an illusion. This is the investigation. But Lord Buddha said, you are seeing, you are living in an illusion. Try to wake from that. try to wake up from that dream. That is the message that Buddha said. But how will you realize, how you convince yourself that you are living in this kind of a dream? That is the challenging part. That is the challenging part. How you convince yourself that you are living in a dream. In order to do so, you have to look at this Dhamma in that particular unique angle. That angle is very important. It is not the way that ordinary people see. It is some kind of a unique way. The unique way is understanding your faculties. So what are those faculties? Then comes the question, so what are those faculties? We perceive even your own reflection. You take it as a figure. Figure has been created with name, forms, colors, and the tactile stimulations, and also the taste. So how these things get created? So these things get created in your faculties. Faculties are the senses. So if you don't have, think for an instance, if you don't have these kinds of what do you call these senses, what would this world would be? What kind of a world would be? So for instance, after you are born, think if you have thrown to the outer space, if nothing is there, when nothing is there, would there be any kind of a possibility of creating some kind of a signal in your faculties? No. Without a perception, how this self-identity is there any possibility of creating self-identity within that child? No. Think in that way. Think in that way. So it is not very impossible to grasp this truth if you look at this in that angle. And also you can think about the other animals, rest of the animals in the world. Is the cockroach in my room seeing the same scene that I am seeing? No. It maybe sees some kind of a thing. The thing in the sense what we can't see on the ground or on the wall. But in my faculties, that particular thing is not cannot be grabbed. So it lives in its world. I'm living in my world. Likewise, if you take the dragonfly can see, scientists have found out that they can see all 360 degrees. So it sees around the circle. But we only have the maximum 180-degree vision. So our visual angle is very much narrower than when compared to dragonfly's visual field. So the world it sees is totally different from what we see. So how can we say that we are seeing the actual world? How can dragonfly say it is seeing the actual world? No. Anyone can't say precisely, because we are confined. Our field has been confined by our faculties. It is confined to the faculties. The capability of faculties defines our world. Define our world. So we haven't seen beyond the capability of eye faculty. We haven't heard any noise or any voice beyond the frequency range that captures by the ear. So no animal in this planet or in this world have seen the absolute truth. That's why Lord Buddha said, if you want to see the absolute truth, you have to achieve only through the understanding. So that is the point. So if you want, so that's why Lord Buddha said, that's why we say, Lord Buddha said the absolute truth. Absolute truth cannot be visualized, cannot be heard, cannot be seen. It is something to be understood. Something to understand. Yeah, that is the point. So our effort is to somehow get that understanding. So in order to do so, as I said, we have to investigate our own faculties, how the light gets created, how the vision takes place. The chair in front of me I am seeing right now, is it the real thing that I am seeing? If it is really existing, any animal should see this. But it is not. Even I see this chair as a red chair. So if I show this same chair to a person who is colorblind, he might not see this chair as a red chair. So in his world, the chair may be black or some other kind of color. So he establishes his world as that. I am establishing my world in this way. So even we are human beings, there are different worlds. We live in our own worlds. So that has to be taken into the consideration if you before you enter to this path. So that's why this truth, Satya Jnana, understanding of the philosophy is very important. So then what will happen? Then what? Then the value that you assigned earlier to that particular objects and humans and entities will fade away. So how does this happen? So you know for sure the chair in front of me is not permanent. Permanence in the sense it is a creation of your own faculty. So if it is a creation, so how can you assign a value for that? It is your own world. Due to the activities of your faculties, the chair get created. So would it be there kind of a value for that? No. So it tends to the value you assign earlier to that, it will try it starts to fade out because you know the worldly perceptions are not real. So same principle can be applied to yourself as well. The image that the reflection that you saw through the mirror, you call earlier, that is me. This is my hand, this is my head, this is the complexion of my skin, and I have no pimples and so on. I have a great figure or like thing. But they are also creation of your own faculties. Your world has been defined by that. You gave the value for that. You live in your own world. What is the purpose of assigning a value to yourself? So what will happen? The value that has been given for yourself will also get diminished. Then what will happen? Then what was now Buddha said, there is no doer, no person, no soul. Then you will understand there is no person called me. Me, myself, has been created within my faculties. So what is the purpose of assigning a value for that? So will there be, so have I been born? No. Is there any kind of a death for me? No. Because I am not here. So what am I seeing through the mirror? That question comes on and off. That is the illusion. That is the illusion. You are seeing the illusion. So as long as you think this illusion is real, to that much you are there. To that extent you are there. But if you understand this Dhamma in correct way, the understanding makes you to get away from yourself. Because you are going away from that illusion. You are going along with the truth. So that is called seeing the truth. That is the ultimate truth that Lord Buddha wanted to show to entire world, show to the world the truth. There is no person, no doer, no self here. So that is the knowledge that you should gain at the very beginning of listening this Dhamma. After listening this Dhamma, so then you have to practice that knowledge, incorporate that knowledge into day-to-day practice. So what you can do is, you now know clearly that there is no person here. So when you engage in day-to-day activities, you will be able to do those things as usual without the self. That will help you to experience absolutely there is no self here. Absolutely there hasn't been a living being here. So that's why Lord Buddha showed two ways. Two ways mean first Purabharga Pratipadawa, that is the knowledge, and the Aparabharga Pratipadawa, that is the real experience. So once you able to experience the non-doer state or non-soul state, to that we can say that he has become Arahat to do something. So those things are names only, no need of things. So what happens along with that? If you suffered at some point in your mundane world, now there won't be a person to suffer at the end. That is the understanding that you will gain. So anyway, I think we have so many friends here, and also Buddothpado Arenwas is also here. Teruvan Saranai Arenwas, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Sudharma, and Surangika, and Kavindya. We can start our discussion. So yes, Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Kavindya, do you have anything to add or comment on that? Or do you have anything that we should discuss today? So we can take it up and we can continue our discussion. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai Dr. Ravi, Teruvan Saranai Arenwas, Namaskara Veva, Teruvan Saranai Avadam friends. Yes, Dr. Ravi, it was a really good explanation, and I think you have touched the sensory function, and then how does this illusion get created due to this, as a result of these sensory functions. I think that is the most important thing a beginner should understand. First as a knowledge. So once you understand that this is an illusion and we don't have any data to talk about an external world, and it is the product or the process that created this illusion, you have to understand through wisdom. So you would not be able to experience it with your sensory faculties, actually, the truth, but you can see through the wisdom, and then you can unwrap this vibration, because when you are saying that you're living for like 30 years, 40 years, but it is just a thought that you perceive. In other words, actually, that is the misconception, because due to the ignorance, we believe that the external entities like trees outside, and I am seeing through my eye, or the organ that we call as eye. However, the seeing is just a vibration, and then it is the same thing for all other faculties. The hearing is a vibration, and then the mind sensor is the hardest to understand. A thought is a vibration. Thoughts arise as a natural phenomena. And then, but you would say that I feel this. And then, as you clearly mentioned, when you go in front of the mirror, you will feel that, okay, I see myself through the mirror. But the actual thing is, what you feel is an illusion, and it happens due to the speedy occurrence of these vibrations. So, understanding that feel arise due to the underlying power within the vibration is really, really important. And then when you actually see this through wisdom, by understanding how does this sensory faculties works, you can see that, you can realize that the power reduces. And this is what we call as the asavakya jnana, because like you can see now how, how does your power reduce and getting fades away. And this is the practical aspect of the this Dhamma. And then, as you clearly mentioned, this self-existence field, the field or this power get reduced, and then it fades away, and at one point the power will go to zero. This is what we call the anidassana viññāna. I think we talked about it yesterday, Dr. Ravi. So and that, we cannot say that person is now arahant, because the person word is wrong there. That process is the arahanthood. We can say it like that way. So understanding this power, how does this power arise within the vibration? I think it is important as well. But I think you have covered a lot there. As a beginner, I think this Deshana would be really helpful for them to understand the truth. Yes, Dr. Ravi, we can start our discussion. And then, we have a lot of Dhamma friends join today too. Yeah.
Yes, we can ask others as well. So how they have figured this out. So I think what is really important here is understanding the illusion that gets created within our faculties is not true. So that is the understanding that we have to gain. So, but unfortunately, what is happening here, the illusion gets created. So as long as you keep your eye open, so images come. So then you involuntarily you recognize what those images are. Then you assign automatically what happens, some kind of a value will be assigned to that. Because in front of me now I am seeing my own laptop in front of me. So actually speaking, it is colors and made up of plastic or metal or somewhat. So when they come all together, we call it a laptop. So as long as I recognize that object as my laptop, automatically the value comes along with that. So I don't want to lose my laptop. That is very expensive. So if I lose this, so I have to buy another one. So it will cost me 100,000 rupees. So likewise, automatically it happens. So how we come into realization, how we come into certain realization that the laptop in front of me is not real. That is the question. The illusion. So it is very difficult to understand. The illusion that has been created from the faculties is an absolute illusion. Though we learn this Dhamma for such a long period, we still feel it's there. That is the question that I'm having right now even. So do you have anything to add, Dr. Sakuntala Teruvan Saranai? Do you have kind of explanation for that? So
Teruvan Saranai, yes, very interesting topic actually, because something applicable to all of us. We are convincing that this is an illusion is not easy, as you mentioned. What I felt was that the common example that we always discuss, the magic. Now, if you go to a famous magic show, you will see that the pigeons are flying from the boxes, and a person's neck is severed in the lying position. A person is head is jutting out, and the person's neck is cut with a sword or something like that. And the next moment, the person will stand up alive. So when you see these things, all sorts of uh, astonishing sounds automatically. Wow, oh my gosh, what happened? All sorts of sounds, gestures are common. But and sometimes a person will show a gold necklace just from his palm by opening up the palm. So it, as long as you don't realize the mechanism, you tend to be in that illusion and believe, and then wonder how these things are happening. But if you learn magic yourself, uh, not the sort of very basic tricks, but of course, after learning the uh, technique and that science behind the magic, when you realize that the necklace which was shown is just slowly slid down under his long sleeved shirt, uh, things like that. I mean, certain magic actually you can't imagine how they are showing it, how they do it. They look really, really real, I would say. But as long as you thoroughly study this technique, how it is being done, then still you can sit and enjoy the magic show, but automatically a smile will be brought to your face when you realize, when you see these things being done, when you know the technique, he's doing like this, and this is what is happening there. So automatically, without thoughts, actually, you get that feel that this is how they are doing it. Similarly, now, if you take the example of mirage, now from the distance it looks like real water. But if you take a little trouble to walk up to that place where you saw the water, you can see that it is only the hot surface of the road. And then you will be able to see the mirage a little further away, and then maybe you can walk up to that place also and see that there is no water at all. So like that, I think it is a kind of experimenting and doing your own research to exactly find out the technique. So it is at the beginning when it comes to Dhamma, it is the having the theory knowledge, how it is happening, which is very beautifully explained by our noble friend Aryan Wahanse, that speed is the one which is behind the screen, which creates all these things. And a simple example which has been given by Lord Buddha, that a fireball, when it is spinning, to look like a fire circle. So these things are very practical things, especially this fireball thing. We often see it in our perahara, our processions. It's being done. So you can still see it. You see a fire circle. But if somebody asks, is there a fire circle? You have to say no, because there is no real circle. But if again a question is asked, isn't there a fire circle? No, again you have to say there is a fire circle, yes. So that is the simple explanation I can think of. But as a very important fact here, knowing how it is happening as a knowledge is the most important thing, which is the word darshana is used. So darshana is something that you have to go on sort of learning or convincing yourself until the arhat state, because it's like sharpening a knife little by little until the end, until the time that it is sharpened fully. So knowing Darshanaya, purifying the knowledge about Darshanaya by listening to the Zoom discussions where sometimes our noble friend gives a very detailed account about the basic Darshana part. So those parts are very important to all of us, whatever the time period that we have been listening to this Deshana. It's very important to listen to those basic ones again and again. And little by little, some convincing of the system will occur to say that this is not real. So at the end, what happens is you automatically tend to feel uh, the value that that is actually a feel which you can't explain with words. Something that you feel that the the clinging or aversion, or in other words, the value you have given to a particular uh, thought is getting less and less. And sometimes you wonder how it happened. Actually, you tend to realize, oh, this is something that I really liked. This is something I enjoyed quite a lot in the past. What has happened now? This seems to be sort of very much less important nowadays. This is how the system is changing with continued listening and thorough investigation to this Darshana part. I think, Ravi, that's all I thought of
Yeah,
saying. Teruvan
yeah,
Saranai. Teruvan Saranai
yes,
Aryan Wahanse.
yeah, Thiruvaan Saranai, yes, that is correct. So as you clearly said,
Sarnai?
Thiruvaan Saranai Aran Hansa.
Teruvan
Sarnai,
Saranai
Dr.
Aryan Wahanse.
Yeah, Dr. Chandani, Dr. Ravi,
Yes,
Mhm.
this
yes.
value is thought, thinking.
Yes,
You are
yes.
thinking this is 500. Someone telling
Yes.
this one is 500. Someone telling this one is no. So 600. This is 600. We are thinking.
It's a
It's,
thought,
it's not.
yes.
It's not. It's not a feel.
Yes, yes.
You are thinking this laptop is 100,000. So 1 month
Yeah,
after you won't sell that. You ask somebody how much this laptop worth. Sometimes he telling you, he will telling you, so 50,000 or sometimes. So after you are thinking this laptop is not value. It's a thought.
yeah,
It's a thought. It's a thinking. We are given the
Yes,
value.
I mean,
Yeah,
yes.
we are given the value. Value is otherwise also thought. No, baby haven't. A baby don't know how much gold value. So panchayuda is little babies wearing panchayuda. What's that English word? It's gold, no? It's panchayuda.
The pendant,
gold
no,
pendant,
Aryan?
pendant.
Gold
Yeah, it's a
pendant.
baby wearing that, but baby don't know value. Baby, no, baby play with the gold
Yeah,
because they don't know the value. They don't know the value. So babies don't know the value. So we after baby thinking, mother hide in this world. After baby thinking, this one is value. So after baby, no, this one is value. This one have value. No, gold have value.
yeah.
Value is thought, yeah. How much value you, Doctor? Right? Sometimes you is most value given you others.
Yeah, exactly.
But someone is telling Dr. Ravi not valued.
Mhm.
It's collapse no, it's a body, no. We don't know that is okay. Is a
Yeah,
value. What's that value? What's that value? Someone know you are doctor. Someone don't know you are doctor. No value to you. Not value given you. You're
yeah,
only the person. Someone is thinking Dr. Ravi is a doctor. No? He's a doctor. So value is given. Doctor. What is this silly mind? No, doctor. What is this silly
yes,
mind?
and
Yeah, it's a thinking. It's a thought. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
continue.
Tera Sarnayaran Mahasa, very grateful
Yes,
for the correction made. Tera Sarnayaran.
yes, as Arana said, uh, yeah, the value comes from a thought. So a thought may change one instance to another. So, so if you think, if you think this thought is real, that puts you in trouble. So that's why if I lose my laptop, I think that I have to spend another 100,000 to buy another new one. So all those things are thoughts. So the problem is how these thoughts gets this kind of a value. So as the thoughts become real for us, it creates some value. The thought creates some value. So that is the problem. So I think, as Dr. Chandani said, if you go behind the mirage, so ultimately what will happen? We'll be chasing the mirage. So it moves away from us. So we keep on going. We keep on going. Ultimately, what the we'll fed up. So ultimately, sadness and the suffering will be there. So if some intellect come and see the mirage, oh, this is a mirage, so there is no point of going behind it. But you still see the mirage, but he decides not to go behind it because he mentally, he with that intellectual abilities, he sees there is no point of chasing behind that thing. So same thing happens here. We still deal with the illusion, but we perfectly know this is an illusion. Going behind the illusion is utter waste. So knowing that, we can still deal with the illusion. So how this illusion has been made up? With the thought. So thought is an illusion. So it is not permanent. It is a lie. So yes, Doctor. Yes, Surangika, can you add something for that? Tirvan Saranai?
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Ravi, and Therwan Sarnai Aryan Bahansa, and all Dhamma friends. Yes, indeed, Dr. Ravi, I think what Aryan Bahansa said was, of course, absolutely right. The value comes from the thought. And I mean, if you think about it, all that one associates are thoughts, isn't it? There's nothing else.
Yeah.
As we understand the true Dhamma and the Dhamma philosophy, we understand through this through Sabbe Sankara and Salayatana Loko, and from all these expressions, we know that how the whole mind consciousness occurs and the vibrations come together and the thought gets formed, and it is the value that is assigned to those thoughts. We don't think that it is a thought. The people in the mundane world actually do think that there is an outside world that is existing, and that is why the attachment comes. And why and how can we find that out? Through the true Dhamma, because otherwise we were all in that mundane world. We were all in that false belief that this outside world existed. But through the true Dhamma and the Trividya, the understanding of those three types of knowledge, by going back to our childhood days, we then understand that all these so-called objects and persons were things that were given names and labels to. If we think about what is a vibration that's occurring in the eye and the image that was created there, a label is attached to that called mother. A label is attached to that called I, as you said. You know, if you look in the mirror, your mother says that, look and they show you your own image in the mirror and they say that's you. So what the infant didn't know about a mother or anything of that sort, suddenly through progression of time and through the growing of the maturing of the sense faculties, slowly we put names, objects, persons and things into our lives. How? By identifying and giving labels, attaching labels, and with those labels importance to every one of those things. And as that importance grows, what they don't realize is it's the thoughts that make us associate those objects. And in the thought, there is that underlying power that Kavinda mentioned earlier. The underlying power is the thing that keeps on growing. The more value you attach to it through ignorance, through not understanding that there is no such thing or no such object outside, but only a thought, through that ignorance, one attaches value. And then one can't do without it. And with these objects, values, house, mother, father, property, jobs, careers, and so on, suddenly there is a world outside. And there is a sense of existent feel. There is a sense of being alive. And all these things are real. And then there is a me or I or self-perception here, experiencing it as well. So the baby didn't know that there was a laptop, or baby didn't even know that there is such a thing called a laptop, isn't it? We started with our little ball when we were a childhood, when we were in our childhood days, we started with a little ball and a bat, and then it became a toy, and then it became, our school bag or something like that. And gradually we kept on adding things to our little world. And now we can't do without our house, we can't do without our car, our wife or children and various things. And the biggest thing that we can't do without is, even understand that there is a I or a me here. And that is the greatest deception, isn't it? The fact that we don't understand, if we didn't encounter the true Dhamma, that there is no sense of I or self or ego here, that has been just a progression of a thought where there was no thought at all. And the false belief that there is a sense of existence is the thing that generated this self-perception and false ego. And with that came the power, and with that came the suffering along with it. Once you see through that, through the true Dhamma, one understands that none of this exists. And I think the true Dhamma on its own is, whilst you can gain a certain amount of knowledge, the practical aspect of it, by putting it into those 4 stages and then breaking it up, makes it easier for one to reflect through Vidarshana and gain a sense of what this whole thing is and how the objects form, what is the breakdown of the thought and the thought process. And you are able to then make it clear that thoughts have no substance, and that therefore the underlying power that one thinks is there, one can see through with clarity to be able to finally, as I think Dr. Sakuntala said, make the defilements itself cease, because it is the defilements and the ignorance that's causing us to believe that there is an existent world, and this whole self-perception and false ego. So yes, Dr. Ravi, I'll leave Dr. Kokila to add to that.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Rangika, Mrs. Rangika. So, yeah, I think Dr. Kokila is also here with us. I'd like to invite her to add a few words to that. Thirwan Saranai.
I think everyone added so much. I heard R.N. Vance's sermon today morning. It was exceptionally like magical explanation for a old mother, and it was so good. I wish everyone would listen to that. It's such a I can see that how even a mother who doesn't know anything about all this, scientific stuff, still coming to that. And, it's not even about the thoughts that mother was asking. So it's so good. And it's so inspiring how the word is actually spreading, how the truth is spreading, how we get the feeling that it is going to spread. Like it's such a beautiful thing. I invite everyone who can understand Sinhala, of course, to listen to end part of the 5 a.m. Sermon. It's exceptionally good, and it's not even difficult. It's told to a normal, not kind of scientific language. It's said in such simple language. Because whatsoever what we have to understand in the end is the feeling of existence is actually there because of a reason. We know that, and that is because of not knowing or ignorance and craving. So ignorance and craving go hand in hand. And because of ignorance, we take everything for granted, basically. And even the light, even the sound, even the basic touch, we have taken it for granted, like we have taken it as a thing. We have taken it as existing. So as soon as we hear this Dhamma and understand that bit, you will be able to experience the truth. That is the most important part of it. Not like understanding part is very important, but the actual experiencing part is more important than that, I think, because even without understanding the whole story, someone can feel it. The 7-year-old, there's a chance that they would feel it. They won't be able to tell much about it. They won't be able to explain it to someone else. They may not even know that it is something like that, but still doesn't necessarily, it just gets there. It's such a beautiful thing for everyone to come and understand. It's we struggle to tell that in other languages, yes, but still we also don't give up. Aran say he doesn't give up, so we don't give up as well. And in the end, I think it is the truth is spreading. Truth is out there, and it's all open to you, all free. Come and listen to us. It's if you have the will or the curiosity of knowing what humanity is, what the truth is about this, the world, what is out there, why am I born, what is this, and all these questions that is unanswered. And there is an answer, even though it may be like Greek to you in the first, like in the beginning. As soon as you start feeling that, it becomes more clearer and clearer and clearer. The more you understand that there is no self, the more lighter you become, and more the tranquility cannot be explained. So I invite everyone to come and listen to Dhamma and try to understand. There can be flaws from our sides in explaining this, but still we try our best.
Yes. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. So I have kind of a question. So it came up into my mind when I listened that today's discussion, early morning discussion. So, are we really seeing things, or is there a thing called seeing, vision? Mm, Can you explain a little bit about that? Did you get my question?
Oh, sorry,
Oh.
I just muted it and I was talking. So, eye function is still happening. Eye function will be there until the system collapse. So, the eye function will continue. The eye function is not the problem. Actually, problem is not the eye function. Actual problem is the field that we have, the existence field. The existence field is there because we took the seeing for granted. We took seeing as a thing, like we took it as something happening to us. So but this can't be explained without a thought, without it became so the explanation begins from the thought. So when we take a thought, if it is the chair, if you're touching the chair, so imagine you're touching the chair. So chair, you can't really touch a chair. You know what I mean? Like, the chair is a thought. We think that there is a chair. So, but the outside there's no chair. We feel a touch, but touch is also not anything that we perceive. It is just there's something perception is there, but it's not a thing. It's not a something we feeling. So when we understand this, that is
the special is existent feel.
Existence feeling, yes.
Not the chair, not the problem.
Chair is not the problem. That's the alive field. The existence field is the
It's a sasa. It's a sasa.
Yeah. That was the story today morning that was discussed.
Yeah.
But I was going to tell it from beginning. If someone is listening from the beginning, I'll answer.
Other living being have otherwise existent field.
Yeah, like the worm.
Yeah. That same existent field. So humans also have existent field. Every living being, what's the inside there? Existent field. Non-existent field. So what's the meaning? It's no living beings there. Otherwise, it's the existent field. We are talking about consciousness.
Yes.
That's eye consciousness. Eye consciousness otherwise have existent field. Ear consciousness have existent field. You see that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
That is where something you
how is coming this existent field? How is coming this existent field? What do you think about Kokla? How is coming this existent field?
Because of the vibration, rapid vibration.
Yeah, speed. It's not. Nobody's doing this. It's automatically. It's systematically. It's happening. No natural phenomenon. No, nobody's doing. No one is doing. You also not anybody. No. Systems.
This can be only understood by humans. So that where this how speed can create things.
Create
And
things. Yeah. So otherwise, the secret is there inside. Have you realized that? What secret is there? The sense creations. Light, sound, smell, taste, the body feel. The senses. How is the senses creating? No. So how is this? Various of living being have various type of senses.
it's a function of the skin, it's a function of the
Yeah.
actual sensory organs.
Yeah.
So if you talk about the touch, it's
I asked
skin.
a question, Dr. Kokila. Why these trees haven't this type of senses?
It's a function of the organs where this consciousness can happen. The telepathy system
What do you think
actually
about
occurs
exist
in
and feel? Exist and feel, haven't these trees or have?
we can't talk about a consciousness in the trees.
That's a knowledge.
But when we talk about a cell, actually any cell can have
The secret is there.
feel.
That's the inside meditation. You won't realize this. How is this system? What is this system?
If there is a vibration or an answer, any vibration I think can have a telepathization. Any vibration. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like you can't really classify it. Any vibration. If there is a vibration, there is a possibility of telepathization.
Various of type of vibrations.
Yeah, which
No, that's the meaning.
we may or may not
It's other type
perceive.
of vibrations there.
Yeah.
That's why very important that silent vibrations.
Yeah.
That's why secret is there. No,
Yeah.
secret is there. What's that secret? What's that? What's that secret? What's
Secret is actually zeroing, zero, getting into the zero or no vibration at this moment, and then there is no chance of telepathization again because
No, I'm asking this vibration. What is that vibration? Side one.
it's a cell RNAs.
That vibration happen.
Every cell has a vibration.
Yeah.
Any living organism has a vibration, but in your discussion, everything, that you have actually, Lord Buddha has also suggested that in various places.
What this vibration is a spark, no? A different name somewhere. There's a energy is there.
Yeah, in the morning also you were talking about the bat. So as an example, if you had an X-ray like the organ to have kind of that kind of organ, or what is it called, the sensor, then the amount of vibrations we would pick up is different. So likewise, this, when we come to the level of the feel, all the vibrations could be felt by Lord Buddha. That's what I understand, because his feel is so much. His feel is I think the best feel that has the ability to feel everything. So whatever the sensory, he doesn't. When you come to the level of the vibration.
What do you think about this sensual world and form world and formless world? Is this present moments happening?
Yeah, it is happening.
Yeah, that's sensual world and formless world and form world. These three world in this present moment, one is part have. What do you think about Opapati Upati?
Exactly, that was what I was going to say, because
Yeah.
if that is the
vibration,
vibration,
but yeah. It's
the
okay.
telepathization of the vibration, you can't really call it anything. That's why Lord Buddha had to actually produce a different kind of 5, because he had to name some 5 places about the people who try to understand this Dhamma, because he wanted to separate it. But again, that is a different kind of categorization, I would say. But the level of the vibration, the only difference is the right vision, and the lack of, or the no, yeah, just the right vision, I would say. So then the vibration, if the vibration is the self vibration is 0, or that's how I can say that, self vibration, or Atma Kampana, that if that is 0, all the other vibrations, whatever the different forms, that could be felt.
Various of type of vibrations.
Yeah.
Meaning of this living being is other type of vibrations. The tree have the vibrations, but it is the other type of vibrations. That is why it's not same. That's why it's not a living being. We are not talking about the consciousness. These trees have, we are not using that consciousness word. These trees have consciousness because it's other type of vibration, no?
So non-vibration, so if it is no self-vibration, whatever the word that is can be used, then it becomes any vibration can be felt, because
so this type of vibrations, this we are talking about living being is consciousness. That type of vibration is going there. That's 0.
Yes.
Non-vibration. That's the path is there. So you know how is this satellite is working, how this TV program also going, the film also going, no? We can use a huge screen somewhere. The huge film is going there. That's type of world.
Yeah.
No? We can made the world. So heaven or evil or anywhere. Anything. So how is this world? Is huge screen is there. No? This type of our world is vibration world. What do you think about? Unbelievable.
With our 6 senses, we have a very narrow world. Yeah, that's all the scientists are trying to find. But if they actually
So
feel
where's this
the world,
vibration? Where's this vibration? No place.
yeah, no place. Yeah.
No place. So how we can see this? So somewhere is going that satellite channel or something. There we know this wave is there. So
If we are seeing
this
something, it
frequency
would
is
be
there.
through
It's okay.
eyes,
Yeah,
then that
you
would
see.
be narrow again.
Yeah.
But we can be, that's why Lord Buddha said, you can only feel this. We have to
What do you
come
think about? What do you think
through
about?
this.
What do you think about this world? We are talking about human. So 800 billion, no? 800 million or billion in our world. How many humans here? 800, no? 800,
8 billion Naran sir.
8 billion, 8 billion humans.
8 billion.
So 8 billion human have, each one have phone, hand phone. Each one have, so individually, there's hand phone. Meaning is number is there. There's a vibration is there, no? Individually, everybody have hand phone. The number is there. That number is the vibration there, no? Hand phone. It's a frequency, no?
Yeah, that's the sensual world.
That's an example. Is our human
Yeah.
vibration. It's very important, no? That example is very important. That example is very important. How is our human? The who is Kokila? Who is Kokila? Kokila is not the body. Kokila is not the mind. Where's the Kokila? What is the Kokila?
Yeah, we can talk about a kokila, we can think about a kokila, but actually speaking, it's just one another phone number.
Yeah. So we want to understand this, no? What happened here? We want to understand our story, no? Who is Kokila? Kokila is not the body. Kokila is not the mind. Who is Kokila? It's a vibration. Is there, no? It's a vibration.
Yeah,
What's that vibration? It's a soul. What's that vibration? Is we are talking about
not even the soul are in answer. That's the thing. That's where people struggle to understand. They stop in the consciousness level and they talk about a soul.
what
It's
is the
not even.
vibration is? Who is the Kokila?
There's
Kokila not
nothing
the
like that.
mind. Kokila not the body. Who is the Kokila?
It's actually all the other vibrations when it is telepathized.
It's a vibration, and that what's the name we are using? Atmi
Self
Aropa.
vibration. Oh, I don't know whether that is the correct word.
It's a magnetic power like that, electric power like that. We are talking about mind power. It's not a mind power. It's a life field, no?
Yeah.
That's the existent field, no? Same life field. What is this? Life field. So otherwise, existent field is somewhere is converting. How is this systematically converting the life field? That life field is your sasava is there. That same, no? Same. But the sasava is changing, no? No, it's not still. It's changing every time. Sasava. When you are in your in your baby, when you are baby, at that time you are a zygote time, and how it's built up in mother's no is a
Yeah, it
time
keeps
of
changing. That's why when
yeah
they can become even
that's the
like an
telepathy time, no?
animal sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a telepathy time. That's a sasava. After you are grow upping, your vibration also developing. Your vibration also sasava is also there. baby in the cot at that time is a radiant mind. The vibration is there. It's okay. It's vibration is the push. Is vibration is the power inside. Everything is happening. It's okay. Vibration is there. That's okay. Uh, So after your senses are creating that your sasa vibration is there. The senses are creating that sasa vibration. We can see your senses given the pictures. Your senses given there's a film. The film is given. Who are you? That film is your film. It's okay. That's your vibration film. Is your sasa film is there. Now after what happened? That film is is a like a director.
Yeah. The owner of the
Yeah, all
film.
of the director is a source, so is inside there. Power
Yeah.
is there.
Yeah.
This fan have the power. Without power, we can't create this fan, and we can't create the light. Also, others are electric power using this equipment like that. Our sensor, this power is using. You know, like electric power using no fan. So air is coming. No, that type of AC is how it's coming. That no circuit is there.
Yeah.
Circuit is there. AC is there. It's okay. The firing how is coming fire. We can make the hot, cool, and no everything. We
As
can
long
make
as we have
yeah.
electricity, we have all
Electricity
sorts of
have that's why it's
all
also the
sorts of
inside.
yeah.
That's this is solar power like that automatically is built up in this power like a sprint.
Mm.
That's also is that's why I was telling this
Yeah.
system is working. We know the system after we know this is system. So after we know it's not real. That's why existent field is gone after it's a non-existent field is coming because these are not real, not permanent, not still.
Yeah.
It's not real. So unreal. We understand this Dhamma. What happened? The value is so what is this value? Is real? Is the value is still here? Everything, but everything is a thoughts, sound and form together coming. No, not anything. This thought haven't anything, but this illusion. How much? How huge illusion is here? How how this film is going? We know the now we know the film. How is going this film? How how interesting this film, your film,
Yeah.
Kokila's film, we are looking now.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Very interesting is Nibbana film is coming after that. You know the truth.
Yeah. No.
You understand in the truth and you are finding the truth after you know truth, after coming Nibbana film.
Yeah.
Now it's going. Now it's going. What is going?
And one day
Unbelievable.
that will
Yeah.
also dissolve.
Itta Sanya is a coming Anitta Sanya. It's a Buddha's word, no?
Yeah.
Itta Sanya converting the Anitta Sanya. How? It's not real.
It's not real.
So real is what is this? What is this real? Is illusion. Is understanding. Is this understanding very important, this understanding.
More we
That is why Yatha
understand.
Bhuta Jnana. Yatha
Yeah.
Bhuta Jnana is understanding. Is coming. Thought. There's a sasa of power is coming finally. The thought, cause and effect dhamma. Cause is vibration, effect is a light and sound. Light and sound is cause, effect is a chair, mother, father, everything. No world
Yeah.
is a cause is this mother, father is world is okay. Is a effort is this thought. Is this thought coming existently? That thought is finally this thought have existed. That's your world is real coming. It's not is unbelievable because this sahasa of power is there. You see this. You see this. It's a real world. We our feel is real. No, it's real. It's a sahasa of power. Unbelievable. That is why tree haven't this power. Do you understand what I say?
Yes.
It's very important. It's very important, Kokila. That's the system we understand. That is the darshana, inside meditation. It's not other one concentration meditation. This is inside meditation. This is what Buddha told Siddhartha Tapasa became a Buddha. What's telling these teachers? This is never heard before Dhamma. This is understanding one. Unbelievable one, no? Is how is final is coming. This thought, how this thought is not real. How is these thoughts are creating? This thought is not real. No value is there. No existence. That's real. Reality is going. Real one. Real. How is this done in Kogila? Yeah, you explain. I think your English is best.
We feel it as real, but
Yeah.
that's the
No,
problem.
you can try. You try. What I want to say, or you can say. Perfectly. Yeah, I want your help. Yeah, it's okay. You can say.
Well, I lost it, I don't know.
Why? Dr. Ravi, you understand what I say? I think Sranka is now is okay because age is they are Sranka, what you think about? Sometimes she is cooking. No, Sranka is not here. Dr. Kokila, are you there?
Sorry, Aaron Manse, I'm driving.
I think you are cooking. It's okay, Dr. Ravi. Have you patient?
No, no, sir. I'm listening.
It's okay.
So, yeah,
It's okay.
what I realized from your explanation, Naren, sir, so the major difference between a tree and a human being or a living being is that living being take this feeling, the stains as real. Stains mean the sense the Shastra is as real, but the trees do not take it as real. So that makes the difference, isn't it? So if it becomes a real thing, that will
real feel is there. That is why this feel final. This cause and effect Dhamma is a vibration we are talking about, but final this vibration is coming. Thought is real is coming. Effort.
Yeah.
That's why very important. This sense of creations given you finally. This thought is real.
Right.
That is why Sakkaya Ditti is Sotapanna stage. Is the first stage is Lokottara Samadhi. Is this? This not a others concentration matters Laukika Samadhi. We are talking about Lokottara Samadhi. What is English word is?
Not
Lokottara Samadhi.
concentration, meditation, insightful.
This inside meditation, you are given first
meditation.
stage is Sotapanna stage is the first stage is Lokottara Samadhi. What is this? Understanding one no. Understanding, you are given the truth. Samadhi is right vision is given you. This world is not real. It's understanding one no. It's not concentration meditation. It's insight meditation. It's understanding one. What is this here? What is this today? Our monks are doing. They are not understanding this one. What is Buddha's messages? What is Buddha's message? This the defendant origination Dhamma is an inside meditation. It's understanding one. It's not any other one. The whole world today in huge mistake. So Sadhguru and Hindu guys are talking about Buddha is like a Shiva's other type of it's not other type of Shiva's part. Shiva is the other one. These two sides, Shiva and Buddha, is not same way. Shiva is going in concentration meditation. This Buddha is not that way. Is going. Buddha is telling this is not real way. That is why Buddha told 5 teachers it's not a real way. This never heard before. Dhamma is Buddha told. 5 teachers. It's not concentration meditation. It's inside meditation. It's understanding what. It's dependent origination. Dhamma is there. No? What do you think about? That is why Buddothpado Dhamma discourse is very important today, whole world. This explaining is very important. How is this alive feel is coming? How is this existent feel is coming? How is this your soul is here? How is this your soul is disappearing? It's very important. How is this defilements are coming? How is this defilements are disappearing? It's fading. You want to know the truth. You don't know the truth, you are not in right vision. Not eightfold path, no, you haven't. That's why very important this Dhamma discourses. That's why very important this explaining. You know, it's very important. So Itta Sanya is become Anitta Sanya because you know the truth. How is this existent field is coming? It's very important. How is this existent field is converting the alive field? It's very important, no?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, there are insights that Buddha's message.
So the existent field is like the baseline, and the manifestation is the thought.
Yeah. It's very important. And that's why Anitta Sanya is coming. Because you are in right vision. You have right vision. You know the truth. Someone understood this Dhamma. Is actually he became a Nibbana. Tranquility. Because nobody is here, no one is here. No death or birth. Everything is thoughts. Every time you have a thought, it's not real. Someone understand how is this thought are creating. He know this thought is not real. So that's why this thought haven't do anything. Normally thought is creating like a pictures. You know. Not anything is there. Not any pain. Stimulus are there. Not any pain inside. Not any pain inside there. No.
That's where
It's
you
okay.
tell in Sinhala Ramansa that Elovinut Midila Melovinut Midila Elovinut.
Yeah. You tell that English. Why are you talking about singer? I'm telling English, you are telling singer now. What about you? Something wrong?
I don't know what is Elo Melo and Haranhas.
Now I'm a doctor.
We'll ask Ravi whether Ravi can tell the word for
you are
Melo and
Buddothpado and Vahansi.
Melo.
Something wrong, I think. I see. Dr. Kogil, are you sure you are okay?
Not sure.
I see. Dr. Ravi, what do you think about this discussion? Is going wrong?
No, Aranas, this is very, very good. Aranas, certain questions are there for me. Aranas, so
I know. Yeah. Now the discussion is beginning.
Yeah, as you said, Aranas, after the Itta Sanyava goes away, the Anitta Sanyava comes out.
No, so, it's same time. It's understanding one. Is Itta Sanya is over. Because you understand it's not real.
Is it also a thought Aranas that Anitta Sanyava?
Ravi, actually it's not a new perception, it's the absence of the perception of the existence. Yeah. Don't take it as a new perception. It's not a new perception.
Yeah.
There can't be a new perception. Then it becomes a sankata again. It's not that like that. It's nibbana is the sankata thing. No, I don't know. So it is the absence of the alive
It's the
field, not the alive field. The
perception. Yeah. Existent perception.
existence field. Yeah,
Perception.
absence. So when it is absence, you can't call it anything.
Yeah.
You just put a name to
Yeah.
that, but that doesn't mean that there's another new one coming up.
Yeah. No, it's the same, no? It's the same. At the same time, you understood this Dhamma and perception is here. Normally, not value is there. It's that's why non-existent perception. We are talking non-existent perception. Yeah, Terwasara. Now is okay, you are driving. Now stop your vehicle. Yeah, sometimes accident can be happen. No?
I parked Arenvansa. I think yes, you always say Arenvansa that with the vibration exists the non-vibration. The non-vibration is there where the non-vibration is. So when the vibration ceases, there is non-vibration there, Dr. Ravi. That's what it means.
Yeah. I think this is the point of very important. Sasava is vibration. There's a power. It's okay, power is disappearing. It's your circle of birth is over. That's the Nibbana. Because tranquility is there, because no any fire or pain or anything, no any vibrations coming. Normally stimulus are there, thoughts are there, your work, just your daily activities are day-to-day activities, and your job also doing your everything is normally can be happen. It's no problem for anywhere. You are inside, very cold. Inside silence is coming. It's very cold because no value anywhere, because death or birth not anywhere, because every time his thoughts are there, it's not real. You understand, it's really is experience is coming, is you are not anywhere. You, who are you? You are the vibration. You are the power. Power is gone. That's why defilements are fading. Defilements is the power. What is this positive and negative and plus and minus? Is attached or disattached? No, it's a defilements. Side by side. It's not sparking anywhere. That's why no any power. Thought have the power. That is why thought have. Normally thought are created. Normally thought are there, and your senses are working. Your mind sense also working. Your thoughts is there, but no any inside, not any anything happen inside. You are in cool. Tranquility is there. You know, there's experience. Is everything is there. So I like someone explaining this one, because your tongue, chili, no, spicy, you can eat. But it's there, spicy. So your hot is there, no? Your feel is hot. But not anybody is there, because sensor, given this hot. This type of other sensors are creating. You know, smell also like that. It's there. But not any other, not anybody is there. Sensor creation is working. The mind sense also there. So you know, your thinking, thoughts also there. But not any inside is silence, because mint like that, cool, because calm and cool, because it's tranquility is there, because nobody is there. Because you understand this everything. Thought is not real. Everything is thoughts. What do you think about, Franca?
Yes, Arenvansa, there is no pleasure from the senses. If you see something, it's just a seeing, because actually you're seeing it. There is no problem. You know what it is also, but there is no those days you had this feeling that I'm savoring it. I'm being happy I'm getting happy because of it. I'm enjoying it, or I'm getting stressed about it. That part doesn't happen now. So that's why from the hearing, the same thing. You can hear the song, you can even hear those days a favorite song even, but no, I mean, you'll recognize it's the song, but there is no pleasure. The sense pleasure is gone. But at the same time, you have this very serene, calm feeling, as Aranwan said, tranquility and a serenity that cannot be really put into words. Yes, Aranwan.
Yeah, what you think about Dr. Chandani, our Candy? Candy Chandani. What do you think about?
The discussion was very interesting, very deep facts explained. I have a little question actually. I wanted to ask whether the way that I have understood is correct or not. This is going back a few steps backwards in the discussion about this tree and the living being on the tree and the animal. Now what I understood, Aryan Wahansa, was now the trees do have sensors, and sensors are functioning maybe in a little slower way.
It's other type of senses, Chandani. It's not
So
a living being type of.
Okay. So the sensor functions are there, but it doesn't progress to form thoughts, and therefore there is no feeling of self-existence.
It's various of type of vibrations we are talking about. These trees have other type of vibrations. It's not it's our
similar to the animal.
Yeah, it's not a living beings type. It's not that type of vibrations. That is why we are talking about consciousness and the vibrations allow other one.
So the difference is that there is, as once I said, that there's no sasava formation and no defilements. That is the difference between the tree and the animals.
That's other type of. That's why various of type of vibrations here, because light also vibrations. No, it's sunshine also every vibrations. Yeah, these trees have other type of vibrations. Otherwise, it's the chemistry like that. That's our Earth is a solidity like that. Various of type of vibrations and rocks and the water also. Everything is vibrations type. So, this various varieties.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there was
Dr. Kokila, final words. Your questions. No? It's okay. Today's very happy discussion is going. No, Dr. Ravi. Because Kokila is smiling is today here. Kokila like her sometimes robot, sometimes like the RNS won't given the emotions, Kokilas, because Kokila has emotions sometimes.
Because she has been speaking in midnight now.
Yeah, like a machine. What do you think about Kokila? Yeah, today something happened. Yeah, Kokila, what you this final I think is explained, final words, because time is over now.
Renwan's actually I mean we can't really explain how valuable this would be to humans, and it's not for all the Buddhists. Actually, it's actually for all the humans who want to know the truth. And that how existence is, because if
it's not a religion, it's not
it's about existence, and it's about
truth.
Actually
we want truth. We want to know the truth. That's the important very everybody. I think no matter what is your religion, it's Muslim or Hindu or Christian or Buddhist, or it's not matter. It's not problem, or it's not matter. You want to know the truth. Everybody won't know. Human won't know truth. No, it's okay.
Yeah, if you have an existence failing, you have suffering. So we don't have to explain what suffering is, because you all know what suffering is, and that is because you have existence feeling, and if you want to actually get rid of the suffering, you have to get rid of the existence feeling. Then that's all the message is. That's the final message.
Yeah. What you say? I'm heard. Yeah, Kokila.
Yes, Arana.
Yeah. What you say? I'm not heard. Kokila.
What I said was, Arana, if there is suffering, because the whole world, all the humans would understand what suffering is, because people have different meanings for suffering, but actual suffering is existence feel, and we all have that, whether you are happy, whether you are sad, whether you are in a a mansion, whether you are in a small house, whether you are in a problematic war zone, or whether you are in a very good
Sadness and
country.
suffering come in misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding. That's what I'm saying.
Illusions.
So this is
Given
all
you.
about existence field. What the science behind this existence field. So the science, any human being have the right to understand the science behind existence field, and that's what we all talk about. There's no actual religion here.
Nobody is here. No one is here.
But Lord Buddha actually found this. So we give the massive credit to Lord Buddha all the time.
I think we want to explain this one. Buddha word we are using, non-vibration.
Yeah.
It's very important. It's not a person. Buddha is everybody. Buddha is everywhere. It's a non-vibration. We all of them understood this Dharma is a Buddha's science. Meaning is non-vibrations. It's okay. That's the real. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working without the pain. That's why pain is over. That's why this Nibbana is there. Firing is over. Now is the cool is coming. Just the tranquility we are talking about. Nobody's here, no one is here, no death or birth. Yes, Kokila, no death or birth. It's the last briefing. It's exhale and inhale. It's okay.
Yeah.
This present moment is okay. Every time,
Yeah,
5 years
even now.
old, sometimes 5 years old, 5 years old, sometimes one day. Is the time is last briefing is only that moment is the happening. No time, timeless. Every time is the time.
Timeless, deathless.
And timeless, deathless. That's Dhamma is very important. That's the truth in this world.
Yes.
That's the truth in this world. That's why wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka, we are talking about the truth. Is this message is given the Buddha's message. Buddha is nobody's, no one is.
We humbly invite everyone to listen to that.
Yeah. We were telling this others. You realize this. You can understand this. You can experience it. It's not a belief. It's not a trust. It's a really, really internal transformation is happening. Is no suffering and sadness here because nobody is here. So who is suffering? No one is here. Who have suffering? Who have sadness? Nobody is here now. It's like a nature, like a wind, like a sky. No, that's what Buddha's word is. Birds are flying in sky. No way there. Like your final. It's okay. Terasana, everybody. Terasana, coffee. I was so Ravi and there was Dr. Shanti.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. First and foremost, I offer my excuse me. For this noble moment. Devon Sarnai for all of you. As we begin our regular Zoom discussion at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, I feel kind of immense gratitude for this time space where the sincere seekers of truth who gather together and for the effort they make to understand, to reflect this profound truth which have been heard years back. So, but it is not just kind of a listening. It is not just kind of an ordinary kind of a discussion. So we go in kind of a shared kind of a path where we uplift and learn from one another. So it is kind of a sharing knowledge, sharing experience. It is kind of a place that share our experiences and knowledge. So it is so much that the space is so much important for everyone, for everyone. So this profound wisdom has been there under the sands of time for about more than 2,500 years. Now it has been revealed. To be honestly thankful to our Buddothpado and Mansi. We have to be very frankly thankful to our Buddothpado and Mansi for revealing into the world. So that has been hidden in the sands of time. So today we are beginning our discussions after reading few pages from, as usual, the book series called True Dhamma Has Awakened. So there are 6 volumes. So we are focusing right now at volume number 6, and that will give some kind of a foundation for today's discussion. So I think this, as you all know, these texts are available in our main website, in our official website. That website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So you can visit that website and you will find these texts. So they are free to download, and please feel free to visit that site and uh, so can you hear me now?
Yes, Dr. Ravi, we can hear you.
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai. Yes, I'm sorry for the technical glitch I had. Uh, now I think you can hear me well. Anyway, yes, as I told you, there are plenty of books that have been written in English language in our main website, that is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So please feel free to visit that website, and you can download them for free, and then you can read them attentively. And if you have any kind of questions, so you can bring up them here, so we can discuss them openly. So any query that arise, that we can collectively sort them out. And most of the time our noble friend would be there, and we can directly ask him, and we can clarify them as well. Other than that, we have another website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So you have to type as a one single word, Wisdom of Asia. So if you are very much interested in modern day findings, modern day science findings, so, and people tend to think that this modern day science does not tally with this ancient kind of wisdom that has been revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. But making that statement a false statement. So you can, if you go to that website, that website clearly explains how this modern day science findings perfectly tally with the ancient wisdom. It is not the ancient wisdom, the absolute truth. So from that we can say the truth that has been revealed by Lord Buddha about 2000 years back is still valid. It still can be applicable to the modern day findings as well. So that's why these teachings are timeless. In our previous reflections, Naranvansi beautifully explained the nature of the awareness. Yesterday in the revelation disclosures in Andolatmaka Deshana, he also mentioned about these things. What is the nature of this awareness, so-called awareness? Is that the awareness is very similar to the mindfulness, or is it somewhat different from the mindfulness? So basically, in modern practice, mindfulness is keep some kind of concentration towards your thoughts. So you try to focus. Intentionally, you try to focus the thoughts that come and come and pass away. But the awareness is a little bit different from that. What Naranvansi says as awareness is like the ocean, while thoughts are like waves, rising and failing upon. So just as waves appear and disappear without disturbing the huge ocean, thoughts also rise and fade, leaving awareness untouched. As you already know, the waters in depth of the sea, depth of the ocean is very calm. So that water is not affected by the turbulent flow of the waves. So that's why Just like that, waves are very turbulent, make so much turbulence, disturbed. But that disturbance does not affect the internal awareness. So awareness remains still. So whatever the things happens in the surface, that does not affect the bottom. So he further pointed out that awareness cannot be reduced to thought. So that is also somewhat beautiful thing here. So if you try to express this awareness in a thought, it is very difficult to express. Why? Because this awareness cannot be taken into the words. Words are like waves. So you can't, how much you try to make the turbulence, the internal, the depth of the sea, that won't make any kind of a wave there. Waves are not generated in the bottom of the sea. It is only belong to the surface. It's a function of the surface water. It happens in the surface water only. So that's like that. You won't be able. It is very difficult to express the awareness in words, in thoughts. But you can. So how can you express that thing? The only way of expressing that the awareness is, or communicating, the way of communicating the awareness is by giving the examples. That giving the relevant examples. Using the relevant examples, you can express this awareness. So that's why Aran Vahanse gives this nice example, ocean and the waves. The deep waters are still, remain still. Deep water remains still, even there is some kind of a turbulence in the surface. The waves and the waters in the deep ocean. So we can tell it in examples. So as also while we also explored how the mindfulness and awareness differs. So while mindfulness requires some kind of awareness, awareness itself is deeper and more kind of encompassing. So it has this component as well, mindfulness component as well. But the awareness extends more beyond, captures a vast area, spreads out through a vast area. In daily activities are carried out with awareness, there is less resistance and more kind of a natural way can be observed. So you will be doing the usual day-to-day work. You will be carrying out usual ordinary day-to-day activities, but the awareness will be there. So in contrast with the mindfulness, to keep some kind of a concentration towards the activity that you are carrying out is you may have to put some energy towards it. You have to focus on it, that particular work. But if the awareness is there, you know perfectly the nothingness is there. But senses are working, So those two things, waves of the surface and the calmness of the deep water, like that. So the daily activities are carried out with awareness, and there is less resistance and more natural flow. So you can keep the natural flow. The RN has reminded us that true wisdom is not found in clinging or resisting, but in seeing things as they are, without the sense of I or mine. That is the thing. So people who is doing the concentration meditation, what usually does is seeing whether the thought has some kind of a clinging nature or resisting nature. So they try to focus on that thought. So it is very tiresome, because you have to see whether it's a clinging kind of a thought, whether it's a resisting type of a thought. But in the awareness, that both things can be happen. Thoughts come and go. The activities you perform happens usually, but the awareness will remain intact. It goes like a continuous current. It knows perfectly, even the things happen in the surface, there is no kind of thing happening like I'm having clinging, I'm having this kind of resistance and so on. Without doer, everything tends to happen. So you will see the actual way that people also behave, seeing things as they are, without the sense of I or mine. So this point to a profound teaching of supreme wisdom of Arahat, who live without clinging to the sense of doership. He or she does not have that doership. Everything simply comes and goes, sounds, light, heat, and cold. None of these can disturb one who abides in wisdom and equanimity. So Aran Vahanse gives nice example. When Siddhartha king comes to meet an Arahat in certain temple, I can't remember the temple, in Aram or somewhere, the Arahat had noticed early in advance that Siddhartha king is coming to see him. So what he did was, he took a piece of stick and without the robe even, he was writing something on the sand. He started to write something on the sand. Then Siddhartha king came and asked, "Here, monk, is there a so-called Arhat in this temple? I want to meet him," said Siddhartha, King Siddhartha. Then the Arahat replied, I'm the person who you are seeking for. Then Saddhatissa Thero, King Saddhatissa wondered, wow, if he is an Arahat Thero, can he be like that? Without a robe even in his body? He is scribbling the sand with a piece of stick. How can this happen? Yes, that can happen. That can happen. Why? Because the Arahat Thero didn't see a difference between a king and an ordinary person. Because he knew this is a system. This happened into a certain system. So why should I be bothered about this? That is the awareness that he had, that Arahat Thero had. Even beggar comes in front of you, him, even it is a king, he doesn't see a difference in between. So he perfectly knows, he clearly knows with this super wisdom, everything happens into a certain system. So there is no person here. Even though people from mundane world worship the king as our Lord King and so on, for the Arahat, he is not a king. Saddhatissa was not a king for that Arahat. So that's why he just ignored and carried out the work he did, the scribbling he did. So it is so different. It is very difficult to grab that state from a mind even. So because we are still in the mind, so we can't imagine that kind of a state. But if you become thorough with this Dhamma, it is not very different for you to achieve that state as well. That is the state of Arahathood. To walk this path, the Buddha advised cultivating 5 kind of powers. Power means Baladharma. Shraddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna. Those are the Pali words. Shraddha means the faith. Faith in the sense it's not the blind faith that we are telling here. That is not the faith should come from the understanding only. So if you try to see this, when you try to see this Dhamma in that unique perspective, so you will be fascinated by that truth. It is not a blind faith. So we can't use the word faith to that. That is the saddha. Yes, saddha has to be come from the understanding. As you feel that this is the absolute truth, then you get kind of a faith towards it for finding out further. That is the faith that you build. That is not the blind faith towards some kind of most of the people have faith towards some gods and some religions and so on. It is a blind without any underlying fact. He tend to believe about a god or some was evil or devil or some unknown figures. So this is not the faith that comes as that. This faith comes from the understanding only, through the understanding. How much you become thorough with this understanding, that much you get the faith towards this truth. So this is the Shraddha. And also the second is Virya. Virya means the courage. So as you become thorough with this Dhamma, you get involuntarily you get some kind of a courage. Involuntarily you get some kind of a courage to explore further, to find out in depth. That is the virya. There should be some kind of a courage. Earlier you get some kind of a faith towards it. It comes along with the understanding, and also it gives you some kind of courage to find out further about this truth. Then the sati. Then the samadhi. That sati means that with the understanding you perfectly know, clearly know that there is no person here, no doer here. So that is the base level that you have. That you have at any moment. You have that sati. That's sati. Samma sati. Sati is there. Sati is it is the mindfulness. It is not the mindfulness. That is not the pure concentration. And also you get some kind of a nature that you have a peaceful nature. If the sati keeps going continuously, you get samadhi nature. It's kind of a tranquility nature, tranquil nature, stillness, calmness, and also the wisdom. Along with that, what will happen? The ability to seeing through the illusion will gradually develop. That is the prajna, ability to see the truth of this illusionary world is the prajna. It grows. So these things have to be there. So anyone can't forcefully do it. It has to be. We have to let that plant to grow within you. How you can let this plant to grow within you? Just showing the truth to your mind. First, this truth has to be taken from the mind as a thought. That is all right. But then what will happen? That thought become kind of turns into some kind of a realization, self-realization. So yesterday we talked about these things. We conduct our own research there, whether this thought is correct or not. So we conduct the novel research. Then of course, as a result, you find, yes, this is truth. This is the truth. The knowledge we generate through this research is very fresh. It has not been there in this world, in your world. You get a pure kind of a result that there is no doer here. Then what you do, you make it into the practice. That knowledge will be incorporated into your day-to-day activities. Then of course you tend to feel that there is no doer for sure. So then you are very clear about there are two parts here, the first half and the second half. The first half is entry into the path through this true knowledge. This is Purva Bhaga Pratipadava in Pali terms, the first half. The second half is walking the path with direct realization. That is the Apara Bhaga Pratipadava. Walking along this path with the direct realization. How do you directly realize these things? By incorporating your knowledge into your day-to-day activities. So this is the second part. So without these two things, you won't be able to see the absolute truth. What is that absolute truth? Saying that there is no kind of a doer here. Since the childhood, we have been doing everything with the doer. I'm the one who passed my scholarship exam. I'm the one who attended to that particular school. I'm the one who entered to that particular university. I'm the one who got the graduation on this year. So I'm the one who did started work there as a doctor, as an engineer, as a dentist or whoever. So all the things that you have been doing, you did with the self. But after you stepping into that path, you will tend to feel everything happened without a self. Then you will realize, wow, the things I already did, but I thought I did it, are also not true. There had not been a person as earlier as well, at the present moment as well, in the future as well. So in any instance, you can't assign a person here. So then the system, the mechanism, how this nature operates will be visualized, can be visualized. So that is the state of the awareness. So we have been talking about this awareness. So with that awareness, you don't need to remember or remind or recall these teachings every time. So you know for sure that there is no doer. A system is going on. System is rolling out. So why should I bother? So let all things happen as usual. No one is there. No? So like that previous as in previous example, when King Saddhatissa comes, the Arahat Thero carried out his usual work. He didn't bother about it. He clearly noticed. He knew clearly the system is rolling out. The system is rolling out. So what? So because the underlying awakening or the awareness, super awareness, is established in the state of Arahattu. So yes, it's kind of a very beautiful Dhamma. So if you have a little bit time to spare on it, please come and have a look. So so don't ever think it's a waste of time. Just think when you have any spare time any time to spend leisurely. So just just listen this Dhamma, then try to contemplate a little bit more on it, and you will realize, wow, this is the truth. You have to conduct your own experiment there. It is not another kind of a belief. It is not the other kind of a forceful mm, forceful what do you call I can't the words does not come to me. Sorry, yeah, can you hear me? Yes, I think our
Yes, Dr. Ravi, we can hear you.
yeah, yes, I think that is enough as the introduction. So we can start discussing. So Kavinda, you are there, and Mrs. Sudharma is also here. So we can start discussing. So Teruvan Saranai, Kavinda, do you have anything to add, or do you have something to discuss?
Yes,
Teruvan
Dr.
Saranai.
Ravi, Teruvan Saranai, and Teruvan Saranai Aryan Hansa, Namaskara Veva. Yeah, I mean, you have talked a lot of things about this path actually. So you have talked about the characteristic of truth seeker, and then the awareness, and then how does this suffering ceases without suppressing or ignoring the thoughts. So that's the most important part I feel from your explanation, because the Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse try to convey this message to the whole world, that this is doable. Anyone who really wants to know the truth can see this truth. And then it is not like a forceful thing. And as you clearly mentioned, it's actually going to happen involuntarily, because at the end, we are going to see there is no soul. It is just a construction, and due to the sensory faculties. So clearing out how does this world arise is the key to this path and key to this awareness. Even the awareness can't be obtained forcefully. As an example, if we go to the second step without concentrating on the first step, which is the Satya Jnana, or the correct knowledge on how the sensory faculties arise, we cannot go to without that knowledge, we cannot go to the second step. So if we try to forcefully use some meditation steps or any other steps that we talk about here forcefully, you would not be achieve it, because either you will suppress your feelings, or you will skip it, or you will try to avoid any bad feelings or bad thoughts. However, if you try to start from the beginning, it happens as a natural process, as you clearly mentioned, without any force, actually without taking additional force, it will happen. So the main important thing, if you are a beginner, or if you still feel like you are not very clear about how this thought arise, I think that is where you need to focus on, because we all know that from our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's sermon, that this is a vibration, a thought is a vibration, and then this vibration arise with the force, or there is a underlying force within this vibration. Understanding how this force arises will actually reduce this force. That is the magic behind these sermons. Through the understanding, the underlying power of the vibration reduces, and you can feel it. So you can realize it within you. So this is self-evident Dhamma. And even though, and then this driving force, where does this driving force comes from to believe that the world is real? It is just a misconception. Like through the misconception, this power get higher and higher. So only when you understand how these sensory faculties work as just a process without nobody behind the wheel, or there is no one controlling it, then you will understand that it's not just an understanding. You will see that Dhamma grows within you. So, yeah, that is a really nice explanation, Dr. Ravi, I
Uh,
think.
yeah,
Yeah, we
yeah,
can
as you said,
start talking about
yes,
from there.
yeah. Yesterday also, Aryan Mahasi talked about these things. So, in contrast with the concentration meditation, seeing the truth is very different. So, I mean, in the concentration meditation, what you do is just you sit and try to uh, energize a certain thought first at the beginning. So what will happen? The energized thought becomes more prominent at the later stage. So the thought becomes more powerful, and it it will be able to override everything. So that happens at the latter stages of this concentration meditation. The thought becomes more powerful. So at that stage, so so mind does not allow any other thoughts to come into. So one single thought becomes so powerful. Then of course you will tend to feel, because there are no other thoughts approaching, you tend to feel, so it's kind of a liberation, because no thoughts are there at that state, because one thought has become more powerful. So in that case, when contrast, when compared with this absolute understanding, what will happen here is you tend to see that thought is not real. So the my mind concept is also a thought. Likewise, you tend to understand everything is thought, then you don't assign any value to any thought. So it will happen from internally. So these, so as you said, any vibration carries some kind of an energy within it. So we don't tend to assign any value to that kind of that energy. So what will happen? That energy will gradually goes down. The power of that thought will gradually goes down. So when compared with the concentration meditation, we empower a certain thought. But here, the energy that carries along with the thoughts will get reduced. So two different endings are there in the concentration meditation and this insight full penetrative understanding, penetration. So likewise, so this is not what Buddha taught, is not the concentration meditation. So the state where Buddha showed as Nibbana cannot be achieved through the concentration meditation. That is very clear, because in the concentration meditation you empower one single thought, then you obstruct the mind from getting the other thoughts as well. Then you will feel that you are liberated or something. But the self thought will be there. The notion of the self will be there. So that is the where in the Buddha era also in Buddothpado Sutra you will find that fact. Buddothpado came and told Lord Buddha, I'm also there in a place where those perceptions are not there. But Lord Buddha replied to Buddothpado, no Buddothpado, that is not the stage where I mean. I realized a state where no perceptions are there. So absolutely, we can't say it's not no perceptions. Perception might be there, but what do you call this? This vijnana, anidasana, or the consciousness won't be there. So anidasana vijnana, isn't it? What do you think, Kavindya?
Absolutely, Dr. Ravi. So the Lord Buddha is so special. Why? Because the Lord Buddha's tried to express this truth to the whole world. When whole world is going towards this temporary relief. Like let's say this in this Western world right now, the concentration meditations, mindful meditation, loving kindness, and then lot of different techniques are available for the people to relieve their pain and suffering. However, the Lord Buddha's explanation or the Lord Buddha's wisdom was like different from that temporary relief. And always we need to think through penetrative insight and understand that the self disappears through this path. And as you clearly mentioned, the any other path is a wrong vision, through the wrong vision. And there is only one correct vision where there are no misconceptions at all. So, and through this correct path or through the correct vision, one would understand and actually realize within you the self disappears, the self existence feel starts to fade away. But you need to understand that, like people say, there is no me there. But first of all, you have to understand how does me arise, my mind arise as an internal burning feeling. That is the power within that vibration. So actually, it is like you first caught the culprit and then the culprit disappears, something like that. So but in the concentration meditation or any other path that people try to follow to relieve their pain, that is just a temporary relief. Further, there is me who feel that tranquility feeling, or like I mean anything that we say that okay, I feel this, that there is you in it. But the Lord Buddha's path, the thing is the perceiver will disappear, so there would be no suffering to be perceived by that perceiver, because there is no you there to perceive the suffering. So that is the cessation of suffering or the liberation of mind. Yeah, that's
Absolutely.
very
So
accurate.
yeah, absolutely. What you said is very correct, because so some people might think, some people might think what if you follow the actual Buddha's teaching, so it is something different. It is something that you dissolve yourself. So that is not the thing that is happening actually. So you try to understand the truth. That's only. Because being a human, having that capacity to think will be wasted if you don't try to understand the truth here. So what Lord Buddha said was none other than the truth. This is the truth, one and only truth, absolute truth. So don't take any kind of fearsome feelings So if I follow this path, I will lose myself, then everything will be gone and so on. Those are misconceptions either. Just so anyone has the right to see the truth. As a human being, just try to see what Buddha said. Just try to see, just try to understand what Buddha said. So it won't make any harm to you. So what we say is, once you understand this truth clearly, you will understand there's no such a person called me. There's no such a person called I. So that's why we say the self-centeredness, the notion of the self will get dissolved, because seeing the truth makes you to feel that there is no person here. So I was in a misconception. So what is the harm that you gain through that? So this Buddha Buddha revealed to the world, the message that Buddha revealed to the world is the truth. That's only. So it is not another kind of meditation method that keep sitting in a lotus position and doing inhaling and exhaling and try to empower or energize one certain single thought and try to move to a state where no perceptions are there. It is not the absolute teaching of Lord Buddha. But Lord Buddha said is, there is no doer here. So as we have been living for such a long period with the self, it is very difficult for us to see that truth. It has become a very difficult task to see that absolute truth. In order to do so, what you have to do is just try to practice what you have learned, what you have understood. Just put it into the practice. Just put it into the day-to-day life. Then you will tend to feel, yeah, what Buddha said was very correct. There is no doer here. That's only. So everything is achieved through the understanding only. It is not another kind of a faith or following somebody, some people, some person. So that's why Lord Buddha said, person who sees this Dhamma is the person who sees me. So sees me in the sense, sees this Buddha. The person who is attained that state is very similar to the state where Lord Buddha came in. Yes, Teruvan Saranai, Sudharma, do you have anything to add? Or most of the time you tell the things in practical angle, so we would like to hear from you also. Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi, Professor Kavindya, Dr. Sakuntala, and all Dhamma friends. Dr. Ravi, I was listening to your explanation from the very beginning, and you very beautifully, actually, in the first place, Dr. Ravi, this entire philosophy, Buddha's teachings consist of, we say, 84,000 sermons. So it was done in such a way that it would cater to all kinds of people. So his immense compassion towards all the beings is evident through that. And he uses quite a lot of similes and metaphors. And now, actually, what we experience is Dr. Ravi Aryan Wahanse uses metaphors from the modern context, so that the new generation who are tech savvy, use digital technology, will also better understand the concepts. And Dr. Ravi, what was interesting when you were explaining the awareness through that metaphor, it really worked for me when you said, okay, awareness can be compared to the ocean, and these turbulent waves symbolize the thoughts. It really worked, and actually, I was trying to come to terms with this awareness. Yeah, that is a very broad concept if we take it as in the literal sense, and when we practically experience it, is something that seeing the drama without the sense of the self, seeing how everything happens, like how this system works, how this system deals with entities and the people in the mundane world, without the feeling of or without the sense of self. So that kind of understanding, vague understanding, that I too have, but it really, your explanation today helped me to understand it in understand it better, Dr. Ravi. And then actually it was such a kind of motivational speech, I shouldn't say speech, the presentation of Dhamma points, because a newcomer would have got the essence of it and understand. Even someone who listens to this for the first time would be able to capture the most essential things to walk on the path. Because you were talking about this faith we also had, because blind faith, for since others do this, we also did. Since others are doing, or in order to accumulate merits, to secure our next life, having a birth in a better realm kind of feeling. And then how does this reasoned faith, as you said, Akaravati, Shraddha, how does it come? It only comes through, as Professor Kavindya also highlighted, seeing the truth, how this stimulus occurs, and how we get entangled in this. And doctor, at that point, I was contemplating on the difference between a tree and a human. So this, when it comes to this existence field, trees to have the existence field. That's why their roots move towards water. Because the branches may turn to sunlight, so on and so forth, for this existence. Even the small kid, infant, has this existence field. So how does it differ when it comes to us? Because trees also kind of we undergo, trees also undergo this absorbing nutrition, then reproduction or growth, and humans do the same. But why does it matter to us? Because when it comes to these sensory bases, yes, doctor, shall I go ahead? Yes, when it comes to the sensory basis, that vibration, as Professor Kavindya highlighted, that vibration which creates due to this, because the entire world is a vibration, so the vibrations of similar frequencies come in contact, and the rapid sparking occurs, and that creates that power which has an ultimate impact on the taints, or the sasava nature, which is there since the zygote level. So, but that is not there in the trees. That is the difference. So that is why we feel this self view and I am there. I am, isn't it, Dr. Ravi? And
Yeah, yeah. As you said, yes, yes. What I think is,
yes,
we are thinking. That is the problem. The same thing happens. The roots grow and flowers bloom. Likewise, when compared to an infant, so it sucks the infant sucks breasts and feeds on the milk which is come out from the breast from mother. So and it grows. It involuntary happens. Everything happens
exactly,
involuntarily. But the problem here is when compared with the trees, as human beings, we tend to think that there is a living being here. It is the drusti, the
exactly,
misconception, the
exactly.
wrong view. Yeah, the
Wrong
different.
view, wrong view. That
Yeah,
these experiences are happening to me. Oh, I am there on this side to have that experience. Yeah, it is the wrong view. Exactly.
yeah.
Yes, thank
So
you.
go beyond that. Go beyond that.
Yeah,
So we tend to think that there is kind of itta sanya as well, existent feel as well. So
yes,
before, yeah, we
absolutely.
tend to feel the there is the kind of itta sanya. So it is also the kind of a drusti.
Thought,
So
yeah,
I thought, yeah, so, yes. So if I am not correct, Aryan Mahanse might explain it well. So yes, we can discuss on this that further because it is a very important point. I think you highlighted. So
yeah, doctor.
so
So the infant's experience can be directly compared to the tree, right? Because
yeah.
infant does not have a sense of self or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Isn't
yes,
it, doctor?
absolutely, absolutely.
Mm.
So we think that infant had that ita sanya. So without the self notion of the self, he had that ita sanya. So it is another thought. It is the wrong view. So that makes us to move along this samsaric journey. So it gives rise to another vibration. That drushti
Yes,
gives rise to another vibration. Likewise, we tend to move along this sansaric journey because of these misconceptions that we had, that we have. So it is very difficult to say. So even though we take it as an infant, absolutely what is happening, a vibration occurs at that very instance. Another vibration occurs, another vibration occurs. So even it can be visualized as an infant or zygote or a school going child. What is happening absolutely underlying is a spark occurs.
yes,
So
yes,
how it get power to energize the subsequent uh, waves
true.
or vibration
Yes,
is the wrong vision, the
yes,
strong view. Yeah. So unless we don't, if you don't empower that thought with that, so it has no kind of energy to move forward. So that is the stopping of this entire sansaric cycle, isn't it? So
yes,
I think
yes.
Dr. Sakuntala is also here, Kavinda is also here. We can discuss it further. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Teruvan Saranai.
Uh,
Yes, you can
Therwan,
also. Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Therwan Saranai, I pay my homage to R.N. Mahanse. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. I got distracted a little bit in between your discussion. So from the facts that I gathered, actually, one point was that you were discussing about the radiant mind, child with the radiant mind. The difference between the child with the radiant mind and the tree, this is what I have sort of understood and what I have felt, is that there is this taints or sasava that we call taints, or the hidden raw material for the defilements, or the hidden vibrations which will lead to defilements are there in the child with radiant mind, isn't it? But for the tree, you cannot apply that rule because the tree will not have that effect. So the tree will not have this vibration tendency which will lead to the something similar to the samsaric journey, samsaric cycle. Whereas the child with the radiant mind still has that possibility. So that is why if a child with radiant mind dies, child will not be sort of in attain nibbana, but the child will have a rebirth somewhere because the taints or this sasa swabhava is still there. Would you like to comment on that? That is how I felt actually.
Problem is that
Hmm.
what sort of a thing is stain? I mean, how this stain comes? Stain, Sastra about how this comes. I think,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Yes, it is actually, it is vibrations, isn't it? It is a vibration which is sort of telepathized to the zygote, isn't it?
Exactly. So how it gets telepathized? So why it is rather different from a tree that comes out from the seed? So why it is not there?
Today also, so every time, every moment. So not after the death. Not so sasa is everywhere, every time. So so this present moment, this moment, every moment. So the life feel is there, the soul is there. The meaning is sasa is there. What is sasa? Is sasa, otherwise is the defilements also sasa. So life feel also sasa. So different words we are using, but feel is same. One feel. What's this feel? You know, these thoughts have some power. Oh, these thoughts, thought, every time, every moment, thought is creating the stimulus. So, okay? That thought have the power. That's the existing field. That's the alive field. So that's you. Otherwise, your soul is you. Me, my mind is okay. That's a field. That's a power. That's a spark. That's a vibrations. That's a sasa. Otherwise, that's defilements also same. So how you can see how you are see your eye, how your eye is creating, how your pictures creating. What's this light? You know, the Buddha's word, your senses is the world creating. Sense of creation is the world, not anywhere. The meaning is not outside. It's your mind. Mindful world, that is why. Chittena niyati loko chittena parikasa. Is the Buddha's words. What is this? This sense of creations, various of type of living being have various of type of individually their own world they are living, not anywhere. So what is this world? This pitch or sound or solidity or liquidity or this sound and firm and others, five sense creations together. Oh no, that's a human's mind. That's your world. Chair, table, mother, father, gold, or everything. Sun, moon, everything. It's thoughts. It's a thinking world, mindful world. Is the mindful have that value or something? How much you want that world? How much you like it? That's word. That's your word. So your value is disappearing. You don't want this world. You're not interested in this world because how is coming this? Not interested. How is coming? Does someone know this Dhamma? Someone know this? How is this creation is happening? How is this world is creating? Mindful world. Value is disappearing. Value is fading. That's why the defilements also fading. Same. Final, what's the effort? Cause and effect, Dhamma, no? What's the effort? It's nothingness. No value. But what's this vibration? This vibration is alive feel. It's vibration. Chair or table or tree or sun, moon or anything. Everything is what the final effect? Cause and effect, no. Vibration and the senses creations effort is okay. Light and sound and everything. Senses creations. So finally, these thoughts, the value is coming. The value is every vibration have the power, generating the power. Different ending, sparking. The power is there. That's Majja Sutra. Buddha's word is that one. That's a power. One is spark. Have the power. The most of his spark, the rapid speed is happening. The more power is there. That's the existent field. That's the alive field. That's your world value. So how is this? This is the type of is coming. Your existent field, alive field. That's you. Me, my mind is a thought. Is me. I is a thought. Yeah, your field is inside there. What is the field? Is value. What you are looking is chair. How much you want chair? That's your value. No, chair have value. The value is disappearance because this thought is a sound and firm. Not really, not chair is there. It's your thought. That's why you don't want chair after that because it's not anywhere. It's your mind. Mind having a chair, That's why. That's why value is disappearing. That's why vibration is disappearing. That's why spark is disappearing. This process. This is a dharmata. Is a Buddha's word. Is what is this process? Someone understood this process system. How is this alive feel is coming? How is this soul is happening? How is this inside vibration is happening? Is a value is how is value is coming, no? Finally, the cause and effect Dhamma is a cause is a vibration, is a effort is a light and sound. Cause is a light and sound, effort is a chair, table. Cause is a chair, table, effort is a existent field. The cause is existent field, effort is a alive field. The final is the alive field is a coming one thought, is a me. Is me. you know, Rup is a Buddha's word is Rupasmingva Attana Samanupasati. Attaniva Rupas Samanu Rupasmingva Attana Sama Attaniva Rupas Samanupasati Rupavattangva. What is this? What is this Rupasmingva Attana Samanupas? Attaniva Rupas Samanupasati. Rupasmingva Attana Samanu Attaniva Rupas Samanupasati. What is this? Alive field is existent field. More existent field is there. Existent field you want continuing. That's the alive field. That is why Rupasmingva Attana Samanupasati is a Buddha's word. What's this teaching? What's this Buddha's teaching? Is vibration, no? Final, not existent. Is a alive field is you. That's cause and effect Dhamma. It's a vibration. Cause, effect is a light and sound. Cause is effect, light and sound. Is effect is a chart table. Cause is a chart table. Effect is a existing field. Cause is a existing field. Existing field. Effect is a alive field. Now final is vibration converting the alive field. The same. It's a vibration, no? Because alive field is power. It's a vibration. The magnetic power, electric power, like that is a process, is a system, is a mind power. The power, the meaning is like a there's a satellite, there's a satellite, there's a waves, so channels, TV channels, like that is a waves. How is creating? How is USA there? Sirasa, Sri Lankan channel, no? Is a Sri Lanka there, Sirasa, and UK also Sirasa there. Otherwise, Australia also Sirasa there. How is this this system is working? So it's the same vibration, no? Same vibration, no? Tuning fork example, no? One wave is a tuning fork touching. These are other tuning fork automatically is vibration is happening. Same waves. This system is working everywhere. Everywhere. What is this meaning? You know, this alive field is vibration, no? There's somewhere is same one is there. There's the same, no? That's why your last briefing is happening. How much you have defilement, that's your alive field. Otherwise, defilement also alive field, no? Same, no? That's a sasa also same. That one is a sasa. Yeah. That's vibration. It's your last briefing is here. Is happening. How much you have defilements? That's your sasa. Is okay. Different words you are using, but one thing is happening. So your last briefing is happening. Your body is now collapsed, but not ending your circle of birth, because somewhere same vibration is there. Somewhere, that's why Maniya Makkotavati Mani Gukuro is the Buddha's word. It's your monk. You became a monkey. Monkeys. That's zygote is you. The vibration is same. That is why. So more defilements you have, you're not a monkey. You are dog. Because more defilements is there. That's why zygote is dog's mother. Is vibration. It's happening. That's you. That's a cycle of birth. It's a style, pattern. You won't understand this. You can inside meditation you can realize this process, this system, how it's working. How much you left your defilements? How much you less your defilements? You are became again human mothers, silent. Vibration is same. That is why. What do you think about Dr. Ravi? So someone understood this Dhamma. So what happened? Finally, this vibration is a vibration power is disappearing. That's why defilements are fading. Same. Its vibration is now is zero is coming. Now you became a nibbana. That's why tranquility is there. Because thoughts haven't a power. That's why. It's a cool mind. It's peaceful mind. It's tranquility is there. That's very important, human. Because human mind always firing. This firing is over, is the Nibbana is there. I think very important is inside meditation. It's not a concentration meditation. It's understanding. One is a dependent origination. Dependent origination is this process is understanding. It's very important whole world. Human want this truth. They want know the truth. They don't know the truth. They are in blind. What's this? No? How much importance? Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. What Mrs. Sudharma asked is Saran tree, when compared with the trees also have some kind of senses. They grow towards the light.
But we are not talking about the vijnana. Is a consciousness. We are not talking about the consciousness because there is no like that system.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we are talking about Iskanda. Iskanda meaning is the process. It's a dharmatha. That's why Buddha's philosophy very important. So we are not talking about the trees or anywhere. Consciousness is LIF. This consciousness is a psychote. Is a very important. This vibration is a sasana vibration. It's very important. It's not easy to understand. What is this wave? What is this vibe? It's not telepathy there. Trees. Not system there. You see. Your ear, how is creating? Is there is a DNA, RNA. We are talking about mother's genes, father's genes, and together coming. Together is combining. It's a zygote is there happening. So this other, I think, is a Itu niyama, bija niyama, kamma niyama, chitta niyama is Buddha's words. So this is a chitta niyama. It's very important how it's creating. It's a bija niyama is other one. This type of this vibe is very important. What is this wave? What is this vibe? It's very important because this no physical body. We are not talking about the physical bodies, gods or heavens or no. It's a Prakpa, Arupa, Chara, Rupa, Chara, so formless world and form world. And the what is this talking about? Is only the vibe, not physical body is there. So what is this? No, the sensory world and the formless world and the form world. It's the vibe only. We are not talking about the physical body. So that's why like that's a TV channel like that. Vibe. Not anywhere. The circuit is there. Is okay. TV is there. Not film is going. Not circuit is there. Not TV is working. Because circuit is creating the system. It's a telepathy. These waves. No. We are not talking about not circuit. There trees haven't a circuit like this human psychotype. No.
Yeah,
that is why. It's okay. It's a circuit like that, no TV. There's an aerial. No, we are talking about that circuit is there, no? The channel TV channel. There's a PeoTV and the dialogue TV Sri Lanka there. Type of no circuit is there. Some type of circuit is there. So how is the AC is coming? AC plant. This circuit is there, no? System is there, no? Is other. How is fan is working? There's other system is there, no? The process is there, no? It's working. There's type of there's some trees also, living being otherwise, no? Different type of circuits, different type of process systems. No?
yes.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why you won't understand this is no, you won't understand this your wisdom your this one is your see it's normally knowledge you have you can understand this no it's enough normal knowledge is a trees are other systems there is a living beings have another system that's right the different so many type of different styles there not only the trees not only the living beings so is it like a chemistry physics like that chemistry is there no? Is we are talking about how is water is coming creating how is hot and cool is creating it's a system no
Yes.
yeah systematically is happening no nobody is doing it's okay it's the nature no it's okay living being also say like that to other systems that I think understood no what I say
Yes, sir. Yes.
yeah okay okay doctor I think answer is there no?
Yes. Yes,
yeah
sir.
yeah it's okay
Thank you.
doctor that answer
It was a balance. Yes. Yeah. Do you have anything to add, Dr. Sakuntala or Mrs. Sudharma, or any comment or any question to ask? Or so, if you don't have anything, as we have come to the end
තෙරුවන්
of.
සරණයි.
Mm.
තෙරුවන්
Yeah.
සරණයි Dr. Ravi. නමස්කාර
It was.
වේවාගයන් වහන්සේ. So it's clear due to the six sensory bases that human has and the wrong view that and that power generated with the occurrence of all stimuli that the difference that we feel the self perception and another question Dr. Ravi if Aryan Mahansa is there Namaskar Veva Aryan Mahansa so the telepathization of taints or this sasava into the zygote is a natural phenomenon Aryan Mahansa it's a natural phenomenon
yes Cyber and measurement phenomena. No, nobody is doing systematically is happening. No, cycle of birth also is it's a nature. It's like a naturally is happening. Nobody is doing. But you can't control it. Cycle of birth. No one is control. No one can control. The Buddha's word is that. Otherwise, Nibbana also you can't do that. It's a system. Is you know how you understood the system is automatically is happening. You can't think and you becoming arhat. You can't do that. It's systematically happening. It's a process is there. That process is the dharmata. That's why Pratipada Buddha's practically what's your path, first you want to understand. Second, that's a satyajnana. And the pratanyana you can experience it. And the pratajnana is tranquility, is a free mind, no? Tranquility. It's a systematically going this way. Otherwise, it's a some paticca. It's a paticca sampad. It's a dependent origination. How is created? That's speed. That is why we are talking about that's skanda word. Skanda word is what is that English word? Is skanda fire grids.
aggregates
Fire
Fire grids. So it's systematically, no? We are explaining this fire grids, but we are explaining fire grids, but it's system. We are explaining the system, no? We are understanding the system. We can't stop this system. We can't control this system, but we can understand. But finally, the effort is not like that coming. That one is the happening. We can't stop that system. System is normally is working, but power is not there because you understood this truth. Power is the discipline. This understanding is the other system. Otherwise, Nibbana way. Nibbana path. No, that's right. Because systematically it's happening, no? Some particular. It's a together coming. Speed is someone you can rotating. The firing ball you can rotating is the circle is there, but circle is coming systematically, no? Not circle is there, but you can see that's the mirage, no?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
That
sir.
type of consciousness or working system. Skanda. Skanda final effort is consciousness, no? There's a Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyana. What this word is, this is how does it speed, no? Rotating the firing ball. Speed. That's a Sankata. That's a, it's a Sampaticha, is a together coming that firing ball, together coming that one, no? Combining. Firing ball, circling, speed, combining the ball. And that's a that's a huge mirage, no? The circle is there. But that type of consciousness, Buddha's explaining this Sankara Pacha Vijnana. That's a dependent origination. It's a consciousness. How is this conscious process is creating? Consciousness is very important. That's a Vijnana. Word, only the word we are using, but the speed is given this. It's okay.
Yes, Arenas.
Yeah. It's okay. Process is there. That's a natural phenomenon. Yeah. Process is there. It's okay. System we can understand after there's a value is disappeared. We don't know this truth is a
Peruan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings, where their samsaric journey is created in the human mind. Teruan Saranai, Dhamma friends. As usual, we have to bow down to our Lord Buddha, our greatest spiritual master, came to this world 2600 years ago and opened up, revealed the great Dhamma. Even after 2600 years, still that Dhamma is valid because it is Akalika Dhamma. That Dhamma is not for a period of Dhamma. There's no certain period for this Dhamma. That is an eternal Dhamma. After Buddha era, so many years, so many thousands of years, this Dhamma was there, and so many Arahants, enlightened Arahants were there. But unfortunately, the past 1,000 odd years, no Arahants were in this on this planet Earth because the true essence of Dhamma has disappeared. Actually, it has hidden beneath the surface because of the very selfish and cruel people with wrong views trying to destroy this Dhamma. As an example, we all know how that foolish, idiotic people take revenge from those Burmese Buddhist statues. So this humanity with so many wrong views, thinking there is a God sitting on the sky to look after them, looking at them. Even these people cannot understand. Hindus think there is Brahma up there, and some other religion, Catholics and others, so many religious people are believing there's a God up there looking at them. And the Muslims also thinking there is only one God, and their God is also there looking after them. But they didn't have a common sense, because there are 800 billion people live on this planet. What is the possibility of a God to look at each and every activity of 800 billion people? At least they can't understand that. With such a stupidity, they are running behind the rat race, trying to fulfill their sensual pleasures and arguing and killing each other and treating each other with harsh words and doing useless things, and just living and dying without knowing the actual truth of humanity. But after 1,000 odd years, now there is a fully enlightened, fully realized spiritual master, a Shravaka Buddha, a fully enlightened Arahant, Siupili Simbiyapat Arahant, a true son of Lord Buddha, a true sage, a true rishi, with the wisdom of Sri Lanka, the wisdom of Asia from Sri Lanka. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, our Kalyana Mitra. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has revealed, actually is revealing the Lord Buddha's true Dhamma after searching for more than 30 years, and finally enlightened with the true teachings of Lord Buddha, and not talking about the karmic law, talking about the cause and effect law. That is what Lord Buddha taught us. Karmic law is only a small part of it, but the main law is cause and effect law. So Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has taken out the true Buddhist philosophy and the true teachings of Lord Buddha from the hidden place, and now revealing to the humanity with 3 languages, Sinhala, English and Tamil. For English speaking people, they can go through this, they can come and listen to this Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, and also they can go through the www.wisdomofasia.com, and they can go through the Buddothpado-dhamma.com and listen and read everything about this true Dhamma, which is the utmost science, not parts of science, the full science, the utmost reality of science. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is revealing. So Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has done more than 13,000 sermons, in the YouTube, and most of them are in the YouTube and in the social media. You all can listen and enlighten yourselves, and you may understand the true reality of this mind-based world, which is an illusion, and you can live a free life without sticking to the unwanted, unnecessary cravings. So today I am talking about the second sermon of Nivana Obalangamai. The Nibbana is near you. Aryan Vanse, Buddothpado Aryan Vanse has done this 6 years ago and uploaded to this 6 years ago. In this sermon, Aryan Vanse is describing the mind is dying, and actually mind's birth and death is happening each and every moment, but mind is skipping that and going. Yes, according to the true Buddhist philosophy, we understand, we actually very clearly shown you how the mind is creating. Mind is only a vibratory nature of power, vibratory nature of thought power. So we live in a world of perceptions. So many perceptions stimuli. We have 6 senses system. This body, this human body is a 6 senses system, and those stimuli comes through this 6 senses system and in different forms and create a shadow reflection on the mind. But it is actually actually existing only a fraction of a second. One mind is arising and ceasing in this fraction of the moment. That means the mind is very fast. All the perceptions are just appearing as mental images and disappearing. One mental image is coming through the eyes when the light is there with the synchronization system. When we can see any stimuli due to the synchronization of eye vibration, light vibration, and the stimuli vibration, they become one vibration, and we are able to see the form came through the eyes. And during the fraction of the second, it is arising and ceasing. But actually speaking, this vibration is very fast, a very fast vibratory nature. If we look at something, we feel that it is actually there. But it is not so, because all the time the form is arising and ceasing. Again it is arising and ceasing. Again it is arising and ceasing. Like the lightning happening in the sky. That is how this vibratory nature is. But due to the fast vibratory nature of the mind, we see the stimuli is actually there. If we look at a jack tree image is appearing and ceasing, appearing and ceasing. millions of times it's appearing and ceasing until we look at it. That is the way of the mind. All the time it is appearing and ceasing. And then if we hear a sound, then the mind is dropping that jackry stimuli and going to hear that sound, noise. So then another mind is arising, that is a hearing mind. So it is also just arising and ceasing. The sound we can hear, it is arising and ceasing, but the volume of the sound is changing, increasing and decreasing. According to the volume of that sound, this mind is, the hearing mind is also arising and ceasing. Then again our mind is dropping that sound and going to catch another thing. Then it comes to a thought. The mind dropped the sound mind, and now mind is looking at a thought, a past memory, a thought appeared in the mind about certain person, maybe a certain person, maybe certain some other stimuli. Then now the mind is with that thought, and again, and at this moment we can smell something. Then the mind drop that thought and go to that smelling. Then smelling mind is arising. Something is smelling. Now the mind, the smelling mind is there. It is also arising and ceasing. When we smell something, it's very clearly we can understand this, because all the time you may have experienced when a smell is coming, means it is not in the same way. It is just increasing the smell, and again it is decreasing the smell, maybe because of the wind, but that is the vibratory nature of that smelling vibration. So again, a wind is, a breeze is touching your body. Then the mind drops that smelling and come into the body sensor and understanding the feel of the breeze. Now there is a feeling mind. When we are eating, it goes to the tongue and tasting. There is a tasting mind. Likewise, from the morning, as soon as we get up and until the night time, all the time this mind is just arising and ceasing, and changing towards these six senses. This arising is ceasing is called in Dhamma the birth and the death of the mind. Aryan Mahanse is very clearly showing us this mind has a birth and the death in every moment, in every fraction of the second, this mind is arising and ceasing. That is where the mind's birth and death happens. But mind is skipping that and going. When the mind is arising and ceasing, it skips to another mind. Like that, mind is always continuously arising and ceasing. That means continuously mind has the birth and the death throughout the life until the mind is completely vanishing from the body. At the last breath, end of the life, how can let go of life, feeling a deep sorrow at that point? Yes, mind is actually the mind consciousness. The mind is always attaching, that always creating a thought, and it is creating and then it is disappearing. That means arising and ceasing. Then again another mind. Like that, mind is a process of a series of thoughts. Process of series of thought. Actually, it is a all those are mind pictures showing us different picture like a film. Mind actually showing us a film. We are the seers and mind is the actor like. So that means this mind is very much attached to this body. That is why Aryan Mahansa is telling at the last breath, end of the life, how can let go of life feeling a deep sorrow at that point? Because throughout the life, this mind is giving you so many sufferings. At the end of the life, now the mind knows there's no way, has to go out, and a deep sorrow is creating at that point. Until the last drop of breath, mind comes by catching each and every thought. Yes, until the last drop of breath, mind comes by catching each and every thought, every mental image. Yes, actually, we are seeing a process of mental images until the last drop of the breath. Mind comes catching each and every thought. Catch one thought, drop it, and again catching another thought and dropping. That is how the mind behaves. What happened then? While living, contemplate this truth. Yes. If we want to go beyond this difficult mind, the suffering mind, we have to contemplate this truth while living. Because on this planet Earth, on this human realm, most of the people are thinking the mind is them, mind is the self. Some are thinking body is the self. No, Lord Buddha has shown by sharing this body into 32 parts and showed Asubha Bhavana. Not in any part of the life, only for any part of the body, there is no self. Actually, in the mind also there is no self. Mind is just like a electricity power, just like gravity power. It's a power, nature of power. But people are thinking because of the ignorance, people are thinking that their mind is the self, but actually it is not true. Therefore, we have to contemplate this while living on this planet Earth. That means the human realm. If you can see through your intelligence that the birth and the death of this mind, there is no death at the point of this body become earth. Yes, this ultimate truth about this mind we have to contemplate. That means we have to see through our intelligence the nature of the mind. That means whatever you see, that is mind. Whatever you hear, that is mind. Whatever you feel, that is mind. Each and every moment. You are seeing something, hearing something, feeling something, or thinking something, thinking about a thought. That means your mind. So you have to look at this through your intelligence. But the birth of the death of this mind, you can clearly see when you are having the awareness. You can understand how the mind is arising and ceasing. To a start, as a starting point, you can just close your eyes for a while and you can just keep your awareness and you can just stay for a while. Then you can see your mind is creating thoughts. Without grabbing to those thoughts, you have to very carefully keep your awareness alert and you have to understand the thought appearing and you have to watch it without clashing or attaching to the thought. You have to watch it. Then you can see that appearing thoughts is disappearing at a certain point and again another thought is appearing. That is called Udayavaya. But we can't see the Vaya part. That means the ceasing part we cannot see very clearly. But we can see thought processes are one by one thoughts are arising. So if you have some time as a relaxation, you can do this by closing your eyes and just to see, keep your awareness about the arising thoughts. It's first of all, it will come as a rush. So many thoughts will come, but when you happen to see that for a certain time every day for a few minutes, 10 or 15 minutes, then the thought process become less. Thought process become less. Then you can very clearly see the thought, appearing thought, but at a certain point it is disappearing. So, while living, contemplate about this arising and ceasing of the thought with your intelligence. That the arising and ceasing of this mind. And And when you happen to see this, at the point of the death, that means at the point of this body become earth, there is no actual death for you. There is no actual death for you, because you know this. Normally, each and every moment, your mind has a birth and a death. That means a rising and a ceasing. That means each and every time you are having a birth and a death. So it is called in Dhamma a Shanika Marana. We have millions of Shanika Marana. At the final point, there is nobody to die, because we are all the time we are dying. There's a birth and a death happening. Shanika Maranas. So many Shanaka Marana is there. The last thing is called Sammuti Marana. And at that point, you will never have a death, because you know you will understand this system. You have to see the arising and ceasing of this mind at this moment. That is what Lord Buddha asked us to do. You have to see the arising and ceasing of this mind at this moment. When you open your eyes and look at the sky, where there are no much of stimuli, even you can understand this. Your mind is not staying at one point. It is just arising and ceasing and going to another one, that you can very clearly understand if you can look at the sky for a while. You can see the changes happening in your mind. That means the birth and the death happening in your mind, the rising and ceasing nature of your mind. At least if you happen to look at something, if you happen to look at a coconut tree, even a thought is arising and ceasing, but it is not staying at that with that coconut tree image, coconut tree stimuli. Whether you are looking at the coconut tree, but that the mind is not staying with you, it's running here and there. That means dropping that thought and catching another one. That is the way of this birth and death of this nature of the mind. That is why Aryan Mahansa is telling us, you have to see this arising and ceasing of this mind at this moment. That is called in Dhamma Utpada Titi Banga, arising and ceasing. Utpada Vaya, dakinna one. You have to see the arising and ceasing. You must see the birth and death of the mind. Something created and it has dissolved. The last thought, when the body becomes earth, is also the same. Yes, something is all the time, actually something is creating and it is dissolving. That is the nature of this world. So what happened to your body is something created and it has dissolved. The last thought, when the body becomes earth, is also the same. Every creation has a ceasing. So the last thought is also the same. All the thoughts are same. Creation means the thought arising, and the ceasing means the thought dissolving. Something created and it has dissolved. The last thought when body becomes earth is also the same. Just a thought. Like now happens. Nothing special. Yes, at the last breath also that your last thought in according to this lifetime, the last thought also just a thought. There's nothing special. Now there are the way of happening thoughts. The last thought also like that, just a thought. Like now happening, nothing special. See in the truth means you are seeing your death. Yes. See in the truth means you are seeing your death. Aryan Mahansa is explaining. When you happen to see the truth, you have no death. There's nobody here to die. At this very moment, you see the death, but you cannot realize it. Yes, Aryan Mahansa is explaining. At this very moment, you see the death. That means each and every moment, a thought is arising and it is ceasing. Thought is arising means the birth. The thought ceasing means the death. But you can't realize it because of the ignorance, because this samsaric journey is happening inside the mind. Existence means a thought. Existence happens due to a thought. That is why Aryan Mahansa is telling, at this very moment, you see your death. That means a ceasing mind means your death. But you can't realize it because you are with so many wrong views. You are seeing it, but you don't have awareness or the intelligence to see that. Yes, we always see, no? This mind is showing millions of thoughts arising and ceasing. Arising, the thought arising means our birth. That the thought ceasing means our death. We are seeing that all the time. But we don't have the awareness of the intelligence to see that. Yes. With proper awareness and intelligence, see your death happens at every moment. Yes, Aryan Mahansa is telling. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is telling. With proper awareness and intelligence, see your death happens at every moment. Yes. So with a good awareness, we can see the thoughts are arising and ceasing. Ceasing means the death. Then you will become eternal, gone beyond the death. Yes. So it's not very difficult to see that also. You know, a thought is arising. When you are seeing a cloud means a thought is arising. So you keep your awareness with that cloud. then that cloud thought is ceasing without your knowing and coming another one. So that is the birth and the death of you, because you are the stimuli. There's no self here. If you see something, that is you. You can see that stimuli arising and ceasing. That means you are born and you are your death at the same moment is happening. So with proper awareness and intelligence, see your death happens at every moment. Yes, Aryan Vahansi is giving a practice, actually insight activity to see the mind, how this mind is arising and ceasing. And see your death happens at every moment. Then you will become eternal, went beyond death. Yes. If you happen to see that and understand it, that means you are able to see the birth and the death of each and every thought. That means you have become eternal, went beyond death, because all the time you see your birth and death. So there's nobody to die. You have become eternal. While living, if you can see the birth and death, you are very much fortunate. Yes. While living, Aryan Vahansi is explaining. Aryan Vahansi is explaining. While living, if you can see the birth and death, you are very much fortunate. Actually, while living to see our birth and death, we have to listen to this true Dhamma. True Dhamma of Lord Buddha coming through Buddothpado Aryan Vahansi. So, without listening to this true Dhamma, you are not be able to see the birth and the death of yourselves, because Buddothpado Aryan Vahansi is the great sage, great spiritual master, Kalyana Mitra, showing us the correct way and giving the actual meanings of the words of Lord Buddha. There are so many 84,000 Dhamma, Dharmaskandha, Dhamma aggregates on the Pali Canon. But other than Aryan Vahansi, nobody is able to reveal the actual meanings of those wordings to the human world nowadays in this era. Because without having a proper wisdom, enlightenment, nobody can describe this Lord Buddha's Dhamma, because it is not a written thing. Actually, there are very much deeper meanings in that Dhamma. It comes through the realization master to the seeker, pupil, seeker. All the seekers must listen to Dhamma through a fully realized, enlightened master. because otherwise you will not get the correct Dhamma. While living, if you can see the birth and death, you are very much fortunate. On that day, you will realize the death is happening at this very moment. Yes, that is what we have to understand. The death is happening at this very moment because the birth and the death means the arising and the ceasing of these thoughts. Therefore, you will not have the fear of death. Yes, now you have seen the death, the arising and ceasing of each and every thought. Now you can, if you can see, then therefore you will not have the fear of death. There will not be a fear of death because you are already dying every day, every moment you are dying, and your birth and death is happening in the fraction of the second. So therefore you will not have the fear of death. It will vanish. When at that moment you can see the birth and the death of the thought. Yes, Aryan Vahanse is explaining. When at that moment, that means therefore you will not have the fear of death. It will vanish, and when at that moment you can see the birth and the death of the thought process. Seeing through the intelligence that the thought is creating and passing away. Yes, this is the greatest ever thing we have to do, because living as a human being means we actually with these thoughts creating and passing away of thoughts, we are living with the thought process. All the time a thought is creating and passing away. Seeing means a thought, hearing means a thought, feeling means a thought, and thinking means also a thought. So, seeing through the intelligence that the thought is creating and passing away, actually the life span is full of these thought processes. The life span means so many thoughts arising and ceasing. There are unnecessary thoughts. There are thoughts arising and ceasing, even we are not aware of. Some thoughts we used to let go, and some thoughts this system is grabbing some thoughts. You can very clearly see how the people of this human realm acting with these thoughts. In front of a mundane person, if you happen to talk, that person always clinging to that thought and talking nonsense non-stop nonsense they are talking, because their nature of the mind, they think they catch one thought and getting angry and shouting and talking without an end. if you happen to see the social media, you can see how these thoughts are, how these people are getting these thoughts in a useless way. In a useless way, they are catching the thoughts and talking so much. That means talking about others, other systems, useless, unwanted, unnecessary words they are spilling everywhere because they do not know this is only a thought, it is just arising and ceasing. They can't understand that. They grab that thought and talking without an end. Otherwise, finally, uh, fighting with each other from at the beginning, fighting with each other with words, then again, sometimes clashing, sometimes killing each other. All these are happening because of the thoughts. That is the way of the thoughts creating and passing away. And not only that, you can see how the different countries, there are so many war zones there. They have war. Because of what? Because of these thoughts. They do not know this is only a thought just arising and ceasing. They can't see that. They just grabbing on thoughts and talking non-stop hours and hours, and then they are fighting with each other with so many modern equipments, modern weapons. For what? To, because of these unwanted thoughts, they want to win on their thoughts. Can they? They can't. And not only that, fighting here, and they are trying to go to so many other planets and stay there. They are planning to go and stay in so many different planets. Can they do that? Those are useless ways of spending money, because they can just investigate, but no human being can go and stay there in another planet. That is absurd. They are trying because of their thoughts without understanding the nature of the human mind. How they can go and find other places to stay. All those are creations in the mind. What they see is just a creation. They do not know about it. What they hear, all those are creations, mind creations. What they see is a mind creation. What they hear is a mind creation. What they feel is a mind creation. So how can go there to another planet and stay? Those things are just imaginations. So if there are intelligent people in this planet Earth, they have to come and listen to this Dhamma first and understand the true nature of the human mind. Human mind, how these thoughts are arising and ceasing, how we are all the time, how we are have a birth and a death. If they are understanding the mind and become realized, then only they will be able to investigate about this cosmos, about this whole universe. For that, they have to first understand the mind and go beyond the mind while practicing this true Dhamma, listening and practicing Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma. Not only listening, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is showing us four great contemplations. First one is nothing is out there. We see only our mind. We hear only our mind. We feel only our mind. And we think only about our thoughts, the thought flow. So that is the ultimate truth. There is nothing outside. There's no way to experience the outside. We are seeing only our mind. We are thinking and understanding what we are seeing. We are thinking and understanding what we are hearing. We are thinking and understanding what we are feeling, and we are thinking and understanding the thoughts. That means there is no outside. When we understand there is no outside, we are releasing from the home. Then there is nothing called mind permanently. There is nothing in the mind. Because each and every stimuli and the thoughts appearing through this six senses system is just arising and ceasing during this fraction of the moment. Therefore, there is nothing called mind, and there is nothing inside the mind. That means we are redeeming from the name. And Aryan Vansa's third contemplation. This human body is just a six sense system working according to the cause and effect law and the habits. That means the final one, the fourth one is there is no owner for this body. This body is just the nature. That's the nature. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Triple gem bless you all. Thank you, Aranya, for novel guidance. We'll start the 3 to 5 English Zoom discussion. We have Champa here. Champa.
Therwan Sarnai, Doctor. Therwan Sarnai, all the Dharma friends, and Aryan Mahansi Therwan Sarnai.
Did you get a chance to listen to today evening Zoom, not Zoom, presentation happening in somewhere, I can't remember. I think it was Amrupati, or was it?
Mathar. No, Doctor, no. You
That
know,
was a
last
very area.
today Kamrupitiya. Last night one is very much related to me actually, the self. Did you listen?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, it was very good. Did you listen?
Very good. Yes, I have taken notes also, Doctor.
Did you take notes while listening or after that?
Actually, I was Mama Almari Askarna Gama. While I was doing it and listening to Dhamma and everything at the same time. Today morning only. At night I'm not listening to that.
Yeah, but did you listen first and then later came back and listen and put the notes?
No, Doctor. While
so
listening,
you don't listen twice?
Because no time to listen twice, but it's taking very carefully. If I don't listen, if it is not clear, I have to go. Normally, I am normally going back and again listening and write. That is that is how it's happening, Doctor.
Yes.
It's marvelous, Doctor. It's actually it's good for me.
Yes.
And as you said, Doctor, it's very clear now. Each and every stimuli, that means if we catch something, going to the beginning and seeing means it's actually a good thing, as you said, Doctor. Then that thought power is decreasing. No, Doctor?
Yeah, but it is true for anything. Yes, more powerful ones there.
Yes.
Kamrupiti also, Aranwahanse was highlighting the importance of these initial levels where the Sakkaya Ditthi or the self-view has to be absent, and then the power is coming down is the next level.
Yes,
but
Doctor.
Actually, some people might feel that the power is coming down, but they stuck. If the view is not gone, they get stuck in the middle.
Yes,
That's
Doctor.
where the Dhamma Uddhacha happens. It doesn't happen. Actually, it doesn't happen to a person who has lost the self-view.
Yes, Dhamma Uddhacha, yes.
Yeah, you can read Champa,
Yes,
the last night one.
Yes.
It was a very good one.
Andoranatmaka Deshana, self-view. If self-view is not there, seeing, hearing, feeling is happening as usual, but also can feel there is no self here. Ashravakshaya Jnana, arising from inside. Self is a view, a thought. Can see the system, each sense, everything is happening without self. Sakkaya Ditti Prahina Vima, cause and effect. Sound plus colors equal to thought. Thought equal to feeling the thoughts are true. Thought power is the cause and the effect is self. Cause and effect law. If there is something, somebody is there. Everything is happening without burning. You are not the body, you are not the mind, you are not the form, you are not the name, but the burning stimuli is you, the self. Stimuli is burning means world become true to you, fooled by the magic. But we are not associating a world. We are associating only the sound and color. Where is gold? Children, mother, father, house and property. This realization should be there. You have to see whether there is a self is maintaining throughout. If you are unable, that is your defilement. When appearing, see in the self is sufficient. The Dhamma regarding there is no self should be thoroughly understood. And Aryan Mahansa said, we can call this body, this one, Mega, this one for the system, a nickname. No value in anything. Value is in the mind. See in the system. There is a special perception in a corner regarding the non-self. Whatever it is, feeling difficultly in a difficulty in separating the self burning and the sensor burning. Burning, whether the self or the sensor. Self burning should go down, but sensor burning has taken as me, self. Until that there is no nibbana, because he don't know those are sensors blocking point. Burning of self in is at the point of redeeming the fire of lust, hatred and ignorance. In day-to-day life, everything is happening at the sensor level. Then how are you going to catch the self? Self means defilements, burning. Burning should dissolve. What is the nature of dissolving burning? Each sensor faculty feels accordingly. Thoughts also can feel. Everything comes as thoughts. All these are natural, usual, sensor level. Realizing aggregates is equal to realizing the senses. ස්කන්ධයේ උදය දකිනවා කියන්නේ රූප වේදනා සංඥා සංකාර විඥාන. Form, feeling, perception, mental construction and consciousness. Realizing aggregates, realizing senses, realizing the stimuli means the same. Words only. Stimuli is arising. Stimuli is arising through one of the senses. Is that the sensor or the self? Some are thinking, oh, I am burning here, because cannot understand that burning comes without a self. It has taken as self. Self is there and no way come out from self. In day-to-day activities, how to know everything is happening without self? only looking at the system. Can you see that? Mano Sanchetanika Ahara. Mind needs the next one. Sitata. We have to give the next one to the mind to keep it with fun. Food for the mind should be given. As soon as you get up, washing the face, eating, then next one, etc. If there is nothing, Lord Buddha is also having this next one thing. System is running. Sorry. In your day-to-day activities, Lord Buddha and Arahants also feels the next one thing, but next one is not becoming a thing for Lord Buddha and Arahants. We should understand, realize the system without a self. Each and every activity is happening. Thoughts are also arising. Then think like this. Eating moko. Why? If so, why? Next one is the mind. Only we have to look at the mind. If try to stop it, there is self. Can't stop the mind. Mind is a process. We have an awakening. Everything is running in the dream. We know this is the film, but not fooled by the film. Let the film to flow. We are looking at our film, that is Adhigata Samadhiya, non-manifesting awareness. I don't know whether that word is correct. Lokottara Samadhi, transcendental awareness, is beyond the four postures. Only there is no burning in the mind. It will happen after realizing the mind. The mind comes to a point not giving any trouble. We are realizing the system, and there is a great maturity in that. Thereafter, not shaken for the 8 worldly conditions. Trying to control somebody means self. No plan. Acting according to the system. Data has not updated to the system. Seeing Dhamma, the phenomena, the system. System is just flowing. We are not belongs to the system. That's all. Redeemed from the system and looking at the system. A nature taking here. We have to see thought all the 6 senses to go to Ayatana Nirodha, redeeming from the senses. That's all. Simple and no problem. Whatever the problem arises, system can see that. Teruvan Saranai, that's all, doctor. Finished. After that discussion only.
Yeah. It's main important aspect is about this self-view is understanding, seeing what is seeing, what is hearing, what is the body consciousness, what is thinking. There's no there's no person here involved.
Yes.
And understanding that involves that the stimuli is also actually It's the same thing. If the power of the chair, that is what actually we feel as self. Otherwise, there is no self.
Yes, power of the stimuli. Yes.
Yeah. Yesterday, our discussion was so complicated. We have to very slowly get it, because it's not something we can do quickly, because
Yeah.
contemplating about your most vulnerable area
Yes.
is good, but it has to be done with the seeing aspect or hearing aspect or touch aspect, so or thinking aspect. You can't just just contemplate on one aspect, because you will miss the other aspects.
Yes.
So all the 4 aspects, Ditta, Sutta, Mutta, Viññāta, should be there.
Yes, doctor.
None of these areas have a self. First, that is the understanding we get,
Yes.
and we feel that. But then power of the stimuli will slowly come down anyway.
Yes.
And power of the thoughts, the what will happen then when the self-view is gone? What happens then is this thinking is there, but the
Power is low.
is
Power is low.
yeah, power is getting low slowly.
Yes.
Outside is not true now anyway. Not true anyway,
Yes.
because of the first we have tackled that. It's not true anyway. So the thinking also not becoming true.
Yes.
But then still the power is not zero.
Yes, yes.
That's why there is Arahant Marga as
Yes.
well. But that you can't do anything, because that is going to come slowly down according to one's path. Actually, one has no control over that aspect, because now the thinking is not active.
Yes.
You have to understand that there's so many things here. You have to calm down and slowly try to get it.
Yes, doctor, very true.
You can't really haste and just like everything else, like getting a degree or something, you can't do this.
Yes, I understand. Because, doctor, I did one thing, I'll tell you. I thought of my son, and I thought the first glimpse of him at the nursing home in 1991. That is his first appearance. That means going with the first step at the first time I saw him. So I thought before that there was no sun actually. I understood it. And like that I thought about my husband. I met him in the year 1981 or 82. Yes, maybe 82. Yes. The first meeting I can remember, I just went there and I saw the picture. Like that, my sister-in-law also. When that thought comes, I just remember the first appearance. That is all the sound and color. Like that, I did it. Sometimes when I see my husband, I just remember this is color and sound. Like that, slowly understand.
So that sentence you used, imagine you are looking at a tree now, let alone the husband will imagine there is a tree in front of you now.
Yes, tree. There's a tree, black tree and coconut tree. I can see. Yes.
Okay, coconut tree. So the
Yeah.
coconut tree is in the mind, but can't you understand?
Uh-huh.
There is seeing happening, right?
Yes. Seeing.
Seeing is happening. Even that is not true. That is the level that has to come. That can't come if your mind is so fast going and so active.
Yes.
Because tree is actually in the mind, you know that tree is actually can't be there, but there's a feeling that is happening, that seeing is happening.
Yes.
Seeing something is there, that is the feel.
Yes.
Even if we dislodge the idea that it's not the actually husband is in the mind, there's seeing.
Seeing, yes. Seeing.
So seeing is not even true.
Yes. Just color and sound. Yes. Color and
No, seeing doesn't have a sound.
just seeing. Yes, color. Light perception. Yes. Light, shape of light.
Yeah, even that is not true. So you have to come to that. Your mind should slow down and understand this.
Yes.
Now you are trying to understand that husband is not there.
No. I just, it's as a
No, it is
stimulant.
the first step. No, it's not wrong. Now you look at a tree and you understand the tree is sound and light together.
Yes.
It's a word not a word, it's a concept.
Concept, yes. Coconut tree is a concept.
Yeah, husband is also a concept.
Yes.
Child is also a concept. Sister-in-law is also a concept.
Yes.
Before that, friend is also a concept.
Yes.
This me is also a concept. First
Yes.
level is understanding that these are mind-produced concepts.
Yes.
That is not strong in you. That's why yesterday I was trying to tell.
Yes.
If it is very strong, you won't talk like that. You won't take it for that much granted. That won't play a film like suddenly.
Yes.
So you first is to understand that actually you have never seen a friend,
yes,
or a husband, or a son.
Yes.
But there was beyond that. That level is first level, but beyond that, even the light, form of light or shape of light is also not true. That is only the
Synchronization.
lightning.
Yes, lightning. Synchronization of light. Yes.
Synchronization of light, but that you are actually seeing something because of the speed. Otherwise, you can't see.
Yes. Fast
Synchronizing as well. If ability to synchronization is not there, you are blind.
Yes. Yes.
But if the outside is not true, what happens is,
yes,
you are blind, but you feel like the sun is outside.
Right.
Now you can still believe, no, this child is in Australia or child is in America.
Yes.
That's
actually in the mind. Actually in the mind.
It's a mindful or a concept that we have.
Yes.
It is very real to us.
Yes, doctor, this earth is also in the mind. This whole cosmos is in the mind.
Yes. So, but because of the repetition, it feels very true.
Yes.
So even that one, even if we go blind, even if we can't hear, in the mind, the America will be in one part of the earth. Australia will be in one part of the earth, and Sri Lanka will be in one part of the earth, right?
Yes.
That is in the mind.
Yes.
Actually, we can't appreciate anything like that.
No. Yes.
No word is true.
Yes.
No language is true, but this mind means the language. Mind means the sound.
Yes. Mind developed with the language. Yes.
That's a humans way of humans.
Yes.
So this self view or දෙයක් වෙනවා and කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා දෙයක් there's something or someone
Yes.
is a deep thing.
Yes. Yes,
So we
doctor.
have to contemplate a lot and also try to see through that.
Yes.
So when you look at something, you are seeing a shape of light.
Yes.
Husband word is immaterial. Husband is
It's a concept.
actually a concept, but it has so much power. Like the
Yes.
30 years of or 40 years or 50 years of life.
Yes.
So if you take
Because of
90,
the repetition. Repetition. Yes.
90, yeah, such a long time, right? So, but the thing is, this self idea is
Yes.
there from about 1 year of age.
Yes.
So the most repeated idea is actually self.
Yes.
Because with the chair also self is repeated.
Yes.
The table also the self is repeated. Fan also self is repeated.
Yes, doctor.
Your childhood, all the experiences, self is repeated.
Yes.
Husband came late, no, the husband also self is repeated.
Yes.
So the self is actually far worse than every other perception.
Yes.
So we have to understand this repetition as well as the power it gains from repetition, and also that how this sound get attached to the whatever the shape of light.
Yes. Sound plus
How
shape.
the sound get attached to a body consciousness.
Yes.
Because when you walk, you feel the leg separately and the thigh separately, right?
Yes.
They are two separate thoughts though.
Yes. 2 hands, 2 legs. Yes. 2 eyes.
But if you're actually feeling Dhamma in one moment, you have to be able to actually see through these things. For that to happen, you have to calm down.
Yes.
And whatever the grudges you have, those grudges are there because you are there.
Yes. Actually, doctor, yesterday you have showed me a completely different angle. Actually, due to my ignorance, I couldn't see that angle. Aryan Vasi was telling, put hadiccha thanata yanda, but I didn't go, no. I couldn't understand it. Nobody else is talking about it. So you show me that means that gave me a great relief. I have no such grudges, only these three things, right? So after looking at that, even that sister-in-law's thing has very much gone like. That means no point of thinking. I understood it yesterday. The self power has gone somewhat broken yesterday due to your lesson. I don't know how to thank you, doctor. My God, you are like a goddess actually. Because
No,
listening.
we have to stop talking like that. But the thing is, there is more things that you should feel,
Yes,
because of the strong mind only you can't get these things. These advices are all in the old Zooms, old talks, and every talk that he does, he talk about it, because nowadays the talks are a bit more forward than that. But every sermon that he does for newcomers,
yes,
he talks about this, but some parts may be missing.
yes,
But every time we go backwards and try to understand that the mind is not true.
yes,
Actually, what we are talking about is the stimulus. So the stimulus means if we take the chair again as usual,
yes,
chair usually mother has to either usually humans, if they can see, if they are not blind, if they can see mother or anyone, it doesn't matter who is showing it to you. Doesn't matter. The because Tarzan also has a self view,
yes,
and there's no one telling him that this is the tree, this is the monkey. No,
no,
don't go to that level. This is
yes,
a normal thing that will happen to anyone without teaching.
yes, yes. Without teaching, it comes because of the life feel. Yes,
Yes, even the ducklings who follow the cat will have that.
yes, yes,
There is a familiarity in the picture that they see.
yes, yes,
So the word amma or word mother is not used by the ducklings, right?
yes,
But they also have an idea that this is the familiar figure,
yes,
and they go behind them,
yes,
behind that figure.
yes.
Same way, human baby also will smell
Yes,
the familiarity,
yes,
will see the same face,
yes,
will feel the warmness of the breast of the mother.
yes,
But she doesn't know that it's the mother yet.
yes,
You don't need to have a word there, but the baby will have a idea, like like a perception.
yes. Me perception, yes, self perception.
No, about the mother.
Mother, yes, yes,
Me is me. It's actually self perception is very subtle. It's not like a big one.
yes,
It's a duality that comes if you put two things together, either the eye or the sound, or touch or the eye, touch and eye. Because what does the ducklings ducklings hear the mother cat meow, right?
Yes, yes,
So the
yes,
meow sound and whatever the shape of light they see,
yes.
they don't know, no, it is a mother cat or whatever.
No, no.
So the two sensory organs are enough.
Mm.
Even one is enough, but two sensory organs make it worse.
Yes,
To get a strong view.
yes.
Now still the word has not come. You have to understand this.
Mm.
Mother has not come yet. Ducklings are not aware about a word.
Yes, yes. They have a feeling,
They have a perception.
perception. Yes,
So the meow sound and the shape of light of the cat is enough for them.
right.
And they get the self-feeling because of that. Duality has started.
Yes, protection. Yes,
You need to go backwards and try to feel this with your prajna.
mm. Yes, doctor. I'm doing it now. Yes,
Because your mind is so active, the little points are slow to go inside.
so actually, I didn't know. Now I can. We didn't know how to go, no, doctor. Now I know. Now I can.
Never say now I know because there's so much to know. Anyway,
Yes,
so what we were saying, duckling. So the ducklings, imagine you become the duckling.
yes,
Duckling has not heard any talk about a mother. It's just the meow sound of the cat,
yes, yes.
right? So
Mm.
imagine a human baby on the cot.
Mm.
Mother's sound is heard. Even in the tummy, she or he can
Here.
hear the mother's
Same.
sound more
Yes,
than the others.
yes.
But usually that may be not that clear.
Mm.
But when the babies are born, they can hear some sounds. No?
Yes,
So mother's sound will be heard.
yes,
And mother's scent will
yes,
be known.
yes.
Mother's picture will be there.
Same. Yes.
Still the
Warm.
word mother has not put any, no one has told her or him
Yes,
that
about
this
the
is
mother.
Amma.
Yes, yes, yes.
It may come. As
Right.
soon it comes, it
Yes.
solidifies this whole thing to a drushti.
Right, right. Until that time, it is actually a
Sanya,
feeling. Sanya. That
perception.
perception. Perceptions, yes. Mm.
So alive feel was there, then slowly sanya came, the perception came, then the drushti comes.
Ah,
Because alive feel is there from the zygote level.
beginning. Yes, beginning. Yes.
That vibratory nature.
Yes.
It has no form, it has no color, it has no sound, it has nothing.
Yes.
Non-form has nothing.
Yes.
It's just a feel.
Yes.
Nibbana is before that, but this is about the non-form.
Yes. Babies
So,
in the non-form, yes. And
so
feeling.
through an experience, you have to feel all that and beyond that.
Right. I'll do it, doctor. Yes. Can do it, yes.
So you have to understand what really happened to us, how the avidya
Starts.
avidya is actually there from the beginning. That vibration is there from the beginning.
Yes, yes.
Slowly Salayatana starts.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
now
Mm.
when the first word happens, that's a different thing. That's where the Drushti happens. That's where the mama, metana
Yes.
amma, metana mama is
Yes.
something that is developing now.
Yes, a feeling, yes.
No feeling, no, the duality
Mm.
was slightly there in the perception level also.
Yes.
But now it solidifies. It's
Yes.
solidified in the language also.
Yes. Mother
So
and the
Drushti means it's more powerful.
yes. Big taken as true. Yes.
Taken as true directly, that is my mother.
Mm. And
Is
I'm the
taken for granted. It's true now. And it repeats for 50 years. If mother lives 50 years,
yes.
it's repeated for 50 years. When did your mother die?
My mother died when I was 39.
So 39 years mother was there. You never talk about the mother. You always talk about these three.
No, mother is the person who have actually taught me without even going to the preschool. She taught me and directly to the school.
Yeah, but that's how the self-view starts.
Mm.
For 39 years, mother story is there, father story, and the husband story,
Mm.
wife story, child story, home story, work story. I mean, there's so many stories you can add to. These are all in sensual world.
But doctor, when
All the words are actually in the sensual world. Huh?
when remembering mother means I can feel that how I felt at the beginning, the smell, the her milk.
Don't now. I have to tell you, this going backwards is not through the mind. You're doing a wrong thing.
No, it's a feeling like
Yeah,
yes,
feeling. Yes,
yes,
yes. But that synchronization is not the actual piercing through one stimuli.
yes, yes. That is true. When the mother
Just how
bird,
the synchronization happens. Example.
yes, yes, I can still feel something warmth and things like that. Feel.
Warm.
Mm.
Mm. Yeah, the you only talk about the traumatic part of your life because but that actual all the it's all just the dream, but
Yes,
it has become true, so true that it has all these points that where we get entangled, right?
yes. My parents are very much loving because I am the only one in family.
Mm.
My mother had this high blood pressure in her 30s. When I
No, but the problem is this the children giving education, all that is taken so high,
yes,
feeling the child is gone.
yes, yes,
I don't think they felt the child.
yes,
And I think that has happened to the same thing with you also because you were very high in the mind. I don't
Yes.
think you felt the child. So these are mistakes we do anyway. It
Yes.
happens
But
to everyone.
so no, doctor. But my son was with me,
Yeah, but
until
still, you are not that much of a failure. You are fit in the
yes.
mind.
But doctor, until his education in campus finishes, he was with us now. So I actually felt him about everything, what he needs and how he thinks, everything. I smelled and did, did the needful without even, he didn't have to think about anything. Everything was given at the correct time. Like I did my duty very well.
That is also again, that's how we look at it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how we look at it. We never know what we have done the correct thing or not. But it doesn't necessarily matter. This good thing, bad thing, everything is
Yes.
in
Yes.
the sensual world.
Yes.
The words.
Mm.
Can you
Yes. Those
understand?
are
The word
yes.
actually
Those are
came very last.
yes. We useless of any of these words or good or bad or nothing is important to us. Only importance is to understand the true nature of the self and to
True nature of the stimuli, not the self. There is no self, no?
yes, stimuli to overcome this self will.
Yeah, but to do that, you need to understand that when the light wave, sound wave, and the body consciousness, all the other ditta sutta mutta,
Yes.
when all these things come together, that is how the mind is formed.
Yes. Mind is taking that each and every consciousness is coming to the mind in the second round. No? So at that point, the self weave is creating, deepening. No, doctor,
Yeah,
deepening.
100%. Yeah.
Mm.
That is where the self view is actually arising,
Yes.
because when there is mixing of vibrations, it happens. The even just the body consciousness, it is enough. If it is like temperature and touch. For the worm, it is usually Aranhasa says 3. Maybe the cold, hot, cold, and touch.
Yes.
And that is enough for you to have the self-perception.
Self-perception.
So
Doctor,
you have to know that properly.
yes. Today's discussion, Aryan Mahanse was, last night discussion, Aryan Mahanse was telling, no, we are always interconnected, the self and the sensor system.
Yeah.
That coming through each and every stimuli, we are taken as self, but it's actually not self.
Yes. What did you understand from that?
Because, doctor, that is the point where everything is going wrong, I think. Because if we see something, if we are not understanding this, just this is the shape of light or the color and the sound, it's taken as me looking. No, that is the
No, there is deeper than that. So what I can say is, trying to say is, six sensory organ.
Yes.
Seeing is there. Seeing actually continue. Seeing continuous, continue to happen, right?
Yes.
seeing never stopped.
Yes.
So even an arahant until skandha parinirvana,
Yes.
seeing will continue. But the
Yes.
keles parinirvana means there is no burning.
Attachment. Burning. Upadana is not there. Yes.
Yes, skandha is there means seeing is there.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily mean you are seeing anything.
Yes.
Seeing is happening, hearing
Mm.
is happening.
Mm.
So in that context, tasting is happening.
Yes.
So the burning of those things are happening. So what is vanishing is
Yes.
that underlying alive
Right.
feel.
Alive feel. Right. Right. Mm.
In the sense is the fire.
Fire.
තියෙනවා වගේ දැනෙන එක.
තියෙනවා ඉන්නවා වගේ දැනෙන එක. Right. Mm. So, Doctor, Arunvahansi is asking us to see these two things separately now. So, each and every time when a stimuli arises, we have to understand that is a sensor.
No. In first thing is for a beginner is to understand that how the seeing is happening.
Yes.
Then only you will fully realize that seeing has no problem. Problem is with that internal feel. But the system has to come there no, to have that. That is where the asavaksaya jnana also starts. Because this this fire or whatever this feel
Yes.
is the reason that that is the reason that there is sansara.
Yes.
That is the reason for synchronicity even.
Yes.
So that power, if the power, then but you understand all these things in the first go, what happens is that
Yes.
සෝතාපන්න තාම තරහනේ ඔක්කොම තියෙනවානේ සෝතාපන්න means කාමරාග පටිඝ is there no? Sotapanna means just without doubt fully aware that there is no person here, it's just the sensory function
only
is there. But if the fire is there, that is what we felt.
Yes. When the fire comes, we have to contemplate whether it's sensor or the self. It has come to the point of self.
Yes, but the thing is, with someone who has come the path for a long time,
yes,
they are in different stages.
Yes.
There will be a stage where whatever the fire, there is no self.
Yes, that is true.
When the self-will is gone, even if you are in a very sad mood, it doesn't matter. There is no self.
Yes.
Even if you are in a very happy mood, there is no self. But this sense uddipane will die down and will be zero in an arahant.
Yes.
That's what happens. So arahant means like a tree. Everything will be happening, but this alive idea is zero, or this feel is also zero.
Yes. Arahant has only panchaskandha, not pancha upadanaskandha.
Yeah. But in practical aspect, the sensory system is working. Seeing is there,
Yes, yes.
Hearing is there.
Yes.
Understanding is also there.
Yes.
Common sense is also there. Thinking is also there.
Yes.
Sadness, happiness also will be there.
Yes.
But what is lacking is this one vibration. That's what people can't understand.
Yes.
There's one vibration which is gone. ඉන්නවා තියනවා කියලා ගත්ත සිතුවිල්ල සහ that vibration is also gone in Arahant. Because this vibration only gave you the idea that you are living.
Yes. Alive feel.
Alive feel, yeah. So if that one line is gone, that is the only thing that is gone.
Yes.
Everything else is normal.
Yes. Alive feel is not there. Yes.
We can't really go by the words. We have to be careful in saying these things because actually all the feelings are there.
Yes.
It's just the fire is gone.
Yes.
So an arahant, it will be like a tree where every action will be there, like the leaves will be falling.
Yes, yes, we can see that, no? With through Aryan Hanses. Yeah, we can see that.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokura. Teruvan Saranai, Shankar.
Teruvan Saranai, Sarangika.
What's the topic for today?
We were talking for last night's sermon. It was so good, yeah. It was about basics, but
self-view.
It was very good for Champa because we had a good discussion, and then she went and listened to that. It was good for her.
Yes, yes. I remembered both of you last night. Today morning when I was listening.
Did you get the chance to listen to last
I
night's
listened, but I was trying to remember some key points. If someone says something, I might recall the whole thing. It's kind of gone.
This is Surangika. The cause and effect law, self-view, Asravakshanyana, Sakkaya Ditti. Cause and effect. Arinase was talking about cause and effect. You are not the body, you are not the mind. Arinase was talking to Asanti, I think. Talking about
yes, that's true, isn't it? And then Nishanta joined later.
Yes,
but he was kind of talking about where did he go yesterday? Was it Matara?
Matara.
Yeah, so some of those things that he said he was trying to kind of bring out in the talk, isn't it?
Yes.
I think all those basics are very important to all of us, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yes, basics should never be gone. Today in Kamburupiti also, Aranavasi was touching very beautiful areas. Kind of. I think Kamburupiti.
Yes, today Kamburupiti, yes.
In every sermon, there are little things which are very difficult to catch up because there's no time to listen. But if you listen, because some sermons, he caters the people who have listened to Dhamma for some time. Some he caters to the new ones.
Yeah, today he wanted to bring out the fact that he said, now look at the functioning of the senses. The senses are functioning. The seeing is happening. I am not seeing. The hearing is happening. I am not hearing. But then he said, have you ever contemplated that the thinking is happening and that I am not thinking? So that aspect, I think he brought it out a bit further today. If both of you had the opportunity of listening to that.
Morning one.
No, the Kamburupitiya one.
No, I did.
I heard a area. I don't know whether I heard the exact area, but he was talking about that. Yes, I heard that.
I think that was good because somebody started asking a question, and that the way she was relating it was not really the same type of explanations that one hears in the Buddothpado talk. So R.N. Mansa said she had got it kind of wrong. And to bring out that point only, he was talking about the thinking. And basically the self-view is if all the things that are happening here, one gets the sense that it is all happening to me. And if that sense is lost, that is the self-view that is gone. So he kind of put it in a different, same but different way, which is really good for even, people who have listened 2, 3, 4 years. Because the more, whatever way he shows, it just brings more light to that point, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. And the actually, if that is not gone, even though you come to the level that the defilements are slowly coming down, because it can happen, you get stuck somewhere because you always feel like I'm here because the view hasn't broken. So there are caveats everywhere. Not easy, but not difficult also. Thinking has no owner in that. But when Narayana says, check on the light, check on the sound, that understanding should be there properly to not take the thinking seriously.
Yeah,
You
true.
know what I mean? Yeah.
Because one can't stop the thinking from happening.
Yes.
But the extent to
Thinking
which
will
it
come and
becomes
go.
true. Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, thinking is becoming true because if you don't have the basics that tree has never existed, tree is just a thought now. Tree has never existed in whatever the level. It's a thought. Thought can't be existing anywhere. So it's weird that we feel like tree is somewhere. And we actually can finger and say that is the tree, that is the coconut tree.
Yes.
And so
I don't
weird
know
though,
whether
we don't feel the weirdness.
I don't know whether both of you can remember. Maybe a couple of months ago, R.N. Mansa said that, how when we look at something in the garden, we think that, not garden, somewhere, we see a tree, which is like a solid object, right? Then we see a fence, a wall, maybe the next door neighbor's house. And then so those are the things that kind of stand out, right? When you look at something, there is no seeing of the space in between.
Yes.
There is space in between, but what does the eye do? Straight away, it's the house that comes to that because it's a solid object, or the tree, the sky, or the one bird flying in the sky, something like that. But then the other thing he said is, do you know that there's so many other things in between in that space that you don't see because of the eyes, the functioning of the eyes? It's not discernible to the eye. But there are so many millions and billions of all kinds of organisms in that space, in that air.
Yes.
That we are completely oblivious to. Now, what is oblivious to this system? Now we are not worried about it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. A long time ago, when Yeah, I was really young. I read somewhere, I mean, Dr. Kokila will know about this. When you take a human face, the skin, the facial skin, there's so many millions of, I don't know whether it's bacteria or some kind of organisms, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? And they said you won't, how much you wash your face. I mean, this is something I read somewhere. How much you wash your face, those things don't go like that. And we think we have cleaned, right? We put soap or I don't know, whatever you put. And we nicely wash our face and we think, now it's clean. Just like Aryan Vasa says, you comb your hair in the morning and then you're going on the road thinking you're nice and neat. Your hair is nice and neat.
Yes.
Right? It's so funny. And then when you go all over the place and come home and the hair is somewhere crazy, then you think, oh my God, that's the way I have gone over. I spoke to that person, this person. No wonder he was looking at my, he was looking a bit disconcerted, so on and so forth. Anyway, I'm trying to give all these examples to say the thing that whatever that we think we have seen is the thing that kind of concerns us. That is the world, isn't it? That is our self-created world that one is living in.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's all these are just the kind of world that we are all living in. You know how you say sometimes parents call
Yeah.
children saying you're daydreaming, you're living in a world of your own. Stop daydreaming and come and do some work, or something like that. It's the same thing. Everybody's daydreaming in
Yeah.
the day conventional world.
Yeah, as soon as you see something, word comes out. As soon as you think is word, no? Think the picture also comes. This will never stop. Even in an arahant it will happen. But the thing is, we felt that with the power. That is the problem.
Yes. Yes.
Now, if we take the example yesterday, I mean, hopefully it won't go like yesterday. Yesterday it was whole chaotic because the talk was going here and there. But then if we go backwards and say the sister-in-law thing, sister-in-law, as soon as the word sister-in-law,
Yes.
it is giving a picture which
Yes.
you think it is true.
Yes. Yes. Yes, doctor. That happened to me
As
yesterday.
soon as you see someone,
Mm.
she's coming. And that these are all normal. Don't think it is abnormal. The even Arahant knows this is even Lord Buddha knows this is Visakha with loose hair. She knows. Lord Buddha knows. But the thing is, it is then and there. But our thing is the whole history comes.
Yes.
All power comes.
With that stimuli. Yeah.
Comes. Even if the history comes, because you can't say Lord Buddha doesn't know who the Vishaka is. No, the history comes. But that's the thing I told you now a little bit time ago. What is going to lose is මේ තියෙනවා ඉන්නවා කියලා ගත්ත සිතුවිල්ල විතරයි නැති වෙන්නේ means that only one vibration is vanishing. Nothing else is vanishing.
Yes, yes. A life field is vanishing. Yes.
Not the life field. Don't exactly say that.
Right.
Because there is a feel.
Yes.
Bodily feeling are there. So
Yes.
everyone will get confused when we say that. So body feeling, body consciousness is there. Light consciousness is there.
Yes.
Sound consciousness is there. What is happening to them? There, anidasana means that power is not there.
Yes.
So it is very difficult to say by words. You just have to experience this thing and see. Because when you say power is not there, that means keres parinirvana, but the skandha is there. Seeing is there.
Yes.
Body consciousness is there. because we don't know when you say alive feel what you think about that, because so the words are very tricky.
Yes, yes.
So I think better not even say that
Not
word.
yes. In
Because
Arathi,
actually Aranwanse once said, I think Surangika will remember, even this existence perception is not actually vanishing. What vanishes is the power.
power.
Yeah, I remember that, Dr. Bobila.
So
And
nothing actually vanishes.
Yes, yes. Nothing vanishes. Yes.
Everything is there, but the power to maintain this system, to maintain the next one, is gone.
Yes.
So that the Chuti Chitta,
Mm.
the power is not there. There's no power for the synchronization.
Synchronization. Yes.
Yes, Suranka.
yeah, that power, that of course he's been bringing it out recently, isn't it? The power and the vibration, how it is feeding each other.
Yeah. Avidyava is the actual reason why the tanhava is there. It means if the vibration is there, the power is there. Power, once this is fully understood.
Yeah, and I mean, the vibration kind of gives the power, and the power is fueling the vibration.
Yeah.
If the power goes down, then there is no cause for another vibration.
No.
Yeah, that was actually even today or yesterday also he said it. That was really beautiful, because that was a place where I was just a bit perplexed. While she has been saying that for a while, but yesterday or today I kind of
What did he say
went
that?
in. It went in further. Sorry, what was
Where
that?
did he say that?
I don't know where what, because I listened to old stuff also. Today, of course, I didn't listen to an old one. Might have been, was it Surya Baba or
Yeah,
yesterday?
maybe.
Where was it?
Surya
Matara,
also
no?
this Matara.
Yeah.
I couldn't listen to the full Matara one. I actually listened to part of that. Even
Yeah.
Matara one was good.
Matara, doctor, did you listen to the, I mean, that person that illuminating the evening, just a Q&A?
Which part?
Sudharma and other people and Mihinin Mahansa. There was a very short Q&A right at the end because he rejoined around 3:30.
Yeah, in that
That was
temple,
a
I think.
very small, yeah. There also, but there were some more, couple of good points. And then where was it? There was that example Sudharma brought up. Champa, did you manage to listen to that Q&A?
No, no. I have to listen to it.
No, I listened to that, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember now what
Yeah,
she
that
asked. I can't.
first one I remember for once, so I'll state. It was that plastic
Yeah.
banger and the gold banger.
It's like the
If you see,
5,000 and the 2,000 came out.
and the 5,000 and the 2,000 note that R.N. Mansi brought, yeah. So the plastic and the gold bangle, you know that there is a difference in the value, but I can't remember exactly what she wanted to say about it, but R.N. Mansi brought out the point that
you know that.
No, she was saying that the plastic is of no value, and that is, although the mirror reflects both, without the significance of it, the mind
Yeah,
makes
but
up the value.
Aranahanse generalized it beautifully, I thought. Aranahanse
Yeah, he
actually,
generalized it further. Yeah.
yeah, he took it as a normal 5,000 on the table, 2,000 on the table. He was saying how we will know, even an Arahant will know that it is a 5,000, and Arahant will know this is a 2,000. He will definitely know that 5,000 is better than 2,000, but there is no power.
There's no power, and it'll come like, you know, how he said itimmuko. So, so what, right?
So what? Yes.
Yeah, that story actually, he repeated that in the last night,
Yes.
7 o'clock one.
Yes.
But
And
it actually stemmed from that
different.
Matharavan.
Matharavan.
And he also he said, can you remember, doctor? He said, this for this body, put a nickname, Meika. This one.
Yeah, that he started from 5 a.m. yesterday, I think, because he said that, you know, the natural system functions still have to happen. But,
Yes.
you know, one can't even actually call it, I need to go to the toilet, because actually that word I doesn't rest well.
Yes.
Isn't it? Once the self-view is gone, it becomes irrelevant, immaterial, that word. It has lost the significance. It's just, I mean, it can be used, not that it can't be used, but it's almost like a fake, isn't it?
Yes. Maybe he may be feeling like that, yes.
And also, he talked about the mind and how the mind is seeking Manosanchetana.
Yes.
He do you remember that part, Surangika?
Yeah, I think what he was trying to say there, I don't know whether it was to Asanti, that one has to, that was because he said that how the mind keeps its system alive, because it was talked about the solar power business. The mind always needs another object, another object, another object. And that is the way it keeps perpetuating itself. And the perpetuation is required for the natural functioning of this body.
Yes.
You can't stop that mechanism. You
Yeah,
can't stop
that
the
actually
next thought
answers
and the next
Dr.
thought. Yeah.
Sakuntala's question one day.
Oh, what did she ask?
No, long time ago. I don't know if you remember. She asked how a Arahant will live then.
Oh, yeah, something I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually thoughts are there. This basic answer is that.
Next one is there, yes.
Not next one is there. Thoughts are there.
Thoughts are there.
What is to be done in the next moment will come even for the Arahat. That is what he was trying to say.
Yes, even
to the Arahat, to the Sakadagami one, to the Anagami one, whoever it is, whatever it is, in all those forms, the next thought and the next thought will come. Like he said, the Buddha will do some contemplation, then he will have the breakfast or Pasubata Perabata.
Yes.
Then he will have, then he will go and visit
That's why the
someone.
timetables are there also, I think.
Yes, yes.
Vinaya thing. There is always a protocol in temples. I think it is.
But there also, I think there was another finer point that he said that so the arahats know that this is how the mind works. And although the mind works like that, the next thought is not, it's like you're handling a sword, but you know how much it cuts. But you can't get rid of the sword, so you know it. You have to keep on holding on the sword. But every move, you know, it has a way of it. Yeah, if you don't handle it properly, this is what can happen. So that is extreme, obviously well understood by the Arahat. So each thought that arises is understood. I mean, not that every thought is being contemplated. The ins and outs of the thought, the truth behind the thought has been fully comprehended to the extent that the next thought, the next thought, the next thought doesn't become a thing. Now, for those on the path, that is not always not a thing, which is why the Kemaka Theros Adhigata Samadhi is not permanent thing comes up, right, in that conversation. If that was permanent, then the next thought would not be an issue, or one thought will be not a problem, the next thought might be an issue. And to the extent, actually, the self-vibration, Dr. Kokila, so I think one day you told us that, I think it was you who told us that to the extent that someone says that it is not permanent, there is doubt. But I don't know whether it's doubt or whether it should be called ignorance. Maybe ignorance, isn't it?
Ignorance, yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's the
ignorance.
feel, isn't it? Like 2 days ago, I think I asked you about the self-view. The self-view can be detected by the, the very superficial, obvious words being put, saying, I don't know, I am worried, I'm depressed, that one said this to me, type of thing. And then I might not put it into words, and if I think about it through just a perception coming into the mind, but then there also in that self-view kind of way, then there is self-view there as well. But then without the thought and without the actual putting into words, there can still be a feeling, a feel that something has become a thing to me, but you don't, that the me part doesn't become obvious, but still the feel of that can
Attribution
be
is there.
Sorry, what's that?
Attribution is there.
Attribution. That's right. That's the good word. Yeah.
It's a very
Attribution is
subtle
there, but it's in a
attribution, though.
field, isn't it?
Subtle one. It's a subtle
Very
attribution.
subtle, very subtle. That was something that is because it was being experienced about last week, or that part only made me ask that question, but that is actually took a while to detect that. And then coming to that Kemakatero's question, Dr. Kokila, now at that point the self-view was gone for Kemakatero. At that point it
Is
was
the Kemakatero the one who said that Suwanda Tiyanawa?
Oh no, sorry, not Kemakatero. I'm talking about Anuruddhatero. The Titiya Pavatinne business.
Oh, okay.
So Anuruddhatero was just before Arahathood, no, that conversation wasn't it?
Mm.
So then he must have been talking about the self-vibration there.
Yes.
Can you explain that bit there a little bit?
I can try. I mean, we can only try. Actually, what that means is the way Aranhanse says, that we, how can I say that? It's a very difficult area to put it to words. So, for the observer effect completely to go, now even an example Sonamali gave one day, remember, you feel like there is one line. She said something like that, something like one line.
Oh, yes. I remember something about a Ekiya Rekha or something, no?
Yeah, so that observer effect should vanish. So that observer effect will vanish. To that to happen, that means actually that complete avidyava should be zero. That means that Aranahan says subtle things, actually he says very subtle things to get rid of that. Why someone would be looking at that? remember? I mean, I don't know whether you have caught them. It's very subtle though. They are very subtle points he bring out sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, that observer thing, I have been, I mean, that part now, when he
Not
said
in the
that,
sensor level. Not in the sensor level. Sensor level observation thing is also there. That's a different thing. I'm talking about this. Talking about this. You know the අධිගත සමාධිය තිතිව පවතින්නේ නැත්තේ ඇයි කියලා ගත්තොත්. There must be a reason, no? That is because of
yeah.
the avidya. That means not knowing that it is there. In the sense that there is still there is not no. There is a subtle ignorance there. That's why looking at the mind is there. This, you know, that we talk about looking at the mind. Actually, an arahant will not keep looking at the mind. There is nothing like that. So, titiyo pavatinava means actually there's nothing like that. Ignorance is zero. Then the one line is also vanishing. This I don't know. I don't think I'm doing a good job here, but I'm trying because it's a very subtle area. Because you're talking about Arahant Marga and Arahant Phala. After Phala,
Fruition,
there is
no?
no
Path and fruition.
Yeah, path and fruition. You're not actually. You're completely normal without that
In the
vibration.
fruition stage.
No, after that.
Yeah, in the fruition stage.
Yeah, in the sense after fruition stage of Arahant, it means that full vibration is gone. No? That
Yeah, at the fruition stage itself. Fruition is palena. Yeah.
Yeah. So then after that, there is no doubt, nothing. So in that sense, there's nothing. It's like a tree. Aran Hanse says there's no uddipana or any entanglement, because this vibration is zero, and that's where the avidya becomes zero. So replaced by the non-vibration. Telepathize completely to the non-vibration. So that monitoring part also gone. But when you say the telepathization to non-vibration can happen here and there.
And that helps whoever on the path, because and that is why the association with R.N. Mahansa, the discussions, all that helps, no?
Yes,
because it's
yes.
pushing the vibration towards non-vibration. Pushing
Yes,
the
why it
no,
is
that's wrong.
why it is not
Making
synchronizing
the
all the time.
vibration less powerful.
Yeah. Until the ignorance is there, full synchronicity doesn't happen. It happens here and there, but not all the time. That means that if the ignorance is zero, that means vibration is zero. It's full become the non-vibration. So there is no talk about the having vibrating, synchronizing to non-vibration here and there. All the other times there is vibration. This vibration business from Arahant path to Arahant fruition is very, very, very tricky area that Arahant is actually still trying to tell us very slowly. He's telling it, but he's He's telling it very slowly because there are so many things. But if someone has actually, the mind is zero power. That means there's only the non-form, right? The non-form means this power.
Mm.
The power is slowly coming down. Power means the vibration. Now, there's now no more talk about that.
Yeah. True.
So the vibration, so here and there you can synchronize to non-vibration. It's not titya means still the vibration is there. Scalis is there.
So that observer, the observer, what was gathered from that recently through reflection is that from the time that Indrani was told, because some of that we've discussed in this Zoom also, but then since of late there was a realization that the observer is also not happening. The observer of the senses is also not happening, but then Dhamma or any of these as concepts, aspects are also completely gone. So then just normal, everything is happening. The mind is thinking, the eyes are seeing, the ears are functioning, this, that, and the other normal day-to-day words and concepts and people and incidents and objects are just coming through mental pictures. I mean, I'm saying mental pictures now, but the word mental
that
picture
is
also doesn't
where
come.
now you said a few sentences, no, Surankika, now just now.
Yeah.
All those sentences are actually sentences of an arahant. So what actually matters is, or what actually is very, very 100% matters is whether full understanding is there about this self-view. If it is broken, yes.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, this is what you talk about is arupa. You don't feel anything now, right? You don't. It's just flowing, but nothing matters. Means it can be a but the life field is there. No? That is where Aranwanse asked me whether you have the fear of death or something like that. He asked. Yeah, at that point said yes. But the thing is, even that answer, I mean, I didn't go to talk deeper in that moment because I knew it was not the time. Because he was trying to put a thing through me. So I just let that happen. So the actual life fear or the fear of death is because this vibration is there. If the vibration is there, the craving to maintain the vibration is there. So the fear of death is there. So whenever Aranwanse comes to kind of the discussions where a person would say, I don't feel anything, Aranwanse, he brings up the fear of death.
Yeah, true.
So
no, that was only for seasoned people, particularly people who are facilitating, and like yourself, doctor. For other people, sometimes it's more obvious that something has gone wrong at the beginning.
Yeah. But the importance is slowly going through all these aspects.
Yeah, it's actually important to know the pitfalls and sometimes to fall into the pitfall also. Because if one doesn't know that that was a pitfall, how would one detect it again, no?
Yeah, true. So if someone has the duality, and this is very tricky now, this discussion. If someone has the duality, fear of death is there. Or in the sense, if someone has not become the nature or the elements, fear of death is there. So there are so many aspects to this.
Yeah, and the other thing is, the other problem is about the not only the Sita Sanghaviyana business. Sometimes the correct incident hasn't presented itself.
Yes.
It could be not even the Sita Sanghaviyana. Maybe one is still
No, we
on the
live in
right
a very
track.
place where actually nothing will happen.
Yeah, maybe one is on the right track, but if one is continuously presenting to that system the same house and the same rhythm and the same routine and nothing else, so there's nothing to shake it up, no? That is why our advisor says, okay, now you amputate your leg and see with you how you feel. Or you get the message from the doctor saying, are you been diagnosed with cancer? Now look to see. Like that. So now just an incident, not a big deal. But today in the afternoon, my mother looked out of the window and made a big commotion. I was in the kitchen baking something. And I was about to pop that into the oven when she made the commotion. So I said, what's the matter? And she said, there's a snake in the garden. So I said, I'm not sure. I said, I don't think it's a snake, but anyway, let's see. So then to see there was some kind of serpent. So then she sent my father out, and I said, my father can't see properly. So then I had to stop everything and go and see. So the seeing of the serpent, going out and, carefully trying to maneuver the chap to go out of the fence. All that was no tinge, no excitation, no nervousness, none of those things. And I was just wondering why she was making a commotion, but then that also was not an issue. So now that type of thing, it could be that, like that cat example, the serpent, it may not be a big deal for this system, isn't it? And then the fact that it was not thought about, and so later the thought
No,
came that this
workplace
was
incident would be a better thing for you than the serpent even.
Because there
Some
are the
harassment or some
Kamatan could be
bullying.
somewhere else, no?
Yeah.
So that is why now this is the problem, because if one doesn't have those incidents presenting themselves to this system, one can go on in this very what shall I say, a nice assumption that මේ system එක නිවන් දැකලා, no?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. ආලෝකය දෙයක් වෙන්නේ is beyond that, no?
No, true. But then the fact that
Anyway, the serpent will not be a thing to you, maybe actually. But what I'm trying to say is, so the moment that now, after listening to Dhamma for a long time, I don't think serpent will be a thing to you, or the neighbor, or the mother, or the father. But the thing then would be a bit more deeper. Whether the eye is true or whether the sound is true.
Yeah, and there, doctor, what I was trying to also say was, I must go back and listen to it. You remember, I think, because Champa or somebody brought it up, where Swandamali said to Sudharma, wasn't it, that something, if you think about it, you have lost it or something?
Yeah, if the
Some feel.
Chittarupa has come, that moment, how do I say? Already you are fully in the film now.
That particular example, she was in the film, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that wasn't then. That's not appropriate for this one. What I was trying to say was, so the serpent didn't become a thing, and it was not even contemplated to become a thing. Then later on, just a normal thought came that it wasn't a thing, and even that thought wasn't a thing. Meaning that සිතට සිතෙනවා මට සිතෙනවා නෙවෙයි, not that I contemplated it that way, but it came as just a thought. That thought came at the thought that the serpent was not a thought also came as just a thought, and that thought also didn't become a thing. So when Sannamali or whoever says දැනෙන දේ හිතන්න ගියාම ඒක දැනීමක් නෙමෙයි, ඒක හිතනවා වෙනවා, you go back into the mind. How do you analyze that part there, Dr. Popula?
This is the thing.
You can't. No, just stop analyzing and just wait.
No. This is the thing I have told you long time ago also. This experience should go beyond the level that you are telling. So none of these, the tree or the serpent or the boss or mother or father not becoming a thing is good. But then there are other sensory organ functions that has to finish contemplating or actually experiencing. So even I think Aranohanse has told you, because this is only one particular area. That is a sensual world, right?
What do you mean sensual world?
Serpent is in the sensual world, no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. No, but the seeing of the serpent doesn't change, no? Even for the Arahat, the serpent can be seen, but if the serpent doesn't become a thing,
whether you have the
then the form
experience
and...
as seeing is not a seeing, whether you have actually experience the non-vibration through any of these things, whether you have understood who you are is the problem. Because all the sensory faculties are now calmed down. Now, do you know what Ananda knew? Ananda Thero knew, no?
Yeah.
So there's avidya, right? There's ignorance now, right?
Yeah, that
so
part
now
only.
all your
Yeah.
sensory faculties are calmed down. Like there's no fire in them. But actually, what fire are we talking about here then? What is your vibration? What is your sasa?
Yeah. Not sure how to answer that.
Yeah, you now that's the thing. The experiences come to the level of the Arahant. But there's a problem there, right?
Yeah, I think so actually. But the other thing is that you kind of don't want to contemplate too much, because then it's almost as if you're bringing back a self who is trying to kind of what shall I say, deliberately do something. You know how Arenvas says, no? Also, true, one has to put effort, but it's almost as if you're නැති දෙයක් හොයන්න හදනවා, like kind of thing. So this time with the last piece of advice, there is no like over contemplation. Sometimes it just if it doesn't come, it doesn't come, or if it is like that, then it's just left like that type of thing.
Yeah.
But
So
separately, apart from these incidents, separately there is a contemplation about how the light is formed and whether the light is real and the sound is real, and those contemplations are being done separately, Dr. Kokila, because everybody knows that there is that part needs to be really clear.
So
when
Cheto
these incidents,
Vimuktiya is a different experience. That is the problem.
sorry, say that again.
Cheto Vimuktiya.
Yeah.
Sita, or whether you have actually experienced out of mind.
Yeah, I can't say really. One day there was a little bit of a moment, but I'm not going to say anything again, because last time also there was some confusion. So none of these things are thought too much now.
Yeah, actually. So the thing is, there, if someone is an arahant, no, that arahant will never have a doubt, and there is no doubt in that. But if there is a doubt, you have to actually find out, because I can't answer. I'm not an arahant, so I can't answer that. But then, if Aranwanse can answer, because I don't think it is such a blind. I don't think it's a blind path. I think as soon as your asavaksya jnana, that means your self vibration is caught, you know how much power it has and how much power it is coming down now.
Yeah, so now day
Because
by day.
Aranahanse last night also, or I don't know, today morning or last night, he was saying how people misunderstand this mind business with the self vibration. හිතට දුක හිතුණත් මං කියලා හිතා ගන්නවා. සතුට හිතුණොත් මං කියලා හිතා ගන්නවා.
Yeah, so now putting things into this me pocket or my pocket is not happening. And that is a recent change. Earlier there was this slightest doubt or some sneaky feeling that, is the me coming up, the I coming up? Is it me? Is that thinking bad? And that type of thing used to come like even like a sneaky feeling or a tinge. Now the tinge is also not coming.
That's
but,
good. That means you have to just calm down and try to feel. Because your
so that's why I
the
thought
feel side is, I don't know whether it is really impressive.
Yeah, that is another thing that I wanted
because
to
your
ask
mind
Aaron.
is still active.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Aaron once, because one of the questions, two things actually, before I forget now. The feel thing. One day Aaron once said that the different people, the way the feel comes out prominently
Different.
differs from system to system.
Yes.
So for she said some people really feel and they are really Sangvedi and this and that. And for some it doesn't happen that way. And that's all, he didn't elaborate on it as far as I can recall. Yeah. And then the other one I was saying that day in the morning Zoom recently last week was Chamara was on the call. And I asked him, this doesn't happen every day, doctor. So this is only kind of off and on. In this thing called Adaninda. What is Adaninda in English, Champa? Subconscious sleep. I don't know
Yeah,
what it
okay.
is. Semi-conscious sleep or something.
Half asleep. Okay.
Half asleep. Yeah, you know how when you're waking up in the morning and you haven't actually woken up, neither are you in the deep sleep. There is this kind of conversation going on. So there is a conversation going on and going on and going on, and now there's a question and the answer is coming, question and answer is coming, and it's going on, and then the system wakes up. Now the system that wakes up is more calm. Immediately the noise stops. That conversational thing that was going on stops, and then only the system realizes that that was in the Adaninda. So my question to Shamara was, why is that happening? And his answer to that was, he said, perhaps there is more conversation happening during the day that you haven't detected yet. Which is why the Adaninda Vitakka is a reflection of that. So that was the point that you are trying to also make, isn't it, Doctor? Is that correct? Or is there more that you can add there?
I think the mind is still very I mean, if you are in the complete field, it's a different area, because in the mind we can see Nibbana. In the mind we can have so much stories. That's where Aranvansi says, stop everything and just have a cup of tea, right? Because the mind has gone too far. Like, mind can go very far. Like, you can even become the president, right? If you go on and on and on and on, you can become the president, and at the end you will be the president, or even physical life. But what I'm trying to say is, so the mind can play tricks, mind can do things. Chitta Rupa, or this mind pictures, can actually give you a picture of Nibbana also. So actually, one way to get up from that is the teacher. Other way to get up from that is actual something that will shake you. But the thing is, sometimes it may be the end of life that will shake you. That's not good enough, I think, because then yeah, maybe. But because some people may be unshakable, right? Because the mind is very strong.
So yeah, it's quite different to those days strong mind, and Vitakka, it doesn't go to that extent at all. But the thinking is there, so one can't actually, I don't know whether it's correct
Thinking
to
is
say.
normal.
No, thinking is normal, but then the other question that kind of arose was, so every system is different. If every system is different, the thinking that is normal to that system, could that thinking that is normal to one system be a little more than the other system and the other system? But can all those systems still have no power in the thinking, or less power?
Yeah, it can differ. It can differ from system to system.
Yeah, so because if the feel also, some people may not have the feel as much as another person, but is still transcended from the mind, then the systems also, depending on the program and the
The
data.
moment the transcending is happening, the power of the mind is zero, because otherwise you can't go to the field.
Yeah, no, I mean after that, yeah.
because
that, when things become normal, I mean. But anyway, we
yeah.
leave it like that because this system
But
is
if
not sure.
if there is a question, what now? Then you have to ask and answer, because the way that you pointed out, everything is happening without a power. And you, if you ask what now, there is a question, right?
What now means? Itin muko.
No.
Then?
What more to happen now?
What more to happen now? Yeah, I mean, I just brought it up as a question for the
I think it is a
conversation.
good one. If it is actually a question, it is a good one, because there is always avidya in any one of us, right?
Yeah.
Avidya is there until then. So
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
any part is avidya. Any one of us, if we are not arahants, avidya is
Yeah.
there.
No, anyway, that is not. I'm not actually interested in that, asking that type of question anymore, because those are things that should really happen. I think the better thing is the contemplation of the light and all those things. As long as that part is done, the clarity of that has given a lot of insight, Doctor. The more the experimentation on the light and the sound, I have found that it clears not only even the listing of the Dhamma points, makes it when one has done that contemplation of the sound light, the Dhamma points and the clarity is
It's big,
also vastly
better.
improved. Yeah, so I mean, I think I've been talking enough now. Maybe Champa can contribute, so it's a good thing for
I
Champa
think it's only
also.
1 minute, so you can finish
Oh,
the
sorry.
talk.
Okay.
That there are so many aspects to this. So until and we have avidya, we have the ignorance. So there is something that we don't know. Usually, more positive side, thinking that there's no fire now, there's no fire now, there is no fire now, has a risk. So that's why it is better to ask, because you can't find the fire now.
I'm sure we'll find the fire. It's just that, as I said halfway through, the incidents haven't presented themselves. So that is
But
why
you
there is
can't
no.
jump to a actual fire and find out the fire now.
No, true. But that's
ගින්න
why.
ගහලා පනින්න වෙනවා. නැත්තම් සර්පයට කියලා කවා ගන්න වෙනවා. එහෙම කරන්න බෑනේ.
No. That's not what I meant. But that's
No,
why
I'm
there is no
joking.
jumping to conclusions also. And that is
Yeah,
why I
you
said that
said that.
there is
Yeah.
this is not a, what do you call it? We were talking about that, wasn't it, Champa? This is not a Havagere second, this is Ibbano. So we are going.
Yeah.
So this is just the day comes and goes, and then what is happening will happen. We are not going and doing things now.
The dangerous part is, Surangika, you have the everything you know, right? Everything you know. I have heard your interest is high, I think, according to my knowledge. You are expecting something. Just when you let it go, it will happen to you. You are a bit worried, I think. That may be the reason for you. Nothing else.
No, that was the case. That I think that
That
worry
was
was
there. I
there
think it
before.
has come down now.
Yeah, it was very much there, Champa. I think a lot more. Everybody that I have spoken to, not only in Zoom, privately also I speak to people who listen to Buddothpados. One or two have told that to me directly. Also, because of that, you're looking for that, and that itself is a person, that the self view.
Yes.
So that those kind of messages have really gone in, which is why that kind of thing is not there anymore. I mean, at least as Dr. Gokula says, it has quite reduced quite a lot, which is why you can't One can't hurry up the next kamatana or the next incident to see
Actually,
what
what
is
is your
happening.
kamatahana?
I think it was the parents.
I thought it was the work. Okay.
Yeah, the work was also a big deal, but I think more than that, it might have been the parents, but both are on the watch list, doctor.
Yeah, I thought it's work because I have heard more work things than the parents. I know the responsibility part is there.
You can
But
just change your lifestyle a little and see, Surangika. Just some kind of new things do, and at least you change your directions to go home when you go out. Something like that. The differentiate.
No, those things I do when I'm on my own, but now my parents have come, so everything has dropped into a very basic routine now. But yeah, when I was on my own, I used to do odd things like that. Even like, I mean, I think I've stayed on the road one day till about 11 o'clock in the night. In the rain. I mean, obviously in a vehicle. One day I was in a park. It didn't matter actually. There was no reason. There was not that I was deliberately setting out to do something unusual. So things like that also sometimes randomly happen, but then you can do those when there's nobody at home, and you are able to do it. Even you can't say it's just a perception and stay out in the park till 11 o'clock
Satara
in the night, right?
Satipatthana is everywhere, right? Satara Satipatthana is everywhere.
Yeah.
So,
But I mean, doing that unusual thing can also help. But anyway, we'll stop there for today. I think we've run out of time also. Thank you, Dr. Gopika. Thank you,
Thank you,
Chandra.
thank
Dr.
you.
Gopinath. Thank you,
Kiran
Surangika.
Sanna,
Everyone's
everyone. Thank you, Aryan Vansa.
Good morning, Dhamma friends. We welcome all of you to our English Dhamma Zoom discussion session. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, please accept our humble worship. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. This Dhamma Zoom session is very special because this Dhamma Zoom session communicate never heard before Dhamma. So it is interesting anybody to know like what is the never heard before Dhamma Buddha revealed 2600 years back. So is the never heard before Dhamma is a meditation or there is some other message. So what is that message? So it's very important for everyone to know the never heard before Dhamma revealed by every Buddha is the cause and effect Dhamma. Otherwise, it is the dependent origination. That is how the existence of self is formed. So it is a moment thing, isn't it? This existent field in this system is a moment thing. It is a current. Who are you? You are a wave. You are a current. So how this current is formed? One must know. So this human life is very rare, and the chance to listen this kind of a message is very rare. So this message clearly communicate everything. Actually, every moment is a spark, is a current. So it is a vibration. So that vibration give rise to feel of this existence. So this vibration is the field itself, but it is a moment thing. So all the sensor system that spark and give rise to liveliness of things, but nothing permanent here. Everything is a mental construction, mental fabrication. So the real world one associate is not any kind of us outside world. The real world is the mental world. So if there are 800 billion people living in the world, each one lives in their own mind world. So in that mind world, mind is a vibration. So there is a variation of vibration, variations of sparks. So living means what? That is the mind variation. So therefore one must understand how this mind is formed, because this mind is the one which drives all sufferings. So suffering is not outside. Suffering is the inside burning. Why someone's internal fire? What is the cause for that internal fire? So everything in this sense system is internally generated light, because it is a sensory world. So every human, based on how this system was programmed, some program is running. It can be the doctor's program, engineer's program, lawyer's program, mother's program, father's program. So some social setup, some programs, some rituals, some practices, some religions. So there is a way this program is running. So there can be thousands of ways how oneself appear in this program. Sometimes one is a doctor, one is a mother, the same person is a sister or brother to somebody, or that person is a friend to somebody, or it is the housewife role, or it is a social figure, or a religious leader. So likewise, there can be several roles, you see. So that is the program, nothing meaningful here. It is just a program running each and every moment. So who are you? Are you a mother? Are you a father? Are you a sister, brother, or friend? Or are you a doctor? So that role which plays is the drama. So every time some drama is running, it is the mind. So only problem is the mind is in a process of accumulating things, because mind drives all power on things. But what is the reality of things? Is these things real? Are you really associating a child? Or are you really associating a child perception? So this is an interesting question. One has to analyze themselves. So this Dhamma really providing a way of looking at or understanding what is the reality of this mind world. Is there a way of experiencing any outside world? because your eye doesn't say it is the child. Your hand doesn't say it is the child. For the hand, it is just a touch feeling only. So it is your thinking outside. Your thinking. Your thinking it is the child. Your thinking it is self. So all these are program concepts. All these are perceptions. All these are drushtis. Nothing real. So if in this moment the perception of child occur, in next moment it dies. So where is the child now? Then that perception has to born again. So see the real birth. See your real birth. Your birth is on some perception. That's why the perception get heavier. Otherwise, all these perceptions are drushtis, misconception. So for that you have to see how these perceptions were formed. So there was no apple or mangoes in this system. For a small kid, it didn't know. But later on, these concepts were planted. This is red, this is blue, this is green light. So languages were programmed in the same way. After that, there is apple, or there is pineapple, there is tree, there is red, there is blue light. So these perceptions are the misconceptions, so the ignorance. So the perception start fire because of the ignorance, not knowing the reality behind one's real birth. So nothing meaningful here. So it's very important. You see, if you really want a liberation, you need to understand. You means a perception. Yourself means a perception. Me is a perception. Other worldly things are perceptions. So you have to liberate from this perception. For that, you need to understand how this mind is formed, how these perceptions formed, how these perceptions felt stronger in the system. Actually, you are a current or a wave or just a moment of a thing. It's a natural phenomenon. So that's why this Dhamma is very important for anybody. If someone wants the real liberation, that is the liberation from self. What is the real renunciation? Real renunciation is not outward things or any material renunciation. It is the renunciation of self. It is the renunciation internally, internal renunciation. So otherwise it is the values. So much of values placed on these impermanent things, but nothing material found in this mind world. So so one has to understand this and liberate. So as usual, we read a few pages from True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6. We are currently reading. We read half of page 104. So we can continue reading this book. This book is very important. There are several series of this book. This book carries conversation between Aryan Vahansa and some participants who came up with various questions, but all these questions driving the participant towards one Dhamma, that is showing the nothing meaningful, nothingness, no reality find in this mental illusionary world. Everything is just a fabrication. So then the life is very easy, and that has to feel by you see everyone's system itself. So let's discuss today page 104. I'm going to read now. Aryan Mahansa is explaining, Sikkaika upajati, Sikkaika nirujjati. These changes made his mind turn into the opposite level, which led him to reach the Nibbana. It is essential to get help from the Buddha, or noble friend, Kalyana Mitra, to attain Nibbana. Yeah, so that is the statement by Aryan Vahanse. So what it says is noble friends' help is needed to attain Nibbana. So that is very important because it is the noble friend is the one who has traveled through the experiment path. So it will be the guiding force for one's liberation, because one is the delivery of the right message. Other one is there are various pitfalls in the path where the soul, because soul is the one which needs to fade out, but instead soul can get more powerful also due to the pitfalls experience in the path, because this mind is a monkey mind, a very tricky mind. So mind has the capability of sometimes you see becoming of or driving the same feel of nibbana, or some nothingness feel even that can come in the mind. Then someone would be very strong in that field, and it won't see its defilements even. It will be strongly in the nothingness feel in the mind. So definitely noble friends' help is needed, because if still a strong, powerful person is living, that doesn't want any harm or any blame, like it indicates still the soul is there. So there is a soul to protect, like so. Therefore, it's very important, because what is Nibbana? There is no Nibbana having maintaining a soul. So as long as if some word become real in the system, or any sound become real in the system, any sight become real, and you see it that comes with the soulistic means, there is still a powerful soul. So it is not the Nibbana. It is not the Nibbana. So ultimately, that's why it is not another drama. Nibbana is not another drama like you change the way of walking or change the way of talking, or just try to control your voice, and you see just try to control what you say, like, and or try to maintain a good person, like. So good or any discipline has to happen through transformation. Otherwise it is not like someone cannot be there in the Nibbana. Then it is maintaining a Nibbana, isn't it? Then it is maintaining some developed person. So that is no worth, because when the last briefing happened, last breath, you see, as long as there is a powerful soul, what is the use? So therefore, all what needs to happen is this power is the one which needs to get neutralized. In any setup, other things are not meaningful. Every other things better to set aside. I mean, in the sense, importance is this path is a very silent path. So even people gathering around, or even those things also, if happening too much, like, it is unnecessary, because until the last breath, this truth must be seen. So therefore, it's very important. There is nothing. This cannot be another drama or another set of group of people around and trying to console that you are now a Nibbana person. Like, I think that's not the way. So we feel like in any setup, I mean, sometimes we also tell this Dhamma to some other people, but that also need not to happen every day, or daily, or every time until our death. New people should come. New people should, you see, need to be doing this. So that is the way to go. Otherwise, what is the need? Need is to neutralize this power, not to form the power. So anyway, here there is a very important statement. This change made his mind turn into opposite level, which led him to reach the Nibbana. So because this mind is sort of working towards one direction, one pattern. The mind patterns are also different from person to person, but all the mind patterns are sort of you see in the angle of developing the power. We can't say there are no power. Definitely there is power. Some high soul would be there, even though sometimes from the field side, that person is pattern is looking more comfort or more isolate behaviors are there, but still mind power would be very high. But that people also mind power becoming very, 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 very high, and after that get blast at some point. And then they slowly, you see, they will sometimes be able to see this path very quickly. But if we leave out that, all the time these mind patterns, they are in the developing, like programming and developing. Mind power is getting developing, so it is going in one direction. But this Nibbana is more or less opposite. That is It's now moving like other direction. In the sense, mind become irrelevant. It is not in the mind. Mind become neutralized. Mind become irrelevant in the system. But the other side is mind is all the time getting stronger. So then the participant says, in this bliss of the experience of the emptiness, Shunyata Cheto Vimukti. So participant asking, is this the bliss of experience of the emptiness? So it's asking about some emptiness experience. Let's see what is the Aryan Mahansa's answer. Without an inner spiritual change through the true Dhamma, nobody can get rid of the notion of a self. You can only do it by following the path accurately. As long as you associate thoughts, this situation cannot be achieved. Within the inner spiritual change, a delicate situation in the mind takes place. Yeah. So this delicate situation in the mind can take you to the 31 world system through your mind. World of steaming radiance, Abhasara Brahma Loka. And Brahma world can be reached. This happens through the delicate situation in the mind. A dog lives in the animal realm. He knows man is vicious. Without knowing what the three worlds are, there is no Nibbana. The three worlds are sensual world, form, and formless world. In this delicate situation, there is no soul presented. Arahat experience and sees these worlds and the complete dissolution of them before he or she passes away. He or she would not express this situation to anybody because he or she does not have the idea of a separate existence. So this is very clear. So this right angle, because that right angle is the one cause this inner spiritual change. Because what this says is inner spiritual change will happen through the true Dhamma. Nobody can get rid of the notion of a self. So there is a strong notion of a self. So that mind image has to drop. So you can only do it by following the path accurately. Means you see it will happen in various ways, like sometimes by listening a transformation can happen, because at that time that system readiness is there. Because the mind also it is only at a certain level only it will this will be grasped. Otherwise it will become just another knowledge, like. But for some, like it may not be the case. Sometimes when they practice, like they analyze, they understand, they try to match with the day-to-day experiences, like, and they will also you see will able to grasp this truth. So this is an inner transformation. This is not a thinking. That inside transformation has to happen. That is the system change. Now it is like a new, we can't say new program, but it looks like a new program. So, so with the spiritual change, what happens? a delicate situation in the mind takes place. That is how it is mentioned here. So, so delicate situation is the less power in the mind. So mind is not that powerful. But earlier, everything was getting stronger and bigger with the because the sparks because the sparks occurring sparks combining and combine energy you see is getting stronger and then the once it comes to the existent field level like it is so much of power so but when that so that existent field is the one which drops so then even though the power is now drives in the system like it's like now one leg is running but the other leg can't forms like so naturally now system is more or less power so that's why it talks about the delicate situation in the mind is very much tranquility and the calmness is there but still it doesn't mean still the power is over and the ability to form the power is over also because ability to form the power is the sasviya thing so in the sense the sensor power that sensor power also needs to fade out. That's why this path is an experimental path. This is not a very quick path also. So there are experiments, internal experiments has to happen within. But it is one path. There are no two paths either. So Aryan Mahansa talks about this 31 world system. I think you may have heard them, these gods and Brahma and all that. So we don't want all the terminologies here. But finally, what's happened? The mind, which was felt very stronger earlier, now becoming soft means that tender mind or that delicate mind reach the gods like so one doesn't have to have another birth for a heaven is experience with the transformation that's what this section indicates even Brahma so the radiant mind is experience in the same system. So what is the birth? Birth is this thought. So the thought also quite one can experience the power is getting reduced. So so this says but this talks about three worlds. So three worlds are the sensual world, form world, and the formless world. So sensual world is the lust for things. Lust for example, sun is the sensual world. Form world is the bhava or the form world is the sanya, these perceptions, the sounds and forms coming together, and there is now perception, child perception. That's why there are some mothers, sometimes their child has died 10 years back, but still the mother is crying. Why? Still that the perception of the child has not died. So until that perception death, that mother will weep. So, what is the reason for the weeping mother? It indicates the two worlds. The sensual world is the lust for a sort of a material child. Form world means that perception. So that perception is still is still true in that system. And formless in the sense this existent field, this itta sanya. So this in this delicate situation there is no soul presented. So but when it comes to the when the world become real, all three world present. But when it comes to the experience path, it starts with no soul. So soul power is actually in the sense the existent field. There is a perception, strong perception that there is a soul that carry the biggest power, that carry the, in other words, that carry the connected power to the samsara, like so. So that has to drop. So even you see, so even that drops like, still this perception can carry value in the system. So one will experience the values for these outside things, so-called outside things, getting less. The perceptions, so that is the sensual world is fading, like. Then form means still the forms or this perception can carry some value. That is, these mental fabrications has still carry value. So that also fade out. Like. So then it is the, then you see, when these perceptions are dead like, so then it is the nothingness. So this nothingness is also felt. It is enjoyed because these perceptions are very difficult, stressful. Some stress is there when the perceptions are there. But when the perceptions dead, definitely there would be a unbelievable liberation, like a irdhi. Sometimes there can be inside desire come that it is better to have a form or power in that form, because of the tranquility, enormous tranquility, and the ultimate happiness experienced by all the body cells. So due to that, strong desire can come, but you see, even in that comes strong, that in the same moment, this another communication is also need to happens, like the consequences. So if it is not seen, then one can trapped in the formless world as well, because this is a samsaric fear one will experience at the beginning of the path. So it will experience that if so even it lives, or even it has a birth like endless samsara, it is a thought world, nothing meaningful. And so now, so that will feel, but even you see, in that moment it will be more like there would be no existence again. in the samsara. That's how it feel comes, but that will also remembered, like so that's why this is a experience path, because everywhere whenever this pitfall comes, these needs to be seen, and correction also has to happen, because some desire means some existence. That's why this power is the only driving force, because as long as some power is there, some existence is there. This is an arahat experience, and see this world and the complete dissolution of them before he or she pass away. We can't talk about the arahat person. So arahat person, we can understand it is a full liberated, definitely. So seeing is just a seeing, hearing is just a hearing, feel is just felt, like, so there is no power. So then there is no kind of a delicate mind also, like mind cannot be imposed, just a sensation, just the perceptions arising, so there is no further involvement, like so. This is the so these are actually one can use the experiment, and somebody someday some experience would be there, so they will able to sort of adjust or adapt, or you see, but everything in the path is on the field side, that is on the experience side. So it is not in the mind. So that is the most valuable message that we need to carry, because mind is such a thing, it will try to grab the nibbana also too quickly, because it is too hurry to get there, too hurry to listen that now I am a nibbana guy, like, so nothing is meaningful here. All what has to happen is this power reduction in the system. So I can see Dr. Ravi is joined. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Thiruvan Saranai, Thiruvan Saranai, Thiruvan Saranai, everyone. Yes, I was listening to your speech. That was great. And as you said, the perception and the resultant force that has been developed, that is getting developed as a result of this vibration, is the most problematic thing. For that, we call the consciousness. If there is no such a thing called consciousness, so we won't perceive anything. So that doesn't mean that you become numb, a state of numb, or you become a lifeless or feelingless person. So it won't happen. This is a Dhamma that had to be understood, because so once you understand, once you become more clear about these things, you will understand that there is no such a thing called this consciousness. So it has to be through the understanding only. So this understanding will lead to feel like a dead person. So it is very tricky. So we haven't thought about these things earlier, but once you hear this Dhamma, once you contemplate, or when you do this uh, uh, insightful, penetrative investigation, so you will realize this. So as Randima clearly said, the perception is the troublemaker. So we believe that the perception is real. We tend to believe. So the believing has been built up. So there is no person who is believing about this perception, but we are compelled because we have this ignorance. We feel this as a real perception. So then we tend to believe that the perception is real. So that is the problem. But what Dhamma says is perception is a resultant thing that has been created then and there. That is getting created then and there. So what Dhamma says is this perception is not so real as you think. So then our earlier belief will collapse. Earlier believing will collapse because we believed the perception was real. Through the Dhamma, it says the perception that you perceive is not real. So then what will happen? The entire world that has been created through the perceptions will start to collapse. So that will happen in the first. So as Randima said, the Rupa Bhumi, Arupa Bhumi, and form world, formless world, and the, what do you call this? Kama Bhumi. What do you call for that? Kama Bhumi,
Sensual world,
sensual,
form world, and the formless world.
Formless
Yeah,
world.
Dr.
So
Okay.
yes, we believed. Thank you. We believed the sensual world is real because we believed on the perceptions that we receive through these senses. So first to collapse is that thing, that world, because when you start understanding this Dhamma, you will understand this perception is not real. So then the first sensual world will start to collapse. So then you will feel like no point of clinging towards the no point of keeping some kind of a clinging towards these world perceptions, because these are only perceptions. So perceptions in the end, they are created, they are getting created then and there. So there should so how can we assign a kind of value to that thing that is not really existing? So that is the idea that we gain through first idea that we gain through this understanding. The perceptions has no value after that. When you realize this at the very first stage. So at very first stage, the sensual world starts to collapse. Then what happens? Then we tend to believe in the perception is there. The world that has been built upon these perceptions, I mean light, sound, tactile stimulations, and so on, taste. So the world that is being created on top of those perceptions starts to collapse at the first stage. then what will happen? Then you will understand the so-called perceptions are not real either. So then what will happen? The thing you deal with, that you believe the light was real, you believe the sound that is heard is real, the taste that you felt in your tongue is real, but you tend to understand those are not real as well. They are merely creation of the senses. So then after the sensual collapsing of the sensual world, then what will happen? This form world will start to dissolve. The formless form world has been created from the perceptions that we receive through 5 sensory organs, 5 sensory faculties, 5 and 6, including the mind sensor. Yeah. So we tend to understand the thoughts that come into our mind are not real. Then the form world will start to dissolve, collapse. First sensual world collapse, then the form world. Then what will happen? Even though we know these perceptions are not real, but you will feel, even though now the light, the thoughts and the light thoughts and the sound taste won't become real for you. But even though you feel like that, you feel something is there outside. Something is there. Something is there. So that is the ultimate kind of consciousness. So we can say it is the formless consciousness. There is no form for that. Form means rupa. Rupana would not be able to make you some deceive. So because that level is already passed, but you still feel that something is existing, something. So we can't define whether it's a light, sound, taste, or whatever. Something is there. So that is the formless world. So that is also will start. That will also get will start to collapse when you understand further. Then what will happen? There will be nothing be left. Nothing will be left there. So then, of course, we can't assign a person or a place or whatever the thing to that particular state. So that means that you are getting away from the formless world as well. So that is the state of Arahat. So if those are the 3 stages, so what was the most common fact underlying every stage? What is the common fact? The consciousness, the existence field. So from the very first beginning, from the sensual world to the formless world, the feeling of existence is the most problematic thing that existed throughout these stages. So even though you think There is no person. So we'll say after listening to the Dhamma, so some might think, wow, there is no such a thing called existence power or existence field. So that becomes a thought again. But you don't you feel the person who is thinking that moment is there. That means the existence power is there. That's why just thinking is not sufficient to get away from all these things. Understanding Dhamma implies that dissolving of your existence power, existence field. So if you look at, if you take the table in front of you, do you think does that piece of furniture feel that it's existing? We can't say so, because if I pull it forward, push it and drop it down or whatever so you can do whatever things you want to do to that with that furniture. Does it say anything? Does it pay some kind of a reluctance towards you? No. From that we can say there is no such a thing called existent field for that piece of furniture. But think like this: someone tries to harass you at this very moment. Will you be keep tolerating these things? No. That is the difference between the furniture and you. So what made that kind of difference between that piece of furniture and you? The consciousness. You have some kind of existence feel. So you think that you have that has been built within you. It is not it has been spontaneously developed. It got spontaneously developed within you since your childhood. But it is some kind of existence feel is there. So that is the difference between these non-conscious objects and a living being. What Buddha says is, this is the bird's eye view of this Dhamma. What Buddha says is, even though you think this furniture and yourself is different entities, what Buddha says is, that is the misconception. You both are same. The misconception that you have at this moment is the problematic thing, that it is the one, it makes you to think that you are different from that furniture. So it is very difficult to grasp in this instance if you are very new to this Dhamma. But if you keep on listening this Dhamma, you will realize the piece of furniture that you see at this in front of you at this moment is very similar to you. They have same qualities, same features, but with the misconception, because you are having the wrong view that you have. You think you are a living being. The piece of furniture in front of you is a non-living thing. So what you understand is, by listening this Dhamma and contemplating, and once you conduct your own experiment, you will get a result that is more uh, you will get a result of that the furniture is not does not have different qualities other than your qualities. So both these things are same. So the problem, the challenge is, our challenge is how to conduct this investigation. This investigation has to be done by your, first you have to have some kind of a sound piece of literature in the sense to in order to conduct any kind of a investigation, any kind of a experiment, any kind of a research, you have to have some kind of a base knowledge that is gained, that can be gained through the literature search. So that the Dhamma that we speak up, the Dhamma that has been preached by Lord Buddha is this literature. So please consider this as a literature for your experiment. So Lord Buddha says, please have a look at this Dhamma in this particular angle. Then you will be able to conduct your own experiment through that line. So, and he explained the world how you should conduct the this experiment. The methodology is there. What is the methodology? So there is some kind of a given frame to capture these samples. Sample in the sense, sample is the you. Take the sample, take yourself as the sample. So then you should put that sample into a certain frame that has been revealed by Lord Buddha. That is the Paticcasamuppada. So please put your yourself into that particular frame and try to see through that particular angle. The methodology is well explained. Then the results will come out. The result. So what is the result? Result is Nisatto Nijivo Sunyo state. That means that you will realize, even for the knowledge. So every research can generate more new knowledge. So this is for the knowledge. You will realize that there is no person here. So I was the sample that has been subjected to that particular experiment. Then what will happen as the result? It comes as there is no sample, there is no person in that particular sample. So a new piece of knowledge was generated, gets generated from that particular experiment. That is for the knowledge. So at the beginning, you know, so when you start after doing this research, you will find out there is no person here. The sample was you. Then the result was no person within you. Then what will happen? The result was confirmed, and that result tend to automatically apply to your day-to-day life. That is the magic. That is the point where magic comes into play. So that result, so you get to know after doing the research, you get to know that definitely there is no person here, no living being here. So then why I am still thinking that I am existing? I am rather different from that piece of furniture that I am seeing at this moment. So the result will automatically tend to apply to yourself. The result, then what will happen? The magic happens. The internal kind of transformation will happen to you. then what will happen? Then what next? You have been thinking that you were living for such a long period, maybe 40 years, 45 years, 60 years, 65 years. But when it is completely, the result completely get applied to yourself, what will happen? You tend to feel, that there is no such a person called me. There is no such a person called me. So that is the noble research that we have to conduct, and the uh, results of that noble research you have to apply into your day-to-day life. Then, of course, what would be the outcome? The state of Nisatto Nijjiva Sunyo, no living being, no kind of consciousness, the emptiness only. That doesn't mean the piece of furniture that you are seeing is getting vanished. No, that is not. With the understanding only, you get into that state of nothingness. So it is very clear. It is very. That's why Lord Buddha said, "Come and have a look. Just try to conduct your own experiment through the framework that Buddha revealed to the world. That is Patisamuppada, the framework. So you have he has been given some kind of a concept to the world. Please put yourself into that particular frame, then see the outcome, then see the result. So you will feel that you will see the result as being here. So then what you do, the Aparabhaga Pratipada, that is the Purabhaga Pratipada, or the first thing that you have to do. The second thing is the application of that result to yourself. That is the Aparabhaga Pratipada, the practice, the practical experience that you gain. Once you do it, what will happen? The non-soul state can be felt. You will tend to feel that there is no person here. So I was in such a illusion. So likewise, that is the third state that Lord Buddha expected every human being to achieve. So then what will happen? Even though you say your name, at that moment, the state of Buddha or state of Arhat, so everything would be similar, because every entity is felt the same thing, the nothingness. Nothing. So as I said earlier, nothingness is not the nothingness that we usually say. Everything would be there. The piece of furniture in front of you will remain as same. You feel the hardness, you feel the color, you see the colors, you see the smell, if it has. Everything you will feel, but you will not feel kind of a demarcation in between the furniture and yourself, because both now you are feeling that even though you thought you thought earlier that you were existing, the furniture in front of me as similar as myself. So both things become one. Yes, Randima. Theruvan Saranai, any comments or
Yeah,
anything
it's a
to
very
add?
valid. Yeah, I think it's very beautiful facts you brought here. So that everyone has to do this noble research is, I think, very important for every one of us. Yes, Dr. Ravi, I think we can see Dr. Sakuntala and Sudharma is also joined. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
I just wonder whether Sudharma like to talk because she doesn't get a chance to join us. Otherwise, I can talk. Sudharma, Therwan Saranai, are you in a
Theruvan
place?
Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, but
Okay.
it's such an opportunity for me because I always broaden my understanding when you all talk, Dr. Sakuntala. So I also have some questions to ask and make some comments, but Dr. Sakuntala, please go ahead. So I will
Okay.
talk
Okay,
later.
Therwan Saranai.
Okay,
Therwan
Theruvan
Saranai.
Saranai.
Just to add few things, but Ravi and Randima were telling actually. These may be same thing I'm talking, but different words. As both of you said that own research is the essential thing, and then you have to construct your own canoe because no one else can do it, and you can't get into somebody else's canoe. And what Lord Buddha has said about what is called Paticca or dependent origination. It's simply how the thoughts are formed and how the thoughts are taken as real without realizing that it is an illusion. So in dependent origination or Paticca what is explained in like 12 words, 12 or 14 words, it's stretched and shown as a sort of a stepwise series, but actually the whole thing happens just at this moment, just as a single spark right now, here and now. So just if I brief about the steps that is explained in Paticca because I have heard in Deshana that if you know what it is, if you have the deep understanding of Paticca or dependent origination, that is where the essence of the Dhamma is. So this whole thing is due to the ignorance. So ignorance is spreading as a cover for the whole happenings. So that is avidya or the ignorance. And as a result of the ignorance, you construct certain things. There is some illusion being constructed, and what was constructed, or sankhara, what was constructed is seen as something real, which we use the term vijnana or consciousness, where it may be in the form of eye consciousness, ear consciousness, so all five consciousness and mind consciousness. So where you see a shape as a really existing one, you hear a sound as something really existing. Similarly, the other senses, which is explained under the category mutta, that means the sensations of the tongue, nose, and the tactile, the skin sensation. So all these actually are creations, not really not real happenings, but something which looks like as if it is there. And what was created or what appears as the illusion is given an analysis and naming. That means nama rupa. So there is some vibration that happens, and then some form of analysis is given with the help of your past data, which is nama rupa. In other words, it is the creation of the sensor itself. Your sensor creation is at that moment, it is a creation of your faculties, and there is immediate or at that fraction of second itself, what happens is there is aggregation of these faculty sensor functions, which is described with the word phassa, and this is where the mind or the thoughts are formed, and when it is when the thoughts are formed and when it is taken as real or perceived as a real thing. Now, thoughts are your chairs, table, mother, child, myself, all are thoughts. So when the thought is not clearly understood and not taken as an illusion, it's you. There is some sense. It's sensed, and then that is Vedana. And for that, something that was taken as real, the system will have the clinging, and that is described with the words tanha and upadana, which is which leads to the result of bhava. That means you are feeling that it is really existing. So that means you automatically a word is created, which is described as bhava. And exactly that is where jati or the birth is. And birth doesn't mean the birth of the physical body, but that is the birth of the self. So this birth is specifically explained in only Buddhism, not in any other religions, because the birth of the physical body is explained in all the other religions, but uniquely in Buddhism, Lord Buddha has said that birth indicates that the birth of the self, the feeling of the self, or the Atma in other words. So the moment that the soul is born or the soul is created, it immediately follows the death, the jara marana. And when it is followed by the jara marana or the death, always there is sorrow which is attached to that. So though the several words, 12, 14 words I explained, what we learned earlier was that these we studied in our school as a subject when we were learning Buddhism. We learned this as a sort of a string of happenings, one after the other, one after the other. But actually, you can't explain what Lord Buddha truly said about this moment if you take it in that way. So everything, all these steps occur right at this moment, right this fraction of second. It's like a spark. So ultimately what happens is, because of the ignorance, which is the covering hood for the whole process, there is some construct in the mind, depending on the sensor functions, which again is a result of vibration or some fast happening. And the thought occurs, and the thought is taken as real without realizing that this is a product of speedy action. And when you take whatever the topic as real, there follows the clinging and sorrow, the whole thing that we experience in the material world. So if you, this is what Lord Buddha has sort of realized all by himself. And then apparently according to the history, in the first 7 weeks, he was sort of going through this path forward and backward, and just wanted to make sure that this understanding is clear, and then this understanding is correct. So once he was very thorough with what he understood, then these teachings were given to the world. So if you study these events or this dependent origination, when you realize that this is the path where the sorrow is the ultimate result, and then you can go backwards and then see where it sort of initiated, and you come to the understanding that this is all creations of the sensor functions, and again that also with nothingness, from nothingness something is created to look like as if it is existing. So the moment you sort of get convinced, the moment the system gets convinced about these happenings, as Ravi and Randima both mentioned, the value you have given to various thoughts little by little gets dissolved. So the things that you see and hear and experience in relation to the material world will not be changed at all. You will experience the things in the same way, but the system exactly understands, system will know. There is no person who is doing this. This is a continuous and kind of automatic series of functions where there is an ultimate product, which is the soul or the feeling of self. And when you realize this, the burns, the fire that used to occur, or the current which used to arise following the sensor functions, will gradually get cooler and cooler. So ultimately what is experienced is just a very light feeling, relaxed feeling, and a fine happiness without an owner. So the word without the owner is quite important, because sometimes without the help of the noble friend, we tend to feel that there is a person who has no value for the sensor functions, or no value for the thought, but the person is remaining here. The person is who is experiencing that light feeling is there. So that is one of the pitfalls that can occur when we are in this path. So that is why it's important to discuss these matters always with our noble friend, and these Zoom discussions, to realize that the path chosen is correct. So I think I will conclude from there. If anybody else like to join the discussion, Aryan Mahansa, I pay my homage. Therwan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi, Randima and Dr. Sakuntala. So it was such an insightful discussion. All the thoughts and all the information shared by you here are not only important to a person who has some experience in this path. Even for newcomers, it is extremely important, and because you always begins with A, and when it comes to the end of the discussion, it is at the end of the alphabet, you end up talking about the perception of I. So Randima, from your explanation, this came to my mind. You always explain that the film, the metaphor, how we all act in the film or the drama. So if I talk from the personal experience, before I listened to this Dhamma, I was like overacting, I should say, overacting, same roles, but
more than natural, more than normal. We had certain belief systems. We had certain values, and we had certain mannerism. Everything we our focus was totally there. Even if we speak a word, we walk, we do some presentation or whatever, the self-importance, self-dignity was the first and foremost thing. And now also we know that we are playing different roles, but in a quite relaxed manner, uh, uh, without thinking that the entire world should revolve around me. So that is the difference. And I can quote something that happened last week in the school, um, so that you can also comment on that. So when the new advanced level batch came to school, since it's a girls' school, always an obstetrician is invited, and she's delivering a lecture. So I just overheard this. She was telling the youngest mother we came across here is just 12-year-old. So can you all imagine? 14-year-old mothers, 16-year-old mothers it's a common thing. But 12-year-old mother, can you believe? So she was talking to the girls. And so whose fault is that? So, and at the same time, she was telling it's not the fault of these innocent kids. And even 16-year-olds. So in the class, I also opened up a discussion regarding this. And earlier, when I mean, a very strong actor in the film, I would would have criticized the girls who look as if they are having affairs with boys. They are kind of they have that look on their faces, trying to be fashionable, who do not look like school girls. So I would have a very negative uh, perspective or negative stance, and would criticize them or very strictly talk to them without getting closer. So this with the impact of Dhamma was then and there, without any effort, I could talk to the girls like that it is a natural phenomenon. Now you all girls, if you have affairs, if you have some attraction towards the opposite sex, it is nothing unique or nothing extraordinary. When I was at that age also, Puta, I used to be like that. So it is not your fault, it is not my fault, it is the hormone system. So it is, so that way I was able to like have a discussion in the class. So this is how we play our roles now, because of our noble friends contributions, actually all these efforts. And then again, Dr. Ravi, the three worlds, formless world, form world, and that sensual world. So to understand it better, so if I take an example like this, please just explain it further and help me to understand. Now in the sensual world, now we have this wisdom of truth. We listen to Dhamma, so we know that okay, if you give a certain value to the perception, so you are still in the sensual world, and your self perception is also very strong. So if we take the example of a chair, okay, when you are strongly in the sensual world, the eye perceives it, and at once you see it as the chair. You don't within yourself, you don't see it as
the combination of sound and color whatsoever, and with that on the scent the birth of the self occurs, and the value, some sort of value you add to that. But when you see your son or a family member, same scenario, but that value may be higher, maybe more, definitely. If so, there are trillions of entities on in the world, and so you attach trillions of kind of types of values to different objects, depending on the mental fabrication or the abhisankarana of that particular object. Is it so? If I say so, how, why the value? Yeah, is it, for example, Doctor, now the self perception that we are entangled in that, because the perception of I is the most mentally fabricated, or the perception which was mostly subjected to mental fabrication. Is it, Doctor? Can you just
Yeah, no, that's correct. So, as you said, so the attraction towards school children, and when compared with, if you compare with your own children, so if you feel like something different is some kind of a difference is there, that means you are still there. So it is theoretically very difficult to understand, because so we have been feeling it for such a long period. So these are my kids, these two are my kids, so these are some others kids. So likewise we have such a demarcation within ourselves. So that is because of the amount of abhisankarana, the I don't know what is the what was the name for that.
Fabrication, isn't it, Doctor? Mental fabrication.
Yeah. So that much to that level, we have the inside the I-ness or the burning. Yeah, burning. The burning is there with when you see your own kids. So burning in the sense the I-ness. So in other words, so in that, if you feel like that, so it is the evidence that is there for you to realize that yourself is still existing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so if you feel like there is some kind of a demarcation between my kids and the other kids, so that in a sense the self is still there. So
yes, Doctor.
But if you move along this path, so you will tend to feel that it is also getting reduced gradually. So it will not happen overnight. It will happen gradually. So just let it happen. Just let it happen. So even though I speak up about these things, I do have those. I also have the same thing, because I so in front of, so as I said, the furniture in front of me, I still feel different from myself. So I still feel it is a kind of a conscious, not conscious thing. So I can do whatever I want to that particular furniture, but can I harm myself? Oh, can I put myself into such kind of a danger? No. So still I feel that kind of two difference. So that means the self is still there.
Yes, Doctor. And we even, if we leave out the living beings like sons and children, even to the inanimate objects around us, we assign different types of values to them. Isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah. So if you go to the temple, so there are so many pair of shoes in front of you, in front of the entrance of the so you try to find out what's your one, and you wear it. That's perfectly okay. But if you get if it lose, if you leave, so if you come, when you come back from the hospital, from the temple, if you don't see that thing, there would be some kind of a burning there. So my pair of shoes is not there. So somebody must have taken it. So likewise, so many things. So if someone says her pair of shoes is lost, but my one is still there, that's all right. So see the difference, that the feeling. So I don't want to lose my things,
Yes,
but
doctor.
I
And
don't worry about the things that somebody else loses, isn't it? So
yes, doctor. And also this value has a kind of has an impact of the previous data also, isn't it? Now,
yes,
if we
exactly. So
have
that's
heard before, now Odell is branded, or kind of Oraton is branded.
branded, yeah.
When you go to the shops, it's the same blouse or same bag or whatever, because of that pre-perception that you have heard that it is a branded item, you assign kind of naturally a bigger value or higher
Yeah,
value to that entity,
I-
isn't it, doctor? Yeah.
yeah, that is true. So, but it is the feeling of that thing. I think it's all right. So
Okay.
it should gradually dissolve.
Right.
But the underlying fact is, we definitely know that there is no person here. So even that
Yes.
happens to us, even the clinging towards the Odell bags will be more. That's all right. So that is the amount that we had the Sabsankarana earlier. So we had
Yes.
those data. So we
Yes.
have those data, but we can't erase it at once. So it will gradually will be erased. So let it happen. But what we definitely know by understanding this Dhamma is, even though we behave like that, that is all right. There is no person here for sure. We know that, isn't it?
In my
So
case, it is just knowledge, doctor, that there is no person, because
no, that's all right. For the knowledge, at least
yeah,
you have to know, no?
yes,
So,
yes, doctor.
in most of
Yeah.
the, you don't,
Mhm.
again, thinking like that is also a thought. There's no value. So,
Yes, doctor. Yes.
I have only the knowledge about this Patisamuppada. I don't have this kind of experience. That's all right. So, we are also in the same boat. But you know, at least, even though you
Yes.
feel the clinging towards your own things, own kids, and all these
Mm.
things, there is no person here. So that was the RA research that we conducted earlier. So
Yes,
the
doctor.
result clearly showed that there is no person here. Even though we speak each other at this moment, even we know there is no person like Sudharma. There is no person like
Mm.
Dr. Sakuntala and so on. So this is a
Yes,
natural
doctor.
conversation. This is kind of this is a natural thing that's happening. But we think
Yes.
that Sudhamma from other side is speaking, asking questions, and I'm giving answers and so on. Those are mental constructions.
Mm. I
So
can boldly confess, doctor, now I have got rid of anger and
mhm,
jealousy. That is self-evident. So
mhm.
attachment to family members also. But still, I really worry when somebody expects something from me, and when I cannot cannot meet that demand on that particular time before that deadline. So
So
they are the self
so
reminders,
those,
doctor.
yeah,
From
yeah,
yeah.
that's all right. The worries do
Mm.
come.
Mm.
Let them to come.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
what Arana's advice is, don't try to suppress. That is the nature.
Yes.
So that is the evidence that clearly shows that you are still there. So,
Yes.
but you know, the worries, even the sorrows, sadness, or whatever the things happens, they are just happening. They are
And
just happening.
doctor,
So you are not there.
need to speak a word about the beautiful metaphor you brought up,
Mhm.
comparing this journey with this research methodology.
That's a
Yeah.
beautiful. So we all have the hypothesis that there is non-soul
That is
vibration
the
or
hypothesis. Yeah,
non-vibration. Yes, and
yeah, that is
methodology
the
is the practical part.
research question,
Yes,
isn't it? That is the
yes,
research
yes.
question. Yeah.
Very
So
beautiful literature
yeah,
review
we
and
have
all.
to
Yeah.
so I become the sample. So I put
Yes,
it into
we all are
that
subjects
frame.
in. Yes,
Yeah.
doctor. That
Yeah,
is
what we
beautiful.
understand is the result is the understanding. Understanding in the sense
Yes,
it is again the new knowledge to the world. So world in the sense,
yes,
so every research produce a new knowledge to the world. World in the sense your own
yes,
world. So you are the
exactly.
sample. It gives some kind of a knowledge to your own world. There is no person here.
Yes.
So but it is not failed still we are struggling. So it will, what we have to think, we have to incorporate that knowledge into our day-to-day life. So
So we can't give the timeline, isn't it, doctor?
of
As
course
if
it
in a
will
normal
depends.
research. Yeah,
Exactly,
that's.
exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. That was very nice.
Teruvan Saranai,
Very nice,
doctor.
Anna.
Dr.
Nice, Anna. Thank you.
Sakuntala's explanation regarding the perception, that was actually when every day when we listen to that, I cannot kind of put it into words. My gratitude to all of you. Teruvan Saranai Randima, Teruvan Saranai to all of you.
Teron Saranai.
Doctor.
Yes,
Everyone,
Mrs. Randima, yeah, we are running out
uh,
of time,
I
isn't it?
think,
Yeah.
yeah, I think we have come to the end of our session. So we had a very interesting, fruitful discussion. So I thank Dr. Ravi, Dr. Sakuntala, and Sudharma, and everyone who helped us today to conduct this Zoom session. Thiruvan Saranai, all of you. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan, sir.
Teruvan Saranai, Mrs.
Teron
Randima.
Saranai
Teruvan
Aryan
Saranai,
also.
Dr.
Teron
Sakuntala.
Saranai all of
Teruvan
you.
Saranai,
Teron
everyone. Teruvan
Saranai.
Saranai.
daily English Dhamma Zoom session. So we are communicating a special message, a very unique and valid message of one's own existence. So this will result for one to understand what is the universal phenomena behind one's existence. So once someone understands its own formations, it's quite easy for one to liberate from self. So this discussion is important because this discussion, what we carried out are far beyond even the scientific reveals in the current world. So, who are you? What is this mind? What is this memory? Are you a wave? Are you a current? What is this sensor system? How these sensory organs work? How this sensation give rise to existence feel? So these are the things one can question here and clarify and clear their doubts as to one's own existence. So this Dhamma is a very beautiful Dhamma. Everyone try to resolve one thing, that is the suffering, because everyone wants to be happy. They are doing all the things to make themselves happy. But are you happy is the question, because this happiness in the mind cannot be maintained, because as and when this body, you see this physical body, this is another vibration system. So this system doesn't facilitate that. Sometimes one get ill, sometimes the body pain, you see, and also nothing permanent in this world. So everything vanishes. So it's very hard, you see, to have any meaning of sort of clinging to any of the worldly things, so-called worldly things. Even someone analyze it in the mind like none of these outside physical things are like not permanent, like still you see not able to make the or to console the mind. It's not a way to console the mind because there are many examples, like some people die soon, some people, some children dies you see at their younger age. Some people lost their lives, some you see lost their loved ones. Some people get some illnesses. Sometimes some people lost their valuable properties, or someone lost their jobs. So there are enough examples one might see in their day-to-day life how other people suffer in the same film like. But does it mean, I mean, even one sees what's happening here, this life is not permanent life. It is not the reading behind the back of the mind. A mind sees that as something that happened to somebody, but that mind doesn't want that to be happen to themselves. That mind is getting stronger and try to protect his loved ones, try to protect all around the things around it, try to protect all these valuable properties and so on. And there are a whole heap of dreams where before the death, like there are so many things to satisfy. So it is endless thing. Even if you have just another, let's say 1 year to die, in that 1 year, there are a whole heap of things just before your last breath you one need to achieve. Like so, this is the mind. So even though the body sort of get wear and tear, like it's getting older and older, the mind is always new, fresh, and young. Like so, it you see, it doesn't know even that it is getting older. Like so, and this is the tricky mind. So this is the suffering. In other words. So when the world becomes real, and if one doesn't know what is the real world is this mental construct, the mental fabrication, the mental illusion, or the waves, or the sparks, or the current, which is appearing each and every moment, and give rise the feel of something, like something is there, like something valuable there, like, and all this feel of sensation, you see, is the suffering. So nothing is true, nothing is permanent. So in this world, what you associate is mental fabrication. What you lose is also a kind of mental fabrication. So therefore, it's very interesting, and we invite everyone from every part of the world to come and have a chat with us. So uh, or use this Dhamma for one's own investigation and to find like what's your formation. So we normally discuss a few pages from True Dhamma Has Awakened, volume 6 currently we are reading. So if you want, you can download these books. There are series of books from our websites, Buddothpado Dhamma.com website. Wisdom of Asia is another website, so you can easily find these websites in the internet with the term Buddothpado. These ones will appear. So let's start reading the book. I think yesterday we read up to page 103. So let me start reading from page 104 onwards. Now, if we talk about the Kamma world, out of the natural reasons, the occurrence of the 6 Niyama Dhammas are established. Kamma Niyama is one of them. The telepathy system does not work at all time, samanantaraya, because the Buddhist doctrine disregards Kamma world. The two end that refers to there is this thing or there is nothing. These ends are also disregarded. The telepathy exists only if two things are equal. If they are not, the system cannot work in that situation. Things change continuously. Therefore, the telepathy system also changes with the changes that happen in the system. That was the reason why Angulimala attained the Nibbana. The Buddha turned the notion murderer into an arahat by giving Angulimala the noble instruction to bring a change in him from the notion of a murder into a very high spiritual level. So, yeah. So, so this part, Kamma Niyama. So, actually, this Kamma Niyama, it's very important. This talks about the Niyama Dhamma. So, this is the Pali. So, when you say Niyama Dhamma, like it's a natural, you see naturally happening. That shows very clearly everything. I mean, every universal phenomena is happening sort of automatically. There is no doer. It is happening in its very own nature. It is happening. So that is the Niyama Dhamma. So now if we take rain is happening. It is not done by anybody, isn't it? So when this evaporation, it is with the heat, the water gets evaporated. So what is the water? Water is the hydrogen and the oxygen. So and it's get evaporated and forms into cloud. So some condensation happen and then it falls back because the clouds, the composition, there is become unbearable, and in next moments it will start fall back to the earth. So there is some cycle is happening. So something like that. So this there are natural. It is not done by anybody. So naturally, it's happening. Now, if we take a mango seed cause a mango tree. Mango seed will not form a coconut tree. So mango seed at any given point, it is the mango plant. So you see, it's not done by anybody, but that seed, you see that seed, when that seed get the necessary water and the everything, so that small white part appear and stem appear, the leaves appear, the more leaves appear, then roots absorb the water. All these are sensation. That roots is a sensation. So that, I mean, it's a different. It is not the, but some different. You see, when the water is needed, the automatically the water is absorbed from the roots, and then that becomes a tree, a giant tree, and then the flowers comes. So then the bees and these birds, you see, squirrels and so on, they comes near these flowers and the pollination occur, and the fruit occur, the seed, the fruit occur. And you see, so everything, if we take, these are naturally happening. So it's very interesting if someone really analyze what's really happening. So everything is naturally happening. And the photosynthesis, like now if we take leaf, right? So that the tree forms food for the tree. So that is this photosynthesis. So with the heat, you see the leaf absorbed and the food for the tree is formed. So that's why leaves are important for the tree. So this is like ongoing, it's happening, right? So, and if we take like some seeds that spread through animals, some seeds that automatically burst. When that burst, the seeds, you see that dispersed to various location. Why that's happened? Because everything falls under the mother tree, then the young plant will not get enough sunlight. So then it can't grow. So see, from the nature itself, this have the bursting. The pod will get burst, and the seed will pop into different. Basically, it is deviated from the mother tree. Then the seed will get enough. You see, sunlight to grow. So it is not done by anybody. So this is the natural phenomenon. So in other words, this human is also like these hormone systems. Once a woman reaches some age, automatically the hormone system wants the you see some intercourse to happen, like so naturally that is happening. So even if we take animals, it is not teach to them, but they also have that intercourse mechanism that is happening, and it is not done by, I mean, we have to understand it's a natural response. It's a natural, this intercourse is a natural response that is happening due to these hormone systems. So that is also like then that woman deliver a child. That child is pushed out from the body. So it is not really the mother delivering the child, but naturally that is put out from the body. So so if we understand these things, what's happening here. So what's the difference here? What's the difference between these the mango tree delivering a mango child or a human delivering a human child? So so it is a process happening, but the difference in the it is the same process, same natural phenomena I see it, but the difference is this existent field. So when it comes to the human, this existent field is the difference, because that existent field is the is also naturally forming. You see, it's not done by anybody. So some alive field come. That is also a natural formation. So mind is, that's why mind is not a permanent thing, but each and every moment, due to some process, the sensation process, this mind appear, mind come. So it is also natural. So if we take the kamma, actually kamma niyama is the one which is elaborating here. So kamma is the this telepathy process which is happening. So it is, you see, that telepathy process or the resonance process is the secret here. So Kambar is the ongoing process. Ongoing process is happening. That's why one talks about the samsara. There is some ongoing effect is here. So Kamma niyamas, if we take, this talks about the samanantara. So actually at a given moment, now here Aryan Mahansa explained the Kamma is not everything like everything is not Kamma driven like. So we can discuss actually around this, the fact that how this Kamma is not everything. Everything is not driven by the Kamma. So so it's very interesting because present moment, you see, if we really see how this spark or this combined field comes, that combined field arises due to trillions and billions of spark network. So at the present moment, that sensation which arises in one of the senses doesn't end there. That cause several series of another resonance of sparks in the present moment. So it is a combination of formation of sparks. But what is the composition of the spark? Nobody can explain. So what is coming together is a spark network, is the resonance. It's just like a tree. For example, wind comes, you see, the whole leaves start to shake. So it's something like that. The endless number of sparks forms, and it's like a mixed fruit. Like, what is the next level of? It's a different mixed fruit. Next moment is a different mixed fruit of sparks. That's how it happens. Now, for example, if we take, it is raining. When it is rain, you see the sensation or that even the bodily sensation, and how that vibe is felt in the hormone system even would differ. So you see that different, so that can give rise to totally different mental construct. Maybe one will remember that person has been traveling in Bandaravela or some lovely place. That feel come, or any incident that occur can come. So the same feel you see now can arises. So that's why this what's the next level of spark? It's depend. So let's assume for a moment why it is disregarded. Like, you see no point of thinking about it. Why? Because let's assume for a moment if someone is doing so many good merits, thinking that I am going to have a birth in future like a god or like a king or like a queen. That is the expectation. With that expectation, someone is engaging whole kind of merits, you see. But what is the assurance that it is going to happen? That's why. So it will not happen even though it is the expectation. Because why? If you really look at this Kammaniyama, this natural, these sparks combining process, if you really see, like, that depends. I mean, there's no time frame for these sparks. The composition of these sparks would vary. So at the last breath, what is the frequency? What is the reading? So that is the sort of guiding force you see for the next formation. So it's very, I mean, interesting. So sometimes human can have a life as a dog in the next birth. So that may not be the wish, but that will be the power then and there. So that is the thing. It is, everything is not based on expectation. Like, so one has to understand. That's why the liberation is not you are just in the mind, like you are thinking. Mind, chitta niyama, mind is not permanent. It is some existent feel of self occur and you see disappear, occur, disappear. So none of these things are in somebody's control. So where is the liberation? Liberation is not one just maintaining a soul and having so much expectation in the same this kammaniyam. One has to see the cause and effect. Cause and effect is the dependent origination which every Buddha revealed to the world. Every Buddha revealed one Dhamma. What is that one Dhamma? That is the cause and effect. Cause and effect will see what is the formation of the present moment. Is the present moment real? So then only it will understand the Dhamma. So Dhamma niyama, in the sense, nothing is permanent. Even any person, any animal, any property, any house, nothing. So everything vanishes. That is a law. So but this can be, everything can be crystal clearly understand if this present moment cause and effect is seen. That's why here talks about the Angulimala, how Angulimala, he killed 1,000 people. He did not had a mother. He wants to kill the mother. So if he wants to kill his mother, do you think Angulimala has a mother? No, that perception also has varied by that time. Angulimala did not have a mother, isn't it? He wants to kill. Even the mother he wants to kill and achieve the mission. So achieving the mission was the only signal behind him. So therefore, it's very interesting how Angulimala became Arhat. That shows in Kammaniyama, Angulimala definitely would go to hell, in the sense a lower birth. But it is due to the cause and effect. Angulimala understood what the Buddha's advice. Angulimala, that was a past thought. Angulimala was a past thought. So in the present moment, it sees the cause and effect. It sees it is non-existence. It is no more. Then it got the chance of liberating, and it later became Arahat. So this is, there are great examples really in Dhamma, which very clearly explain which gives a clue of what is the reality behind all this. So, so it's very interesting. All this Dhamma is this telepathy system, that is this universal phenomena. So, and that this you see, as long as one doesn't understand what is the present moment, what will happen, it blinds, you see, blindly it connected to the so-called outside world, and this existent field is getting stronger. That getting stronger. Without, then there is a high existent field. So this is the problem. The high mind power, in other words. So this is the samanantara. Otherwise, because when the sensation energy that comes to some level, you see, which is at a very higher level, like when the things become real, naturally, the existent field or this power, it become real. So the entire samsaric effect is here. So that's why samsaric fire is in the present moment when the things become real, and that have the equal power of, you see, making the future power as well. So next occurrence also is happening. So this is how this happens. So so this Dhamma, once understood, it is that feel of burden of the samsara is the drop. It is the disconnection. That disconnection is the less power or the liberation in the system. So all that happens through the understanding of this cause and effect Dhamma, or the true Dhamma, that everything is formation in the present moment, and it is the spark, it is a energy, it is a current, and that give rise to the field of chair, sun, moon, and now it is not the sun, not the moon, not the chair, but the existent field, alive field of self. So this is the tricky part, this is the suffering. So I think we have Dr. Sakuntala is also joined by now. Peruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, you also can come in.
Peruvan Saranai, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Just as you said, we have been telling in the same manner, same words sometimes, or different words or different sentences. Ultimately, as you said very correctly, what we have to understand is this: everything is in this moment. And this moment is also not something permanent. This moment, the thought which occurred at this moment, is a collective action of the sensor functions or the faculties. So this is something, it's actually looking at these things in a different corner, I would say, different angle, because the materialistic world is something that a person has been, but in Dhamma path, this what we understand, that there is no person here. A system is functioning with no control on self, and
the sensors of that system will create something called world. So depending on the capacity of the sensors, different animals or different living beings have a world created around them, that is, can call it actually own bubble. So each living being thinks that this bubble is the correct one, but there's a vast sort of contrast difference between these worlds depending on the species of the living being, and even in the same species there are differences. So one important thing is this, to understand what this sensor function is. Sensor doesn't mean the physical body part, but the physical body part is necessary for this function. Sensors or the faculties means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And mind also acts as a sixth faculty when you are indulged in your thoughts. So these faculties means functions. That means the eye faculty means the function of seeing. Ear faculty means the function of hearing. So like that, the tongue, if you take, they are feeling a taste. Nose means feeling a smell. And the skin means tactile. That means the skin can feel the softness or hardness and warmth, warmth or cold. So these sensor functions or the faculty function create something which is not there truly. So this creation is all a result of very fast action. Now this is where the frequent example that we are pointing out, when you are spinning a fireball very fast, it will look like a fire ring. Similarly, when you look at the fan, ceiling fan or a helicopter fan, there are 2 or 3 blades spinning very fast, but you see it as a circle. So it's a creation. It's a kind of magic which you see now. It's not only the eye now, hearing also. There is some vibration of the eardrum, very fast vibration. Actually speaking, the speed cannot be given in numbers. Now, for the light rays also, we give a particular speed, this much of miles per hour. But you can't give a number for the speed of these vibrations which create a picture or a form, I would say. Form means it could be a picture form or sound form, taste form, smell form or tactile form. So speed is unimaginable. So then you can imagine now, if a fireball is sort of spinning at a particular speed, you can still see it as a ring. But if you spin something, or if some vibration occurs at an unaccountable or unimaginable speed, you can sort of very well understand how real it will look like. So this is how the world is created. It doesn't mean that there's nothing outside, but only thing is we don't know what is outside, because we solely have to, the system solely have to depend on the function of the faculties or the sensors. So the helpless system will depend on the function of the sensors to understand what is so-called there in the outside existing world. So the worst part of it is the ignorance, where you take what is created by the senses or the faculties as real. So you can see that it is a huge illusion. And taking that illusion or that creation as true, then the all the defilements and all sorts of uh, reactions or your responses of the system happens. So this is actually the theory part, and you need to know this theory part to understand. But practically, when you know the real situation, when you know really what is happening here behind the curtain, then automatically, without any thinking or without any words, you feel that the value and the attraction or the attraction or the clinging, aversion, whatever names you give, that the system had towards a particular topic or particular thought is slowly getting less and less. So the feel that you had to sort of stimulate or arouse the sense of faculties will gradually go down. The interest and the keenness that you had for all sorts of enjoyment will you might sometimes wonder how it happened, but that is what happens actually, without sort of exactly realizing how it happened, but slowly the interest for many things. Interest doesn't mean that clinging, but interest even to have a fight with a person who you don't like, even that will gradually go down. So sometimes you sort of kind of do the looking back. You realize that the responses are different from the previous responses that you had for the same topic. Then you need to understand the mechanism of seeing and mechanism of hearing and also the functions of all five faculties. Now, most of us, the people who have done science subjects in the science stream, we were drilled into the idea that sounds are coming from outside world and the light rays are coming from outside world, and we can see when there is light, we can hear when there is sound outside. So in shortened form, world was real. World was taken as real. Then only you can match this teaching where the light rays are coming from outside world and have some activity or some reaction in the eye. Similarly, the sound waves will come from outside and cause a vibration in the eardrum. So that means your existing world was there, and when you have the two organs, I'm just taking the ears and the eyes as the example, but this is applicable to all five sense organs. So if you take them if you take it as it is, then you know that you are depending on the outside world and you take it as real. But now it is what is explained by our noble friend. Actually, this is the true Dhamma, which is the hidden treasures in most of the sutras, but when they were translated to Sinhalese, and also some of our bhikshu, our priests, our monks, even if they know Pali, the way that the sutras were interpreted was completely different, which has actually misguided many of the Buddhist followers. And what was interpreted was as there is existing world, and a soul is here on this side. That means a self feeling is there, and this self or the person should do good things and avoid doing bad things, and collect as much as merits, and maybe born again in a good place with a good birth, means as a human being, where you can hear Dhamma and again continue to do good things for birth and births, and the next Lord Buddha is born. And there have been lots and lots of errors in these translations. So actually what happened was the ultimate interpretation was completely different from what Lord Buddha has mentioned. There's a story during Lord Buddha's time, what Lord Buddha has mentioned. There has been a particular type of a drum made using some sort of wooden strips. And what was said was that when there is some breaking of one of those strips, they will fix a different type of a strip. And then further and further, when more and more strips are broken, there will be more and more repairs. And then at the end, this the drum which has been repaired by many people and many stages will give completely a different sound. So that is something similar to what has happened actually. So these true facts have gone sort of under, and incorrect interpretations have come up. So that is why we were still thinking about the light rays coming from outside and sound waves coming from outside, which create sound and the light. But truly now we know that it is a creation of the sensor. This is a fact that you can easily understand when you look at the different species of animals who have different types of senses, and how they react with the world, so-called existing world. So if it is a common world, all should be able to react with the world in the same way. And some animals, some living beings have more than 6 senses, maybe more than 5 senses, and some have special senses. Then earthworm has only 1 sensor, but all these living beings, even with the 1 sensor, has the feeling that has the self-feeling, self-existence or self-perception feel is there. So then only you have to sort of rethink about this, and now then you start realizing that this is not something which came from outside. This is something created by own sensor level. Now, if you see a termite or an ant, now the way that the human eye will see it is completely different from the way that it is seen by a bird. So that is and it will be further different by the way that the bee is seeing it, because the way that the structural eye is formed, the creation of that sensor is different. So this is a bit complex actually. You have to think, you have to sit in a relaxed time and just think how this world is created. And it is all sensor dependent. That is what Lord Buddha has said, Chittena niyati loko. That means salayatana loko. That means salayatana means the senses or the faculties. The faculties will create their own world depending on the capacity. So when in other words, the light is created by the sensor, and we interpret it as we see the things. Sound is created by the ear, and we interpret it as heard the sound. Similarly, the tongue and nose and the skin will create its own things, and then we feel the system will take it as felt a smell, felt a taste, and felt something cold or hard. So these facts actually you have to slowly think about it. You need time because this is something that you are trying to reverse to the opposite direction of what we have been knowing and what we have heard all this time. Then when you realize that these all are sensor functions and something created then and there at that moment, but when you have a string of creations, we see it as one single thing. So when there is a string of light sparks happening, we take it as a light, persisting light. The system will accept it as persisting light. So it's not actually one spark. There's a big row of light sparks. The nice example given by our noble friend is the lightning. Now, in the night, when there is lightning, you see it as a light line. There's a corrugated line suddenly appearing. So that is actually maybe millions and billions of little sparks collectively. Similarly, on the TV screen, each unit is something like a dot. But when the collective function of the dots make it into a picture to look like a picture, and because it happens so fast, it gives like a sort of one single thing, like single picture or a light ray or something like that. So I think these are the facts that we have to think. This is actually knowledge, but you need this knowledge to have as a background or the foundation, because you should know how the sensors are functioning, how the world is created, and world creation of the world means that the person also created, because the self-feeling is also part of this world, and having this self-feeling is the one which is responsible for your samsaric journey and the samsaric birth cycle. So these facts you have to sort of listen again and again, and maybe you can work out yourself and then try to understand these sensor functions. Okay, Randima, I think if you can continue anything added to that or continue from there, Therwan Sarnai.
Thiruvaan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah, I think it's a very valid thing that most of the thing is knowledge, So what needs to happen is this internal transition, in the sense the feel of the truth. So that is the most important exercise here. So all this actually discussion, what is the focal point, what is the focus is not just to grab another concepts, but it all need to direct it towards understanding what's exactly happening here. So what is someone's own formation? What is the reality? Why this existent feel come? Why the sad come? Why the suffering comes? So if all these are just mental fabrications, why the sad come? Why the suffering come? Why it is not sad? Why it is not suffering? So now that's why mind is a extreme end. Mind is a natural process which is happening. So it's important to understand what is this mind, how this alive feel comes. When that understood only, the reality of the mind is seen, and mind sort of not become real. That is the experience. So all the values in the mind. So mind, that value is the one which drops. So why all this value come? There is a strong ignorance that outside is real. That is, the outside so-called material world is real, and the mind world is real. The two worlds become real. Mind world is real, so mind is the so-called me, is the inside real, and outside world. So there is a belief of a material world that also become real. So when the two real is the ignorance, so then all the sensation that arises in that ignorance is seeming real. So so much of power naturally arises. That's what happens. So the reality is actually with the Dhamma, it's clearly realized the fact that it is nothing outside. It is nothing inside either. So this sparks or the vibration mechanism is the thing happening. But each spark carry a weight, some power, and collective sparks give rise to collective vibe of something. But that's not real. So with this, actually the breakthrough happens.